competition. Seem like they all been missing. Never made a wrong decision. It's got me walking different. I stay gassed up. Please point the opposition. No scope, it's no joke. Just know I aim with raw precision. I went and got my bid up quick, 100 figures. They once was competition, now ain't sitting with us. Been on a wave since we've been away. Snatch the game, now we here to stay.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement and don't you ever mistake it, no this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement and don't you ever mistake it, no this ain't never been a game.
It's that you can't touch me, things get ugly, they mad now. This all must be a whole new level to count. I'm packing on the pounds, pulled up with the dog hound, and I still had time to shut it down. Now you see them all screaming my name, see them trying to switch to my lane. They ain't never fit that frame, only present when the cash came. Plenty days I've been on the road chasing, no legend ever said they was complacent. Nah.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement and don't you ever mistake it, no this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement and don't you ever mistake it, no this ain't never been a game.
Let's go, hey, step back, flick at the wrist, let go, let it go, switch, hey, turn the heads, can't miss this, run it up, it's my fitness, windows limousine tinted, stay up out of my business, hey, you can never break me down, need more to take me out, they was all cool back then, now they wanna hate me now, funny how it goes, can I get a countdown and drum roll, no time ain't an option, no, sit back, watch this unfold, hey. But it ain't nothing, let me tell you something. Hey, yeah, one shot, one chance. Look, time spot, been a plan. Talking drive time, 100 bands. Yeah, we pull up, got the blind high, been a man. Hey, yeah, one shot, one chance. Look, time spot, been a plan. gon' test me cause he envy everything that I got. What I am and he not. Coldest one on the block. You know these boys don't got nothing but excuses. My whole squad been doing they thing, dropping nothing but exclusives. Ooh, I know you see me step back, flossing. Please don't get too close unless you proceeding with caution. Yeah, I broke the moves out, time got nauseous. We can never settle for no loss. Yeah, hey, but it ain't nothing, let me tell you something. Hey, yeah, one shot, one chance. Look, top spot, been a plan. Talking drive time, 100 bands. Yeah, we pull up, got the blind high, been a man. Hey, yeah, one shot, one chance. Look, top spot, been a plan. Talking drive time, 100 bands. Yeah, we pull up, got the blind high, been a man.
you've got tunnel vision. Enjoy with your mates, cause I'm on my way. You've made my decision. What did I do? What did I try to make you happy? Thought that I proved, thought that I told me that you love me. But now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight. Camera shooting. You're playing with my heart. You're playing with my heart. But now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight. Camera shooting. You're playing with my heart. You're playing with my heart. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. 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 Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. 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 Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the ballin', spotting, ballin'. Phone was dry, but now everybody calling. Good at taking risks, yeah, I always go all in. Swear to God that I'm deaf to the talking. I can't hear it, see the finish line. I know that I'm near it, yeah. Cut the check and I'ma clear it. Ain't nobody out here that I'm fearing. Ay. Easy to see things I wanna weigh up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the. Hey, you ain't realist, like you got a few disguises. Walk in the room, I know I'ma be the flyest. She like me, yeah, it's hard for her to hide it. One-on-one, ain't nobody like this. Got this far by doing me, I'm everything I knew I'd be. I don't care what we used to be, no, yeah. They tryna get close to me, you can't get what you want from me. I got this vision you can't see, no. Easy to see things I wanna weigh up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the.
One time for your mind, get rockin'. One time for your mind, we poppin'. One time for your mind, no maybes. Just yes, yo, release the stress. In the place to be, we rhyme. Getting down on the mic, no crime. Hip hop, everybody know it's time. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. We're gonna rock like this. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. We're gonna rock like this.
I just can't stop. No, no. Yeah, you got me, yeah. Ooh, no, I just can't stop. No, nothing you could do. I just can't stop. I just can't stop. I just can't stop. I just can't stop.
Rock the party non-stop like this. Gonna rock the party non-stop like this. Gonna rock the party non-stop like this. Gonna rock the party non-stop like this. Yeah, we rock the party non-stop like this. Rock the party non-stop like this. Gonna rock the party non-stop like this. Gonna rock the party non-stop like this. Yeah, we rock the party non-stop like this. Run it up. We got the fire. Run it up. We got the fire. Run it up. We got the fire. Run it up.
we like 10-0. I should probably tell them something that they didn't know. Back then we was down with nowhere to go. Might have been down, but we didn't fold. Now we running it like some intervals. Ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. It's my time. You hear the crowd. Yeah, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu. This here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb. Told them we the one. They would count us out. Now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing other ones. Like they was always rapping. Yeah, believe them if you want. Now they show love. Came with a dub. It is what it is. It isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, right now. Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, right now. Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh.
Told me they wanna get down at the party, cause that's where I'll be. Down with the party, that's what they told me. They wanna get down at the party, cause that's where I'll be.
Yeah, it's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. No, you lying, you don't know me, dog. Yeah, it's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. You know you don't know me, dog. Spent a bag on the whip, parked in valet. Just took another trip, skipped a drive, called my pilot, then jet down to LA. Yeah, tell me, who you know like this? Let the beat bang, turned off the light switch. I was in the VIP and met a spicy mama took her ass straight to Costa Rica. Yeah. It's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. No, you don't, you don't know me. Yeah, it's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. You know you don't know me. That's facts. Step back, homie, don't let this freezer go dripping. Cause these jewels might mess around and flood the whole kitchen. Took a bit to get it, was on a mission. And now it's platinum plaques, back to back. I spent a couple mil, you spent a whole rack. Bout the block just to give it back. Remember I was moving rocks, now I spit crack. Yeah, it's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. Yeah, it's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. You know you don't know me. Now it's fast. I'm too cold for you. Diamond straight out of Mount Everest with it. Yeah. It's a whole lot of ice, homie.
You're stressing right, you need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe, no time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind, take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side, let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me, I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my Jovi, be my woman, be my lover, be my Jovi, be my, the only one I want. Be my preliminary. Let me caress the way I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe. 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it, girl, you're extraordinary. I want you here with me, I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my Jovi, be my woman, be my lover, be my.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through Attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
till I barely feel my feet. Wanna see it through my own eyes. There's no going back, and I'm not afraid anymore. Cause I know I'm gonna be the last one standing. Yeah, I'm not afraid anymore. Yeah, I don't wanna wait anymore. I'm ready to fall. I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. See that I'm surrounded by predators. It's critical, they got me in my element. It's dirty how you trying to keep it elegant. Keep my eyes open wide when everyone around me is an enemy. See my life cross my eyes. I'm ready to fall. I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. Too bad you can't take me down. You can't take me down. I'm ready to fall. I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down.
Heretics, the journey of story is not yet over.
Welcome back to the Riot Games Arena for another week of VCT EMEA. We're coming to you live from Berlin, Germany to see if more teams can lock themselves into playoffs this week. I am Yingsu and I'm joined by Dan the Penguin, Kukuka and Ash. Welcome back, guys.
How you feeling, Ash? I'm feeling good. I'm excited for this week. Things are starting to heat up because we finally get to lock and eliminate some teams.
That's what's exciting, right? The first 2 weeks, we want to know what the teams have been up to, how the teams that went to Shanghai were going to perform back here in EMEA. But maybe this week we find some answers.
Yeah, that's the thing. Before we even start this week, 2 teams have already locked themselves in for playoffs. Foot and Fnatic, after their performances last week and in the previous weeks as well, have guaranteed a spot at playoffs. But if we take a look at at the standing, there are more exciting things that could happen, because if Heretics lose any of their games this week, next week, at any point, that will lock Fnatic, you guys, not just into playoffs, but to champs, which has never happened before. We never really had a team lock into champs before playoffs, which will be very exciting.
Yeah, exactly. And it's all thanks to the points. At the beginning of the year, we were talking about how important they were going to be, especially when we got to this point, right?
Yeah.
And now it's not only about making playoffs, they have already made the playoffs. They can, you know, be comfy that they will be going to Seoul no matter what.
The fact that you get to reward that consistency, but then we also have to look at today's matches here as well, because when you're looking at Heretics versus Giant X, today Heretics do have the opportunity to lock in playoffs for themselves too if they win their match, and they only need 2 to actually lock themselves into the top 2 there as well, and Foot also has that chance to lock playoffs.
Yeah, top 1. Foot already locked, actually.
Oh
but
yes, no,
yeah.
top 2. I meant they can lock top 2 if they win today's game.
We know that knockout round has been, you know, dream crusher.
Yeah, and there's a few teams that could also be in risk of elimination as well. I believe Koi, BBL, Giant X. There's a few others. It was on my prompter, but we've gone past it now. So I'll tell you guys about it as we take a look at those games. But before we get there, there's been some changes. You know, we're going to talk about the patch in just a second. But what have you noticed, Kakuka, when it comes to the meta?
We were excited to think about this when we heard about the changes, and especially going back into the regions. The changes to Viper and also Cypher were implemented when we were in Shanghai, right? That's the first tournament that we saw. But of course, things changed once we got here. Viper was the most picked agent across all of the regions. And if we take a look at the numbers, it was mostly used in a lot of the maps. Of course, Breeze being out of the map pool means that, you know, all that percentage is going to be gone. But if we take also a look at maps like Lotus and Split, we would see the double controller in both of them. But teams are moving more towards playing the solo controller, right? The Omen, due to just having that one molly, not being able to move the orb, and the compositions being more focused on just being extra active, being very aggressive, and just focusing on the executes. Don't get me wrong, the lurking power is still there, but just the meta is shifting and changing, and I think that maybe with the ISO nerf, things will change. But we also need to think about what happened to the other agents. Because we're talking about, I think in EMEA was around 71% pick rate from Viper into a 30, very, very low. So it's a 40% dropout. Not only that, that's the number in EMEA, but in the rest of the regions, the number has also dropped tremendously. And Omen right now is the most picked agent across the entire globe in Tier 1. Also, you know, with a rise from Cypher as well, when we talk about maybe slowing down and trying to get that lurking power, but also cancel those executions. So it's very interesting, and maybe it is time to buff Astra again.
I'm so down for that. I'm so down for that message. Shout out to all the Omen players out there, by the way. But the thing is, we are into another week, which means, Ash, it's another patch. What's new?
It is another patch update, because we've got our most wanted man here when you're looking towards ISO. He has been terrorizing Valorant lobbies, both in ranked and within VCT here as well, because I think when you think about ISO, you think maybe back to Alpha Hair on the Haven, how he was just so oppressive, and how this agent was enabled to do so in patch 8.11. But this changed now to the double tap. They decided to reel it back in just a little bit more, because you're thinking about the fact that even when you look at Woot here, the duration enabled him to allow him to take very aggressive initial duels. And this is just a playstyle that fits so well on Woot here. But yeah, it's decreased down from 20 seconds to 12 seconds. And then the signature reset has been removed there as well, which is a massive change, because now you can only extend it while the ability is up, instead of being able to refresh it later in the round.
Realistically, though, how much of a nerf is this, Kakuga, in your opinion, to players like Wood?
I mean, I don't think it's about what you put in the composition with the ISOs, what you're taking out. With this nerf, what you're doing is that you have to be much more careful on when to activate it. It may just look like those 8 seconds, but 20 seconds, it is, as you know, guys, a very, very long time.
Well.
So, yeah, I'm telling you. So I think that it makes them be more careful, and maybe decreases the value a little bit. But if you still want to go and combo it with something else, I think that especially with players and how comfortable they are on the agent, I think it's going to be a 50-50 on whether we see it more or not.
Honestly, somehow I feel like this doesn't affect Wood. I still think he's just going to be insane.
I don't think any nerf.
Right? I just don't think it's going to affect him whatsoever. But of course, he is going to be going up against Giant X today. And speaking of GX, they made a major roster change earlier this week. So I sat down with their head coach Pipson to catch up on the latest developments. Well, it's time to catch up with Giant X's head coach Pipson. Pipson, you guys have made a change coming into the last couple of weeks. We don't have a lot of time left. Of course, you can still qualify for playoffs. So what was the reason to bench Redgar at this time and bring in another new player?
As Redgar did in his statement, it was an organizational decision to bench Redgar, and that's pretty much it. Like, organization decided that they want to bench Redgar and take another player. So we have UCAM as our partner team. So we had two players who is a two-way out players for us. So we could choose one of them. So that's why we chose Famsi.
Well, then what was the reason, I guess, for choosing Famsi in this case? Because obviously, like you said, you had two choices. So what was it about Famsi that convinced you that he could come in and do a good job?
I mean, we didn't really have any time, right? We played less than a week ago. We played like previous Thursday. So it was mostly about that he was available, he wanted to play, he has pretty good stats, we know he's pretty stable because for 2 years in Spanish League he's playing really good individually, so we just wanted to give him a chance.
Well, let's talk about him being available, because I know he played yesterday, of course, with UCAM, and I believe that after he plays today, he's going to have to go and play again. So how is this going to work with him? It seems like a very stressful scenario.
Oh yeah, I think but we also have a good relationships with UCAM, so we spoke with Thinky, it's the coach of UCAM, and we adjusted the practice that he kind of play few pracs with us and then he plays few pracs with UCAM. So they are still practicing, he's still gonna help UCAM, he's still gonna play for UCAM. We don't want to ruin their season because they are doing a really good job and they are in the grand final right now. So it's not like we just took him and says to UCAM, no, he will not play for you or stuff like that. So yeah, we just find a balance for both of us, and we just try to play like that.
How does this impact the roles for the rest of your players? Because he doesn't exactly play the same agent pool as Redgar.
I mean, I think if you're a good player, you can basically play almost any role. Like, especially that no one expect him to, like, okay, that he needs to come and he needs to, like, carry us super hard and the stuff like that. It's just that he's gonna fill some gaps. Sometimes he's gonna play, like, some other roles than Redgar played and the stuff like that, so you might see. We will just try to adjust to him as well and make him a bit more comfortable on some maps where he feels uncomfortable. But we didn't really have a lot of time to change anything. We played, I don't know, maybe like 8-10 scrims with him, not more. So it's like 2 full days of practice with Famsi. So we will see.
Thank you very much, Pipson, for joining me, and we'll see how Giant X will get on today. Just 2 full days of practice, you heard of that from Pipson. But first, let's talk about the benching that Giant X decided to do. As you heard from him, it was an organization decision. It doesn't sound like, at least, Kakuka, that this came from Pipson.
I think that we were all very surprised to hear it, right? Because we're talking about just about going into that 3rd week, and we saw what Redgar said on X, that they still have chances to go to playoffs for this stage, and that he wished the team all the best and for everybody to keep showing their support.
It is a massive change, though, because we already saw that Cloud was going to be IGLing from that post-play interview that we did last week, and that's a massive change in itself, but then also to be losing out on such a strong voice within the team as well. It can change a lot for the dynamic of the team when it comes down to that communication.
And it's such a difficult job for someone like Famsi. You know, Pipson was saying how he's pracking with his team, he's pracking with our team. We have to like juggle all sorts of things. But who is Famsi? How excited should we be about this player?
How many players are we going to be getting from Rising in Spain? I'm just saying that, you know, keep on coming. But Famsi, well, he's still playing. You know, we were hearing Pipson, yes, he's the first 2-way player to actually make it into Tier 1. He was winning yesterday, and after playing with Giants, he will have to come back because he has to play in DreamHack in Valencia. So it's very exciting to see that, you know, there is that way, there is that path from Tier 2 onto Tier 1. For him, though, the other players that we've seen stepping in for some of the teams have been more on the flexible side. But Famsi has always been a duelist, you know, a couple of 2 exceptions. But it makes me wonder, and here in Pipson as well, what are they going to do with him? Because they had Fiti, then they had Purpo, and now they have Famsi. So I'm just saying, 5
KC, run it back
Make
like
it happen.
KC, right?
Literally.
Yeah.
Make it happen.
I mean, that's a big question, though. Can Pipson replicate that Aang method, bring this duelist
With
in?
2 days?
That's the big problem.
That's the opposite of the Aang method.
And also being a player that has to go back and forth, that's a lot more pressure and a lot less time that you get to focus on your new role.
This is the thing, though. He did allude to the fact that he won't have a choice but to fill some of Redgar's roles. And how difficult do you think that would be, Ash, considering like Kakuka said, there's a lot of Omen players in the league. Everybody plays that agent, so maybe he does. Maybe he's done it before.
He's done it a couple of times historically, but when you look at overall the agents that he's been playing, it is overwhelmingly the duelists as well as that chamber beforehand. So I do think, though, that with how aggressive these Omen players have been globally, there could be that opportunity for FAMZ to get a little bit creative. Maybe we see some TPs like Boo does. Just get behind them and just get really aggro, take those fights.
I mean, there is a world. We know that the chances for Giants, for Giant X are slim, to say the best. But there is a world in which they think that adding another duelist on top of it could be the solution to everything. And hear me out, I am so here for it.
I will say, though, Finnish players traditionally coming into Tier 1 in VCT have always been pretty successful. They're ice cold, they're talented. I'm very, very excited to see someone like FAMZ to take the stage as well. But this also leaves a question when it comes to the leadership, to the IGL. We heard it from Cloud. He was IGLing against Na'Vi last week. Are we expecting him to kind of carry that role on? And what did you guys make of him as an IGL?
I mean, how many changes can Giant X make in 1 week in the middle of the competition? I think that probably he just needs reps. I think that for us to get an actual result on whether we like it or not, he just needs to do it a little bit more. And we need to, start identifying. And he himself, this is actually something that he wants to keep doing. If this is a temporary fix, or how is this going to stand in his career?
And what I do like about it, though, is we even just saw it in those clips there on the stream. The fact that Cloud seemed to bring a little bit more of that energy as the caller for the team here as well for Giant X. We really saw him kind of driving home that kind of emotional side of the communication to try and lift their spirits up in these games.
I was a big fan of the way that he IGL'd, the way that they spoke about it as well.
Can you imagine, though, in your head, Cloud micromanaging people?
Well, that's why Redguard being there helped him, right? Because he even said,
Igor
helped me a lot. So I do wonder if the other teammates have to step up in that kind of IGL. I mean, who would it be if it had to be someone to kind of be the secondary caller there?
I mean, Hoodie, yeah. I think I would go for Hoodie. On the other side, we also heard Miniboo saying on X earlier that the only time that he wasn't playing Duelist in his career was when Purpo was playing it. This wasn't like MGT, like we're talking about when Miniboo was 15, so last year.
Yeah, insane to see them to be able to go head-to-head now into this match. It'll be fun to see almost that revenge arc between two old colleagues.
Yeah, I can't wait to see it either. Giant X, they need to win this very, very important Spanish derby against arguably the strongest team in the world right now. It's time to bring them out onto stage to face Team Heretics. It's a new week and a new player joining the stage here at VCT EMEA. We've seen them time and time again this year, and a lot of them, you guys, have had pretty great debuts, and I think we are expecting FAMZ to replicate the performances of some of the other players that had to step in.
Oh, and as we jump into the map, Vito, I just want to know, is today the day where someone is going to bang Sunset against Team Heretics? We've been talking about this so much, and this just brings us to Team Heretics actually selecting something different and going for bind. And Giant X has gone from banning that split, don't get me wrong, I will ban the Sunset any other day, to actually picking after that 13-1, Ash.
The 13-1, but again, they do have this new player coming in. They have additional layers, a change in the calling for this team, so maybe that's the change that they needed to feel more confident on that second map.
I'm going to give some hopium copium to the GX side because No, to the GX side, because thank God they have a brain cell to ban the Sunset. We've been telling teams to ban it for a very long time. But Heretics, when the Sunset has been banned since Masters Shanghai, they've only ever won one series where they couldn't play Sunset. So this is a good omen. But on the other side of this, though, it's Team Heretics. They probably are one of the best teams, if not the best, in EMEA and in the world as well. So it does still feel like the GX have a big mountain to climb.
You know, I was watching the other day, probably yesterday, a video from Team Heretics, and Woods was just saying, I feel so numb right now. Like, he was so close to getting that trophy in Shanghai that now being back in the region, this just seems like a walk in the park. And the stakes for them are very, very high. For Team Heretics, is something that they kind of expected to make it to the finals. But for Giant X, all the pressure is on them.
That's such a champagne problem.
Yeah.
That is literally like, oh no, I got to play on a slightly smaller stage. Ash, but I mean, for GX though, this could mean everything. This could really make the difference of them making playoffs or not.
It really does. And I think when you're thinking about all of those stakes, again, that pressure here, we look towards Cloud slotting into the IGL role once again. And it's a massive change to be put on his shoulders, but I'm looking forward to seeing it.
Let's see what we're going to get on Bind. We're going to get that trusted Team Heretics comp. I love it. I think it's the best.
So FAMS is going to literally be stepping in what Redguard would have been doing. This composition fit Purple so well. This is when we started to see Giant X starting to shine. And Team Heretics, do not forget this. They played so many comps in this map during the year, but during Shanghai, they stole the composition from 100 Thieves, and they even beat them with it. In fact, they were 100 Thieves were the only ones that even managed to get to double digits against this composition against them.
And it's insane, just even Woot back onto the initiator in this composition as well, looking towards that fade. It doesn't stop him from being aggressive either. He will still be taking those duels, the individual prowess shining through, but then you look towards Famzy, again, slotting into that role that you were talking about, Yinsu. The Omen is such a foundational part of this composition and makes all the difference when those are the smokes that you're looking towards as far as being able to block off those lines of sight. The setups there as well with the Paranoia.
Yeah, shout out to Sonomi as well, Hoodie's fiance in the crowd. But it's time to jump into this map with your casters, Mitch and Tom.
Thank you very much, Yinsu. Yes, we're about to dive on into this. And Tom, I'm excited. You know, we've finally seen the team, albeit their permaban, take out Sunset against Heretics. So could you say GX have done a great job in the veto here?
No.
Why not, Tom?
Well, the thing is, right, I think what they've done is a sort of pick your poison. Like, it's like, are you going to beat them on a map that I think they're currently on a 9-map win streak? No, you're not going to beat them on Sunset. Picking Split, though, I don't know what's happened. I don't know what Famzy has brought that they think they're now able to play that map after losing 13-1 and not winning it this season and going into a Heretics team that just beat Foot fairly dominantly on that map. So clearly they found something that they think they can pick apart, but yeah, I'm not confident for them in this series in general. It's the best team in the league versus arguably the worst. I think it's going to be a tough one. And they've also removed Redgar straight after he probably had his best performance.
Yeah, the man gets moved off IGL, plays well, and he's out. He's gone and having to reset. And I think, you know, it's difficult to imagine then for Team Heretics a reality where they don't 2-0 this. And I think most people will come in with that in their minds. But an opportunity perhaps for GX as the underdogs. Certainly no opportunity for Purpo. Clean, quick shot by Rian's, mini boot on it as well. And GX look very much staggered on the way through B. They openly peeked some angles to try to draw rotations perhaps to allow that lurk up from Hoodie. That's being caught as well. Now a spam through the smoke takes Cloud. And, you know, I feel like GX haven't even started the round and it's already over.
Yeah, well, Famzy in a 1v5 in his first round in the VCT.
Yeah, here we go.
Versus Team Heretics.
Oh, yeah.
He's probably going to lose. We're being honest. I think this would be the greatest debut round we've ever seen. I think Navira might have the title at the moment with an ace in the first pistol he ever played. But hey, you know, he got a kill. He did better than the rest of the team at least.
Redgar would have gotten 4. Well, 1-0 for Team Heretics and a good start on this map. Now, keep in mind, Bind is their selection. Up next is a map, as Tom said earlier, that Heretics have looked great on, destroyed Foot. and GX have looked absolutely abysmal on, with limited time to make turnarounds. Also, you have to think about trialing processes while you're bringing in another player. I imagine they, you know, coming in, the conversation on the desk as well about Famzy, something you told me backstage earlier on, Tom, correct me if I'm wrong, it was 94% of his games were duelist.
Yeah.
So far. So
10% that being chamber.
Yes, that is a duelist, and if anyone wants to get pedantic about it, we can talk after. But the reality is, when you bring this guy in, you're going to maybe be even saying, okay, let's do a few scrims where you're a duelist. Let's do a few scrims where you're trying this role and see what works. So you really don't have a lot of time to build those fundamentals. And, you know, my heart aches for GX, although I guess they made the decision, so their problem, I suppose. For Heretics, on the other hand, a bit of a risk here by Woot, going up against the pistols, up close with a Bulldog. He will only get himself a double. Boo will fall afterwards, and there is a chance emerging for GX, despite the huge weaknesses they came in with.
Yeah, even a chance just to do a little bit of damage. Like, it's very easy to come into this match and write them off from the get-go, but I think the chips were already stacked against them before they made the change, and I think now with the change, you basically have to hope that, well, Famzy has a great performance. And bear in mind, he is still playing within the Tier 2 at the same time. Like, he's playing both sets. Right? Yeah, so it really is a lot on his shoulders to try and get something here. In this round,
30 seconds left.
The two remaining players still only have pistols. Even getting a plant here is not going to be particularly easy. Nade still in the hands of Miniboo, still has a boombot as well with 20 seconds left. And even going to be able to cover the majority of the site just with utility. They'll at least get themselves a plant, and Famzy just survives.
Yeah, I mean, a sliver of health. I don't think he's long for this world. 9 health in a classic. And 2 players patiently waiting. I feel like a switch was flipped by Heretics. Once we saw Boo die, they don't overextend. They're not playing crazy aggressive. They're just waiting back and giving their opponents respect. Maybe the confidence ran a little bit too high to start with, but it's certainly been tamed by the end. 2-0, 3 players surviving, 3 rifles carried forward. Certainly not the end of the world for that defensive side. There was that glimmer of hope for GX, now faded, but they will buy rifles in the next round. And hopefully then we get to see them with a little bit more pizzazz. I feel like that pistol really just went terribly off of a few shots hitting. You have players peeking corners to spot out, to make some noise, and they get ripped apart. That sets them up for a 2-0 loss to start. But now the game begins.
Yeah, I want to premise as well what's on the line today. For Heretics, if they win this game, they're in playoffs. It's guaranteed. If they lose today versus GX, Fnatic are actually at Seoul. Like, they go on championship points, so they can already be qualified. And if GX lose, they could be eliminated this week. Also, they're very likely already gone. Damn. See you later, Cloud. You can see the confidence that this Heretics team are already running with. Not only does Boo have himself a Bucky, which I think says all it needs to say, but the fact that Miniboo's already managed to get an opener within the first, 10 seconds of a round?
Yep.
That's a dangerous style to set.
And look at Purpo, no shields, low HP. He's been tagged up heavily by that fight as well. So, hey, look, there's a world where Miniboo gets 2 out of that situation. It's gotta be tough on the GX side. They've slowed it down. Spike still left outside A as they prod out the map for some information. But that info is not being given away. Heretics again showing that passive stance, only the pixel peek by Woot, but that's been caught. Great connection by Purpo. Might even try to take some space. You see the gate crash move alongside the decoy. It's set up now. Taking it would be a big risk.
Making their move. Miniboo's watching. Head spotted.
It's a fake.
Already have a little bit of information. Actually, the rotation's been pulled. Both players start their move, although Rian's, there's a little bit of hesitation. I don't think he's realized that Vitinho's crossed just yet, but that spot will come out. 20 seconds left on the clock, and they still haven't managed to get themselves into the site just yet, but Rian's being so low means he almost has to try and give this one up. Even still, though, Vitinho battling, brawling. Benji's already managed to give them the man advantage, and the plant will at least be coming through. An opportunity here with players so desperately low.
Yeah, this could be it for GX. That fight towards elbow especially, they're teed up with the flash. It's caught them a little bit, and Famzy doubles up. Vitinho looking to swing deep and take Miniboo down. It's a dangerous fight, but one that he wins. And Boo a little late to the party. He's got Purpo looking the other way. Has an idea of the final player. The low HP is in play. Vitinho's out. And Heretics cling on to that round. What a clutch by Boo.
He's so good on this map in particular as well. I don't think I'll ever forget that Omen TP he did. You remember, onto the spike and got a kill from behind. It's still one of the best Red Bull clutches I've ever seen. But you put him on the Brimstone, he's still going to be able to thrive. But it definitely seemed like they were convinced that the remaining player was going to come from that defender spawn. And, well, if he's given a free kill like that and the last player's on low HP, the round can very easily fall apart. And that's the thing. I like the adaptations that were there for GX. Like, they were a man down.
Let's go!
They needed to be a little bit more aggressive. I love that, even though for a lot of people, you'd be thinking this game is a given. For Benji, this is like World Cup final. Like the guy is all in every single time.
He's soaking in every minute on that stage. You'll love to see it. Purpo's already on the side. Gate crash was used. Fight on Taboo is good. Spots the second, but can't get there in time. The aim not quite following, but GX managing to storm the site, cleaning up the rest of the kills, and leaving Benji and Rienz to clutch it. They're miles away. Split as well, coming in from separate angles. This is going to be a round for individuals to thrive. Rienz does well to find one. But with him going down, Benji's left with a very tough decision. I mean, economically, there's even some players that could definitely use that rifle in the next. And a 1v3, is he likely to get it? I think he might go for the save. Well, he's in the other team spawn, so I'd be surprised if he wasn't.
Yeah, I think it's worth noting as well, just giving a little bit of an idea of how this map has played out for Heretics over the last, well, few months, I guess. So they're currently on a 4-win streak on this map. They're 7-1 over the last split, Masters, and the split before. So over the last few months, they're very, very consistent on this map. And also when it comes to the attack side, you're talking about 9-3 half versus Na'Vi, 10-2 half versus G2, 8-4 half versus 100 Thieves, 7-1 versus Foot. So they're very, very good when it comes to that attack side. So I think this first half is going to be pretty important for the side of GX, but already getting themselves onto the board. Some good individual players. And the thing I always like with GX is whenever I see Fitinho and Purpo both on Duelist, that's where I do think they have the best chance of coming out with a victory.
Oh, Fitinho impressed us on the Breeze. I can't remember if it was last week. I think it might have been the week before.
What was it in last week?
There you go.
If they've been playing Breeze, then...
my memory served me well, I suppose. Yeah, 2 weeks ago. It was a lot of fun on the Yoru. We know that his rays can be scary. One away from having himself a showstopper. They know there's aggression. The spams don't quite land. Heretics able to back off out of that choke point, reset into an A fight. Now for GX, they haven't lost a ton, but the main thing is keeping that ultimate from being reclaimed. Rienz having to concede the space. They get nothing off the early fight, and I think they can be pretty happy with that on the attack side. There could have been some less than optimal outcomes to that.
It does seem, at least initially, that Heretics have gambled a little bit with their defensive setup, but I guess with now the clear coming out from the Haunt, no one in showers, they're starting to realize that this is likely a double pump back in towards this B site. Information will be gathered up by Purpo. He has an exit plan at least, and we'll be able to spot the majority. In fact, though, he actually tries to go in.
That was an audacious play. My goodness. Rienz picked up 2 from the backside before going down. It gives them a chance. TP attempt from Famzy. He's gone right behind him! The trail even showed it, but they didn't react in time. And now Famzy, well, he might be stuck in a corner, but he's got plenty of support. Showstopper used at the inopportune time. It might drop Cloud, but it won't do anything to recover the round. GX 3-2.
I feel like he may have embodied Redgar a little bit there.
Yeah, he's been watching VODs.
The TP was a gamble, but it definitely paid off. Being able to get up behind him, it was one of those spots where he's stuck in the mud. He's been caught by that season. One of the only ways out is the TP, but to go in behind, definitely a little bit risky. But it's his fight forward into this smoke that actually does all of the work. A huge individual play from someone brand new to this role. Brand new to the tier 1 as well.
5C, let's go.
Not a bad start whatsoever for this attacking side. Showstopper for them online for this round could help to break through this defense, but they might not even need it. Team Heretics, pistols, sheriffs, a stinger, and a Guardian to work with. It's Mini Boo with the Guardian going for aggression on A main, not seeing anybody. And understandably, no one else on Heretics is looking to get too aggressive. They're tucked in, holding their corners, waiting for those pushes to come through. I mean, the one good thing about this is GX are using a lot of the utility to clear out. Flash burned up, Boombot out of play, but there's plenty more to go, especially Decoy held by Purpo for late round. I think that's going to clear out a lot of these dangers.
Yeah, I'm liking the way that GX are playing in a lot of these early rounds. We've heard recently that Cloud has been the one switching to calling, and it definitely seems like maybe his individual performance suffers a little bit, but the team as a whole looks to have quite a bit more structure, a bit more patience in a lot of these late rounds. They are now walking in to the Lion's Den. It's an attempt from Miniboo, but he's not going to get anything with the Guardian.
30 seconds left.
Big Brother is still on site, but I think they're well aware of his position. Surviving this should be impossible. Wu, however, has managed to get one. I don't know how. He must have been running through a smoke. Arenas has been left unchecked. Comes close to getting himself an extra kill, and they've done a small amount of damage, but GX in the early stages have managed to level this up.
Yeah, they've done a really good job. I think especially with those first couple rounds, I was a little bit worried because it was just dominantly swinging in favor of their opponents. And Heretics are the kind of team that you expect to dominantly win this series. So it seemed like we knew what was going to happen, and we got to witness it. But now, a much different story. Even if that shot doesn't hit, there was a showstopper right at his feet, so Miniboo was out of the round. And again, it comes down to some of the things that we criticized, I think, in one of the early rounds. Second round, 5 players alive for Heretics. Woot makes a bit of an over-aggressive play. Boo's not with him, then he goes in. GX haven't looked disjointed, which is something I expected to see here on the attack side, especially with recent changes, especially with recent IGL changes. But it's been clean. You can't explain any of it by what we just saw from Cloud. That was ridiculous, and Famzy has gone for the TP. From the shadows, straight up to heaven. People are turned back to look at him. He wins the fight, and his teammates clear outside because of the paranoia in the back of their minds. Beautiful stuff from GX.
Yeah, they're definitely playing a disruptive style, and right now Heretics are really struggling to deal with it. For Boo and Benji, it almost comes down to an immediate save. Like, trying to get anything from this point onwards would, wow, you'd have to have a certain amount of gall about you, and for GX, already looking to take the lead after a bit of a slow start, a bonus round loss as well. Put yourself 4-3 in the lead is a pretty ridiculous comeback in the early stages of this game.
It really is. And as well as that, for Heretics, it's not as easy as getting ahead of these pushes in the sense that GX are spreading out, looking for map control. They're throwing in some fakes, some little flair that makes it harder to read. I mean, in this round in particular, you're going to see, I assume, many more times this from Cloud, where he's using some of his flashes just to clear up into hookah to make sure he has the space for free. Once he gets it, that. And obviously Seeker's online in this round helps out even more, just being able to chase the cabbages. But you can do it with the flashes with the dog as well. And that works beautifully to, again, start some rotations in the other direction, combine that with a From the Shadows and a sight push on the other side of the map. Very difficult to deal with on this defense.
Well, fact is, already going to have ourselves a pause called.
Has to be a Heretics tech.
Yeah, Heretics having a time to sort of talk through what has been going on so far in this matchup. And honestly, again, you have another young player, Famzy, 20 years old, coming into this team and already putting up a pretty stellar performance. As said, like, I think over his history and his entire history as a player, I think he's played Omen 3 times, which again, when 94% of your games are on like a Jet, a Raze, a Chamber, and Neon. Like, in fact, he played a best of 5 just 2 days ago, where on all 3 maps he was playing Neon. So to go from that, while also practicing with GX, they said they've only had 2 days, come in as an Omen, and yeah, he looks good. And sure, Pipson said in the interview, it's like, when you're a player coming up, you're expected in the Tier 1 to be able to play anything. I still think it's a bit of a tall task to just come in like this up against one of the best teams, the best team in EMEA right 100%. Now. And he did 8-3 within the first 7 rounds.
I mean, the fact that he usually plays Duelist is shining through, I suppose.
Yeah, that's true.
Guy's aim isn't too bad. Okay, Prowler off rip. Flash was ready, even used, just to clear it out further. These players are sat back, but that smoke makes it very difficult now for GX to claim this space. They are sending players up, taking the risk of fighting from long towards short. Grouping up. That gets Vitinho through the smoke and sets them up for this fight inside of Hookah. And it's Benji Fishy that's standing strong, looking to hold this angle. Now, Vitinho still has the nade, and I think before a peek goes in, that nade will be swinging to try to push the player out of position. For now, they're waiting. We had Hoodie on the other side, wall up, orb up, trying to make some noise, trying to cause a distraction, maybe even pull a rotation. And now he's around here with the spike. It looks like we're gonna get that B push, and the fight with Benji is finally found, but it's Benji's aggression that gets it done. And the re-swing is his as well, a shutdown of Hookah, and now they're all left alone.
Paranoia, it's not gonna catch anyone. Double TP, 2 players taking aggressive pushes. The trade's coming back, but it's still gonna be left all onto Hoodie. 1 versus 2, both players only with pistols remaining, but they're looking to try and take this one together. With Spike in hand, maybe a little bit tentative. They're already moved towards this B site. The thing is that he could go the TP, but it's running out of time. He's gonna have to go back for the plant, and they're waiting to see if they can hear that plant before making a single move. This is incredibly patient from the side of Heretics. There was an expectation that he would be spotted. Still a Prowler available as well, so that will leave him stuck in the mud. Every piece of utility that Woot threw out landed on his opponent, and that will be a big round win for Heretics.
That could have been massive for GX as well after Plant getting the Viper's pit online, just recovering that clutch. But instead, Heretics come in, weaknesses across the board, and man like Benji Fishy stood in Hookah, grabbing 2, shutting down the Hookah push, and then assisting on the site. That's just a dream round for him, in one where they really shouldn't have had that much of a chance. And to be fair, again, GX do a great job after that. You have 1 individual performance from Heretics, and then good protocols and trading from GX, but it's just not enough to recover on the disadvantages they already felt.
Yeah, this is always the thing with this Heretics roster, like the depth of talent. Up until that point, Benji had a single kill.
Yeah.
And then just like that, a saved rifle turns the round on its head. Luckily for GX, so it's not really going to do too much damage to their economy. They're still very comfortable, probably till the end of the half, just with how much they've been able to build up over the last few rounds. Still have that Viper's Pit available, but there is also one to counter on the other side, and they've also got themselves Thrash if they were to need it. An immediate Viper's Pit, but you can see a little bit of a change in pace this time. Purple actually tries to run through the Molotov. He's definitely been a little bit hit and miss in some of these rounds where it's hyper-aggression. It's like they're trying to continuously be disruptive to the side of Heretics, and maybe Heretics are starting to cotton on.
With Purpo down, it seems the shift towards the B site's underway to be long, back towards that corpse, to reclaim the space, retake the fights. Team Heretics don't need to do all too much. Prowler's just now being sent through a bath. Nobody seen there. Pit is in play for mid, so you're not really worried even when that Viper wall goes up from Hoodie. The main thing is, if GX can get boots on the ground of a site, Viper's Pit to completely section off rotations, that could be huge. But getting into this site that they've chosen will not be so easy. Mini Boo's waiting, Boo's on the jump peak, smokes in hand. Rian's about to get contact. It's the little guy that gets a huge tags nade for back as well. He's got to be careful. Those paint shells could take him down, trapped in the corner and dropped, but it serves as a bait. They're not ready for Boo. He's grabbed a 3rd in this round, and just because of him, it's still doable, but left into the hands of Benji and Woot for the retake.
Yeah, the new boy alongside Vitinho, the longest standing member, to try and hold on to this round. GX have done well to sort of recover from the early fight, but being caught out by Boo has definitely left them in a problematic scenario. Both players wrapping round towards that elbow position. Vitinho looking for contact, and he doesn't miss that first shot, knowing now that he has the time, the nade as well. It's left to Woot, and while Vitinho does it all, doesn't need the support in the end. GX take the lead again.
Gorgeous stuff. I'm very impressed by what I'm seeing here today. Heretics picking this map, it gave me next to no faith. I came in expecting this GX side to look lost, to be honest. Cloud picking up an IGL role, a couple weeks of prac on that, if even. And then add to that,
Nice! Oh my god!
Famzy, who's currently 10-4 on the server, playing an agent. He's got, and again, I think I'm right here, 3 officials on. Like, it's unbelievable, and some of the Omen utility has been a reason he's getting kills. It's not just on the basis of, oh, he's shooting people in the head, so he's very good. I love what I'm seeing from this Giant side, and well, what a time it is to recover for them when tournament life is still kind of on the line, but it's a very thin line.
It's hanging in the balance. The final thread would pull it apart. Woot with a hero rifle. We've seen him have some of the best performances throughout the entirety of Masters Split 2. Now with such an aggressive position, they are rotating towards him. I don't think anybody's going to expect somebody to be this deep, although Cloud actually checks on it. The man is aware that they could have pushed this far forward. That's not a blast back that Miniboo's going to forget for a while. It gets caught out. It seems like Cloud's awareness is there again, waiting for the player on the TP. Comfortable position from him to get his second kill of the round.
That decoy was about to be sent out to make that a little bit more difficult. It won't be used now with a nice shot from Benji Fishy, his second in the round, but the second kill for Heretics. And as he goes down, it's locked into a 6-4 lead. GX, you know, second half still to be seen and so on and so forth, but my goodness, this is a much better face of the roster that we're seeing already, and maybe makes me a little bit less worried about Split, because again, something must have went right in scrims in those 2 days of prac that they feel comfortable picking that map up against Heretics of all teams.
Bro, where is he pushing, bro? I don't understand.
Well, they've won 6 of the last 7 rounds over on that attack side, looking incredibly strong. As said, like, that we've seen some angles that are so aggressive from the side of Heretics, and it seems like GX are more than aware of it. Like, that spot from Wu is not something I think a lot of teams would clear, but they're more than prepared. Seekers are going to be online, a showstopper as well as a Viper's Pit. This is a good-looking round for the side of GX, although there are a couple of ults available for a response on the other side. It seems, though, that the decision from GX is yet to be made. Spike's still down back towards the spawn.
Oh, that was close. Nice try from Purpo. Rianz manages to hold on to life late into the round. Those 2 showstoppers online, but on opposite sides of the map, and it's Vitinhos that might be finding a victim. Everybody grouping up by the looks of things. Nobody moving to hookah either. 5-man push from long. Well, I don't think they're going to just commit to that blind. I think there's going to be a rocket leading that charge. And it's Benji Fishy that's in a lot of danger. Here it comes, showstopper used, snake bite down, trying to keep Vitinho back. It has actually slowed him for a moment. The decoy's already burned up, and he's gonna fire it blind. Benji's in the firing line, but it has missed. Went straight past him, good utility to counter it out. Now Benji's on his second, still alive inside the site as Heretics claim back control. There's the swing, and Rienz to close. Beautiful stuff from Heretics. Narrow margin with Miniboo and Rienz, 1 bullet away. But they get it done. And now, a chance to equalize it at the end of the half.
There were so many moments. The showstopper blindly shot could have caught something. We saw Benji as well, just like, just fighting for his life. Again, don't know how he gets away with so much here. But the swarm back from Heretics look good.
Oh, nice.
But even still, I can't believe I'm saying this, but this is just another blip in the attack side of GX, because I think it's safe to say over the last 8 rounds, they've definitely looked like the better side. Still having some ults to play with. Vitinho just wants to brawl.
Unfortunately for him, it was Miniboo waiting on the other side. A well-placed shot and another few onto Cloud that leave him low. Purpo's claimed the space though. Gate crash used, flash is gone, decoy out. But he's stuck in this corner and they're aware of it. Orbital strike called in just to make sure there was no way out for that man. And with Cloud hanging on to life by a thread, this Viper's Pit might be able to at least even the odds somewhat if Heretics go walking into it. The problem is they don't really need to right now. They've got the numbers to work with. And once that spike goes down, you'll see the TP coming out of Rienz and Benji Fishy.
Nice shot from Famzy. Again, he's been clean with these fights. Still a couple of players left on the other side of the map as well. The problem is spams. Can you get this plant down? Not only without losing a player, but more so without losing too much health. And in fact, no, they don't believe they can. Realizing that there's too much of a gamble with players on the other side. The problem now is you're not really in a better spot here. In fact, it looks significantly worse. And just look at where the remaining player, if they even TP here, they're going to meet the man that is Benji Fishy. 20 seconds left to try and find anything. A haunt to reveal. They know they're still on spot. Famzy trying to play aggressively, but he meets Boo as well. And well, now Hoodie, last man standing. It's the same again. 6-6. A return to begin and end the half for Heretics in the same way, but it has to be said, the middle, the main part was all GX.
It was absolutely perfect. In this round, I feel for Hoodie. The decision making there, Viper's Pit is up. You think there's a player right where we're seeing this player here, Boo. You think there's someone there, you throw out a snake bite. Maybe they're in it, maybe they're in the pit. Either way, you drop the pit, they're going to be low HP, vulnerable. You're taking the fight easy if you can manage to recover it. Maybe they even go for the TP afterwards. It could have been gorgeous. Instead, there's no one there. And they end up just looking a little bit silly, losing the main advantage they had, which was a site obscured that Heretics couldn't really go near. And once those sight lines open up, the round closes. 6-6, decent half out of GX, that's for damn sure. That middle made them look like the better squad. Now they get to be tested here on their defense. For Team Heretics, I think they have a bit of pride to recover. Given 6 away, probably not what they expected coming into today.
Yeah, the problem is a lot of the time you'll see teams force Heretics to start on that attack, and as said, like you're looking at the last, what, 4 times, 9, 10, 8, and 7 rounds. The 7 was actually when they started on defense and won the second half 7-1. So their attack has been their better of the 2. We'll see what GX have to offer.
The last pistol really didn't go GX. We'll ignore that flash, that didn't happen, it's okay. Bug. Something like that. Fatino's done well. Not really. Dropped immediately. Purpo, Famzy in the same fate, and Heretics again managing to just steamroll over this site. I don't think the flash connecting from Purpo would have really helped all too much either. Heretics push out was well timed, and now, well, we're left in a clutch situation where both players are fairly locked out. I think there's even a poison orb blocking spawn.
We have to get back in is not going to be easy. Just look at the positioning as well. Every single member is in a passive off angle, flank being watched just in case. Like, Heretics have always been quite regimented when it comes to these late rounds. Not really a team to give these advantages away. They'll at least be able to find one, but just the time. It's so far gone at this stage that getting this defuse is impossible. And the second they go anywhere near it, Benji is there to recover. 7-6, Heretics reclaim the lead with the second pistol. I also kind of want to look at the stat line for Benji, because as I said, I think in the first, what did I say, 6, 7 rounds, I think he had 1 kill. Yeah. Bit of a turnaround.
Hasn't it just? And it's a lot of big rounds. Multi-kills on a site, on the defensive side, obviously. Now we're seeing the same thing here in the pistol. And for GX, well, they're left in a pretty tough spot. Classics might just be that. Not sure we're going to see much more invested into this round. Well, Team Heretics have whatever they want to work with. Although they're going for just 2 rifles, so a very big margin for error. Maybe a response to what they saw in that second round last time. They lost a bit more than they wanted to. Now they can, on the attack, be a little bit more loosey-goosey with it.
If I've learned anything over the last week or so, it doesn't matter what agent, what gun, or what position you put re-ends in, you can still top frag a game. So giving him that Spectre for this round or the next might not be a problem. Flash out, it's going to leave Cloud trying to do a bit of damage. Hoodie has been able to find 1 at least, but it is now just Benji farming up these extra orbs, leaving Vitinho and Purpo sort of locked out of this site. No utility other than the boombot, and I don't even know if you're going to want to use it at this stage. It might just be worth holding that for the next round.
If I'm not mistaken, that might even have been brought through from the pistol. I think the only investment here from GX was Hoodie buying a snake bite. I could be wrong, I might have missed it at the last second, but either way, that snake bite did quite a lot. Slowed down the push slightly, left Miniboo, I think it left him vulnerable, although I did see him take the fight up close and it didn't look like it. Maybe he just blast packed in time. But either way, the result was to try to find an isolated duel. They did with Miniboo. He still grabbed 1 before going down, and in the end, as we said, with the economy that was in play for Team Heretics, the margin for error was wide. They still come through. 2 rifles, a Spectre, and a pistol carried into the next, and a chance to, well, I guess do something with those rifles in this round, but I don't expect too much reinvestment around it.
He just blast packed over it.
Yeah,
it's
just
a little
about.
bit unlucky.
That's rough.
Thank you for the replay.
Well, they are actually reinvesting. And look at the credits. They're very comfortable. Misread from me. 4 rifles, a Spectre, and plenty of cash for the next. Pretty perfect start to the half.
Yeah, I think the only thing missing would maybe they'd hoped all the orbs went into a single player, so you could have an ultimate for this, but...
Well, you're not getting that one back, buddy.
I don't think that was the intended
That's like a kid watching the balloon float away into the sky. It's coming back, right, Mom? No, son, that one's gone.
Papa, can I get another one? No.
Cost 3 quid for the helium. Well, Fatino's done well. Wood taken down at the start. A little bit of control for this squad. TP back over to B. Okay, I like this setup. GX have funneled Team Heretics towards the left side of the map, towards B. And well, that's exactly where the stack up is. 2 players on the other side of the orb. Benji is gonna have a tough time. What? He got both of them. That is outrageous. 3 versus 3. It's recovered by Hoodie. At least it seems to be. Although the nade was going to take him down. Boo gets their first low HP and dropped. Okay, GX kept the round anyways, but I might need to see that one from Benji's perspective. I don't know how he did that.
Yeah, it's like he isolated the first battle. The guy wasn't where he expected, so he had to correct his aim. And then there was a counter swing ready from GX, and he still manages to get that kill. Like, it's just absurd. But again, Hoodie does an incredible job of just holding on while that rotation comes in.
Oh, that's nasty. He just predicts it.
It's got to be infuriating. But yeah, then the solid hold and Fitinho there to sort of clean up the mess at the end. As you said though, there's still going to be a comfortable buy going into this one. Benji two away from a Viper's pit as well. So it's definitely not going to get any easier here for the side of GX.
No, definitely.
Hey!
I came back this time. You did good, yeah. You did good. Thanks for coming back. Well, Team Heretics, about to see a push coming out on long. It's Benji Fishy that was waiting for it.
He dodged in his chair.
Did he?
Please get me a replay of him dodging in his chair.
Well, Benji's dodged the bullets on the server as well, thankfully.
He's playing like, you know, one of the like, it was like 8D cinema, where it like, the chair moves as well.
I went to see Avatar in 4DX by accident. That was rough. Way of the water, and they spray water on you every time. It was not the summer. But 8-7. Looking to tie it up here for GX. Rifles in hand, early aggression denied, but not punished. That's the key thing. And on the side of Heretics, again, leaning towards B, but with the noise being made outside A, the Prowler in play, you can see this B hold is retracting slightly, and Hoodie, well, he can't quite get the kill on the angle, but the information's all he wanted.
Smokes out. Snake bite to the lane. They're just going to go running into this, but Cloud's holding the line. 2 kills already, but again, it's Benji. Turning the tide, looks to swing forward. His reaction shots today are off the damn charts. And while Famzy, he's been good. He's been great so far at this matchup. But he's got to try and fight back in for this 1 versus 3. Financially, him and Cloud are the only players that have any money in the bank. So if he's going to make a move, he needs to make sure he comes up with something. Otherwise, they're going to be in trouble financially in the next.
He's going to commit to it. And Wood's timing, good to catch him. Now they've got the information. They're focused in, and Famzy getting out is going to be very difficult. They try to TP out to long, but he's suspicious there could even be a player there. And as he goes to clear it, Boo confirms there's not. 9-7, 2-round gap for Heretics, attack side ball rolling, and economy for GX. Like you said, Tom, losing that rifle, even keeping it through, the next round won't look the prettiest. I want to see this one, because he's looking through. Yeah. It looked insane from the other perspective as well, from the play, because you see the gun 90 degrees to the left, and then it's just, boom, it's on you.
Thanks, Dennis. That's good.
It's going to be a timeout now for GX. As I said, we've seen Heretics have absolutely monstrous attack sides of this map, and I think we're starting to see it go that way already. I hope Famzy has invested into a solid pair of earplugs for these tactical pauses. Because as we know, Pipson likes to break the sound barrier when talking to his players.
He's a big Jennifer Lopez fan. He likes to get loud.
You proud of that one?
Very. I'm a big Jennifer Lopez fan. It's my favorite song. But no, I think it'll be an experience for Famzy getting to see an official tactical pause with Pipson at the helm. I'm not sure if he'll be able to compare that to anything in his career so far. But he does look a bit more calm today. More controlled.
To be fair, he's playing with the Spanish league. And if we've learned from anything, the Spanish cast is allowed, Spanish coach is allowed, Spanish people allowed. So maybe he's just ready for it.
Well, looking for double digits, Team Heretics. Vipers, Pit, and Thrash Cloud has his ultimate to work with, but those Seekers not likely to be the first contact. It is Thrash running it down, grabbing one. There's a player behind, but isolated nicely.
Clean.
And both kills going their way. Team Heretics have claimed the site, the plant, and with only classics for the most part, a very tough retake ahead of the rest of Giants.
Yeah, it's sort of much of a muchness. No, Rians won't get his ult back. I don't think that's going to be the deciding factor of this round. It just comes down to damage, because again, the economy is just going to start to bloom for Heretics, and we've already seen, as said, many a time them truly run away with the attack side versus some of the best opponents in the VCT. Purpo's at least having a little bit of fun. It seems like they're going to throw the classics in and maybe just hope to do a bit of extra damage with the Sheriff, which will be the case. One kill, Miniboo will go down, but other than that, just going to go down to the spike.
And that they do. Double digits found for Heretics though, and after that first half from GX, very solid game played. They're on the same page. I'm not going to criticize them for not being here. I mean, they have pistols, and even in the rifle rounds, have just been some outrageous individual performances from Heretics that I think swing the pendulum in their favor. The reality is though, they don't really get to keep falling back on excuses of, oh well, it's not our fault, we lost that round, they did something cool. At the end of the day, they need to get off this starting point. They've had one round so far out of 5, and if this keeps going, there won't be many more chances. Showstopper and Viper's Pit for Heretics in a crucial round. It's tough on GX. They don't have a lot to react with. They're close to so many ultimates, but not close enough.
But he again is battling for that hookah control, but it seems like they're going to go in with the full force of this team. Already tagged up a little bit, could be a problem. Cloud at least found one. Hoodie's still surviving. Smokes come in, but the spam is enough. It's going to give them that man advantage. And they're not stopping. Wingman being sent through is going to reveal a player behind. And with a couple low, there's still an opportunity for Vitinho. Once this smoke fades away, there's one, but he needs more. Trades are immediate. Another from Woot, who's had a quieter game so far. And now Famzy, once again, left into a clutch. He's going to spot out that first. And Boo is just waiting back. TP to reposition. Looking to try and find his counterbar, and he has, but Boo a little bit quicker on that trigger. And Heretics will continue to extend their lead.
Well, again, those point of contact ultimates, the way this old cycle's coming in for Heretics, having Thrash to clear out of the eco to mitigate a lot of those problems, having Showstopper to take out Cloud. Oh, they did. I was wondering. Thank you for the replay, folks. I don't know if that's Andy today, but we'll call them out later. That was insane. So you had 3 players spam up close. You never see anybody do that, but they saw, like, I don't know what that was. The glove of the player just barely peeked through, like a single finger in the smoke, and my goodness, they punished them. Now 11-7, and GX, like we said, economy was rocky. There's a couple of weaknesses here. But they have a lot of ultimates that were close last round, now online, now there to work with. And Showstopper used on the back of a Prowler. Vitinho needs to hunt down this kill. Nope. The crowd control's barely worth it in a round like this.
They stimmed him away. They stimmed him away. That's what you call team play. A Brimmy Stimmy to help him escape. The fights traded back and forth. Vitinho now can get back into the side. The Showstopper didn't work, but he's doing the job with the rifle nonetheless. Has a little bit of support, but with that spike down on the deck, they don't need to overextend. No wingman to help them out, as it will start to dissipate. May just wait the 10 seconds to try and have a third member. And instead, maybe expecting a rotation. Look at the almost pincer that's coming in from behind, with GX completely repositioning.
Even with Purpo's spot, they're ready for a TP, but that's not coming through. We can see the plant now, 2 players from behind. They're not together just yet, and Heretics have isolated them just in time. Maybe the second player can be the element of surprise. They shouldn't expect Purpo to be here, or maybe they won't. Cloud, though, on his way in, has to make a little bit of noise. Purpo needs to regain that control. Sneak his way up. The back is being watched nonetheless. It's going to be 2 tough fights and a reveal that gives it away. They know exactly where Cloud is. C's used, and there's the other player spotted. Info now in their hands, and the execution absolutely perfect. 12-7, one more for Heretics. This was neck and neck at halftime.
Yeah, again, their attack side always seems to be sublime. The clutch plays we're getting from this team. Like, as I said, you can put any gun in Rian's hands and I'm confident, but this was just nasty. Like the first kill and then everything else from then onwards, it's like Woot was just a passenger watching him do everything. All right, Minibu, all right. 12-7, 5 in a row needed. Something that we did see from GX in the previous half. They're still going to have a bye, but they did use a couple of their ultimates in that last round to very little effect.
Yeah, and low economy here, even affecting Purpo. He would have another flash to go for a more aggressive peek out on B, but it wasn't there. Delays it. Would have had a fight on a flashed Minibu, and who knows how that's going to go. Maybe he'd use another signature blast pack to get out of there. For GX, problems. Orbital Strike blocks out a lot of control. Now here comes Viper's Pit, presumably, if Benji can stay alive, which he's done a damn good job of most of the time. Already, 2 players dropped on that defensive side, only for the one on the other side. Here comes Thrash, it's caught? Did it catch the player?
Yeah,
I don't think so. I didn't hear this.
Yeah,
oh, yeah, they did, okay.
Papa from behind, it's being watched. Clean, we doesn't expect a second! Boo's just gonna track him on the wallbang into a 2v2. Viper's Pit's being traded as Benji falls. And Hoodie still standing. Rianzi goes in, but he's actually going to go down. It's left to Boo. Another clutch. He's won them all so far, but now has to try and fight versus both players. Looks for the kill onto one of them, but can't quite find the second. There will be enough time, or there should be enough time, for Hoodie to get this defuse over the line, and GX will live to fight another day.
Just about hanging on to control here. 41 HP in the difference, a few bullets. And who knows what we get to see. Little flank up from Purpo. Oh, he was so unlucky, activating the ultimate and then getting shot at just the right time. And that shot onto Rian's, that's something, but the decay always helps out. Headshot nonetheless gets the job done. 12-8. 4 rounds in it. 4 in a row needed for GX. Coming out of that round, the money problems haven't disappeared. Still light shields across the board. 3 Guardians to work with as well. And now, the ult economy not there for either team, although Woot is pretty close to having his Nightfall. And Famzy had some big impact on the ultimate, but harder to do here on the defense.
Yeah, the fact is, in this second half, I think it can't really be argued that GX have definitely needed those ultimates a little bit more. And Heretics, well, I'm almost just waiting for another Benji round. He's had so many in this game so far where he just wins fights that I don't want to say he doesn't deserve, but he shouldn't be able to win. For now, though, they're looking for the aggression. Purpo has been spotted, but he gets away scot-free.
Yeah, the gate crash definitely helps out. Probably a big reason we see him in that position, obviously with no teammates close by to help out. They've got Paranoia ready. As soon as the utility comes out of that choke point and it's clear that Heretics are pushing, Paranoia, swing from Purpo, and hopefully around on the back of it. That's what GX are hoping for, but
They've
Heretics...
given Woot the spike. They want that Nightfall. They'd rather him get that Nightfall than play with the wingman to get them into the afterplant. It definitely has a little bit more risk, but they're going to use it to almost sell the fake. Woot got the ultimate, but it was by a bullet to the head. Won't be using it in this round.
They just committed to that TP, and then they lose their player on site that was supposed to clear all of this out. Cloud still standing strong, 9 rounds on the board, and GX not down and out yet. 3 in a row. It seems manageable, but like you said, Tom, back of your mind, 1 in 3, 1 in 4 rounds, a player like Benji's going to come through. And Andalucia flawless for GX, though, is a good way to start off that comeback.
Yeah, for sure. And the thing is as well, I don't mind the idea from Heretics, but you see the risk of what they're going for. The wingman sort of negates the player having to run into plant. One goes into plant, and Purpo's just playing this risky style. Like, it hasn't worked amazingly well. Like, he's at the bottom of the board at the moment, but it's disruptive. It's awkward. And just being caught like that, there's got to be frustrating, because that's what they wanted. They wanted the Nightfall for the post plant. It puts them in an almost unlosable position, but instead, going for that actually costs them the round in the first place. Heretics, after the pause last time, is where we sort of saw that turnaround, or the comeback almost, to close out the half evenly. Now, we have seen GX quite a few times have themselves in pretty awful positions go to OT. I'll say a lot of the times they don't close out the OT. It's not really, maybe on Lotus they do.
Lotus, yeah.
But this is still going to be a difficult task because you're also just looking at the value of the players on the other side. Your Benjis, your Boo right up there now on 19 and 13. And Woot has had an incredibly quiet game for Woot standards. So at any moment, this game could easily flip on its head. So they have to be very careful themselves after that pause.
Yeah, even now, coming in with 2 Sheriffs in play, Heretics have one hell of a chance, especially attack side, 3 rifles. Well, Mini Boo's being dropped immediately. Great job by Fatinho, winning out that duelist fight. Famzy toying with the idea of getting further aggressive. He moves back. They think they've cleared it. They don't think that Boo can even be here. The paranoia used. Oh, Famzy's still getting work done before he's dropped it. It makes it back to an even scenario. 2 rifles and the ultimate for Woot. Where's it going to be used? Is it going to be used even at this point? They're flooding the backside, just taking the fights, and there's a Woot round for you. A chaotic conclusion to map number 1, but Heretics will take their map pick.
Yeah, maybe a little bit closer. Actually, quite a bit closer. Both pistols going the way of Heretics, and GX definitely showing they can fight with Famzy. But now, tournament life on the line. We'll be back after the break to see if they can win their choice of split.
To mute Benji Fishy.
You know what it is? You should become a comedian after Valorant, mate. A clown, bro. No, you'd be a stand-up comedian, but nobody would f***ing laugh.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Let's do something crazy. Get a bit wild today. Cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing. Nothing is in our way. Maybe let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? We'll take the world by storm. Just you and I can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us magic. we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us, makes us, makes us. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us, makes us, makes us. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us, makes us, makes us. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us, makes us, makes us. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to
Heretics, they continue their winning ways here in EMEA. They remain undefeated on Bind in this region. I'm joined once again by Kakuka and Ash. Honestly, we knew what Heretics could do on this map, but I wanted to quickly talk about Famzy because that was his debut here. What did you guys make of it?
I mean, it was surprising, right? Seeing him going into the Omen and actually having some bits here and there. The way that he was playing with the TPs, just getting a lot of space. He was actually very, very proactive.
He was really proactive. It was interesting to see, and I was talking about the fact that he has that opportunity to get creative as far as that positioning goes, and it wasn't the same kind of star-studded debut that we saw from players like Kadavra or from Woods, but I feel like he didn't let us down.
Hear me out. I think that for a map that Heretics picked, even though this was a 13 and 9 and some things that we will discuss right now, I don't think that this was a bad debut at all. I think that especially on the attack, they knew exactly what they wanted to do and how they wanted to execute it. There was a lot of microplays that came into this. I also think that the composition from Team Heretics is just superior.
I honestly think, I agree with you. I actually thought it was a great debut. He had Tekkas on Omen. We don't usually see him on this agent. He TP behind Boo. Of all people.
How dare he?
Yeah, I don't think that's ever happened to Boo
Let's see
before.
if they do the same on Split.
Yeah, before we go there though, GX, they do have a couple of issues I feel like they need ironing out. We've seen them throw away advantages over and over and over again this stage, and this is just one of many.
Oh, and this is, it's so jarring, right? We see the lower third there. We also discussed this the last week, but this is a constant problem here on the side of Giants. In this 3v2 situation, when the spike goes down, Fiti picks before Purpo is even able to be there, and he spent half of that round walking, just being in the right position. And now Cloud and Purpo have to take a lot of decisions, and none of them are going to favor them because of the position the Heretics is in.
And that's the thing. I think it's a great way to compare and contrast there as well. Heretics, they were so synced up as per usual, and that was the difference maker. It felt like we really weren't seeing Giant X to be able to find their footing and be able to even sync up with each other to go for any of those retakes, or even on the executions. It was a lot of issues with them having to peek one by one, and that's the big difference here, and something that we're going to need to see Giant X tighten up into our second map.
Honestly, I really feel for Phipps, and we've heard him in the past where he said his biggest frustration is watching his team throw 5v3s.
Full stop.
Oh no, don't say that. But let's take a look at Benji Fishy on the other side in the AIM Labs warm-up, because Ash, he had a hell of a match.
He was insane, just being able to hold his own, and that's what Benji is known for as well, right? Just being that hard anchor that can find his twos, his threes. And here on Bind, it was just, I felt like we saw some crazy flicks coming out from him. The micro plays were wild.
And at some point, Tom was highlighting it as well. It feels like for every day that Benji is playing is the final of the World Cup. He's living every round. He's cheering everybody up, even though when things are already working, you know, and things should be easy, he's always #1 of the cheering chair.
Honestly, screw the England team of the Euros. Benji's my England team here at the VCT. But let's talk about the next map, because this is where we were a little bit surprised that GX had chose to go to Split. But with Famzy on the team, surely like double dive, maybe. I mean, they're not going to do triple dive, but I just want to see ISO. I wish they would just pick it up.
Maybe Heretics plays it as well. Would you take that? Maybe
I mean, Heretics player, right?
Yeah, so that's what I mean. Maybe they don't change it.
Maybe
will you be happy with that? I want to see how the changes are going to affect, because this is a map that Giant X has not won at all this year. It is a map also that when we think about Giants, when we think about Pipson, is a map that he loved. And they also, you know, we remember the 13-1.
Well, Famzy was playing the Omen on Bind. Let's see where he's gonna go to here. And wow, it is a double dive with Fitinho, Ash of all people, moving to the Omen.
Yeah, I think that's pretty interesting. Fitinho going onto that Omen is a bit of a surprise overall, but maybe just leaning into the comfort here of Famzy, because again, he's only had a couple of days to gel here with Giant X, but I'm also a little bit worried. Last time we saw Purpo on that Jet, it was very lackluster here on Split. He didn't find any success with a lot of those opening duels and some of those early angles that he was looking for with that operator.
And speaking about success, and with Team Heretics starting here on the defense, just think of what the control that he was having over B, just being so relentless with those duels that he was taking, how well he was being set up by Minimu, by Rians. Everything works so well with Heretics. I want to see if the nerfs that we've been speaking about are going to change the way that they interpret the map. Well,
yeah. I think it's going to be pretty interesting. And then you also talking about ISO for Woods here once again. And that's also the head-to-head of looking at how that shield makes a big difference when you are going for those opening engagements against that operator specifically as well.
Yeah, I feel like you got to be a hell of a player to take Fitinho's raise on this team. I can't wait to see it indeed. But like you guys said, I feel like the Neon ISO makes a lot of sense for Heretics, right? It's just part of their identity. And speaking of that, I'm going to keep the football theme coming to you guys and throw this over. Put your hands in the air for the self-proclaimed Thierry Henry of VCT. Here's Mitchman.
There's many things I could say about Sue, but I'll save them for after the show. One of my favorite volleyball players of all time, Thierry Henry. Putting him on a field's like putting an MMA fighter in a boxing match. You know the legs are coming out, or for him, the hands. Anyways, as we look at this matchup here, I'm expecting Team Heretics to absolutely decimate GX. But there's been some changes, yeah. Fitinho no longer on the race. Famzy taking it up. We said, you know, you probably do want to trial out different roles. I'm excited about that. I'm more excited about Wood on an ISO now, post-patch.
Yeah, like they tried it out last week. It worked well, but ultimately it's a very different ball game now that you don't get that shield consistently regenerating every time you get a couple of kills. So he's going to have to be a little bit more selective. The time in which you're allowed to hold on to it as well is diminished. I think it's from 20 to 12 seconds, so quite a big hit. But clearly they feel like everything else as a part of the kit is still going to be valuable. And to be honest, in Woot's hands, I wouldn't be overly surprised if that was still the case.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it is still a strong agent, just in terms of the shield being online for most of the round now. Not a case is a welcome change, let's say, especially with some of the players we have on the server. Someone like Woot can do damage, but GX have sent Famzy out to try to fake this B play, try to make them think on the defensive side that the push is going to come down through the spawn, that there's some presence here. In fact, they're already rotating, and Benji proving to be quite difficult to root out of that position.
There's a bit of damage done, but again, well, they are just winning all of these fights in the pistol rounds. Woot,
30 seconds
as
left.
said, shield not going to last as long, but when he's healthy, it doesn't really matter as much. Already see the rotation coming through. Finally, Woot will be dealt with, but they are running out of time. They need to get a move on, and actually that kill could make a difference. A full sprint to the other side of the map should give them enough time to get the plant down and actually play this 2v3 after plant.
Yeah, that is a saving grace of a kill. Boot just looking the wrong way, and now the same thing happens, but Rien's on 4 health recovers it. That's 1 extra man alive for this 1 versus 2. A tougher task for Fitinho. Rien's will be easy to take down, but Benji on the back of it, and now they've got the information. They know exactly where Fitinho is. He moves away from the stun, gets out just in time to catch the first, but the shots don't connect. Not for him, at least. It's Benji Fishy with another multi-frag round and a pistol under Team Heretics' belt.
He's in form today. It's the 3rd pistol that they've won. It's another high-impact round from Benji, starting it off with the sight hold. A decent recovery, though, in all honesty. Like, this was a round that was looking all but done with no hope, and then a little bit of a turnaround from Fanzi and Fitinho. Even still, though, I think that's the thing. Fanzi coming in, playing over on the Omen, you're not thinking about other things you've lost, and that's the thing. In this situation, I'm going to look at both of them, because Fitinho's Raze on this map has always been solid, or Raze in general. His Omen, don't know what to expect. It's the same with a lot of things we've been seeing him play recently.
I like it. I think it's a big part, though, being able to be flexible in a team. Cloud, well, had the same thing in the last map. One of the early rounds, spammed straight through the smoke and dropped down. Boo's got heaven control. He's about to be challenged, but he's creating a little bit of extra space alongside his teammate. And the main thing here, you just don't want to see fights isolated, where many of those GX players can overwhelm someone, because the weaponry they've brought to bear is not the best. Both players coming from mid, though, are rocking Sheriffs. So a tougher fight for Rien's. They're waiting it. The hope here is that the rotation comes in from Heretics eventually. It hasn't, but Miniboo has found himself in the open. 2 kills for Hoodie, and all of a sudden, this round is in contention. A 3rd for Hoodie. Shots are magnetized here, straight to the head, and Heretics, well, they're in a huge disadvantage on the way back in.
Yeah, they bought a lot of rifles into this round as well, 4, I believe, so they are now in a problematic scenario of not only taking a massive hit, but also the round slipping away. Boo is already going to TP across, trying to find another angle to fight from, but Purple, while blind, is still going to take the fight, and Famzi will close out the pay safe card Thrifty with a round for GX.
Well, that is quite the surprise of a follow-up, I have to say. And a lot of that comes down to those 2 kills up in heaven. They were locked out of any control, with players ready to pounce the second contact was found. And after that first, yeah, it doesn't... See, even at the map, I thought Miniboo was down below. This wasn't a thought in my head, but he was up top on the corner, looking to take that fight. And if Hoodie finds that and manages to reset onto the player and spawn, there really is not a lot that you can do.
Now it's their chance to try and respond. Last time GX played this map, this was the amount of rounds they got. Slight improvement. Did it a little bit quicker than when they played against Gentlemates, but again, I feel like they got boomed. The composition they were running, the Killjoy definitely didn't seem to have the impact that they were looking for either. I think they've gone back to the drawing board, back to something a little bit more basic. I don't even know how Miniboo's managed to get that shot with a wall bang from there, but they're going to take that all day long. Boo trying to play an off angle so low on HP that taking a straight up fight wouldn't be ideal. For GX already, the time halfway gone, but they are going in the right direction.
Yeah, an unlucky gamble by Heretics. They're playing towards the site with the more Cypher with the Cypher utility rather, not more of it. So there is more, but more than none isn't that impressive. The B site then left open after the kill on Taboo. It's a shame. It makes sense though with these weaker weapons if they go through your Cypher util and you've got players to pounce on the traps, on the reveals from the cam. That's huge. Instead, it's going to be a retake attempt. They've denied plant for a moment, but that little bit of time probably won't really play a role in terms of catching the players going back. They're just going to sit on the side and allow these pistols to start funneling through. Flash that's not executed on. Rien's has 1 more to work with. did get the players out of heaven to start with, and now it gets them closer to the site. I like this Woot. Back up with his shield to work with, but 2 shots to the body, and he'll be down and out. There it is. Cloud closing it with Hoodie, and Miniboo had it all to do. 2-1, and a good resurgence from GX after losing the pistol, now finding the lead in their hands.
Yeah, and definitely with it getting a little bit shaky in the middle, the fact that they're able to rectify things quite quick is definitely a solid sign. That's just filth. Yeah. Like, it's actually... when I see him do things like that, it really makes me feel old, because I'm like, is my eyesight that bad? Yeah. Or does he just have like binocular vision to just see something through such a small gap?
I swear I see the kill on the kill feed before I see him shoot. Like, before I see the person peek. I don't know how they do it, but it's damn impressive.
Immediate aggression. It's always going to be something when playing this double duelist, but more so with this Neon. You can delay with the stun, but the expectations are that you're going to have to be pushing, you're going to have to be taking space. And you can see the operator bought in very early. High expectation of this aggression from the side of GX, so they're just letting Purpo roam, look for someone to make a mistake, and there it is. Miniboo, not expecting an operator. Why would you?
Oh, it's a big hit. Miniboo down. That pixel angle from last round not replicated here. GX get to stack themselves up and look to execute a side now on the back of it. At least that seems to be the call. Benji, Fishy, and Miniboo towards this side. Traps on the way out of the choke point, and then on the actual side itself, Cam watching and spotting for those feet as they make their way up into heaven or down below. So it's a good position to play from. The first trap denied, and Boo shot through the smoke. He wasn't even firing back. Benji knows there's one up top. His trap's protecting down below, and he corrects just in time to take down Purpo. There's the trap on the flash as well. Great flash from Rienz. That's got a free kill for Benji, and a chance for more, but that chance fades. Now down to just Hoodie though. 21 HP on Rienz. Woot still alive, but I don't think he's got a shield to work with. Oh, nice shot from Hoodie. It's doable. It's winnable. He's still trying to replicate that success with the wall bangs, and it was close, but not quite close enough.
Again, I feel like another round where you just have to put the focus on Benji and his sight holds. Just being able to get so much there. It did kind of look like the ult was about to take a player, and he kills him before he even gets taken. It was like, there's a bit of a weird little visual effect. I don't know if it was Famzy who ends up getting dragged, but it's like, look, the ult goes in, he swings, but I think it took Famzy at the same time. So Famzy gets taken as he gets that kill with the trip. The ult perfectly placed together. And well, again, you give Woot a 1v1. He's winning the 1v1. Like, whoever gets taken each time is gonna go, ah.
Well, that's it. That's it right there.
Guys, I'm dead. So, but it's still, yeah, it doesn't come up in the kill video. I'm dead.
It's especially because he pops his shield. Like, the guy gets a second shot at you. It's just ridiculous. And yeah, for the side of Heretics, a solid round to win. Rienz's supportive utility has been beautiful. We saw Benji Fishy reposition those traps now, avoiding the early nade on A in the future. So there's one deeper, and then that same trap, but up top this time to catch the jet dash through. I like it. Changing up that side for utility, a big part of keeping your opponents on their toes.
Yeah, I think the bigger problem, though, is the fact that that round was so costly. It comes down to one player, especially after you've lost the second and the third round after winning the pistol. It puts your economy in the bin. So for Heretics right now, they're right on the brink, and you can see the buy that's come up. Like, GX still have an operator. They still have rifles across the board and a showstopper. So you'd say they're firmly in favor this round. Again, we're going to see different control taken. A battle into mid. Paranoia through immediately. The stun is great, but the first kill still goes in the other direction. Now Famzy is going to eliminate Miniboo from the round. Instead, though, they're going to try and run back in, and there's only one man in their way.
30 seconds.
Yeah, but this man has stopped them many times in the past. A tough task. He finds the first. Cage up, sneaking forward, isolating a duel, but he doesn't know that. But he's managed it, and now the spike. Oh, another for Benji! It's spike up close. The other further away. Nade thrown through. Benji's reposition. He doesn't want to go down in this fight. Instead, looking to fight a little bit later. He knows exactly where Famzy is. Plant will not be denied. Rifle recovered off the Guardian into the Vandal. Those headshots needed though on 62 HP. It's going to be a very close fight if they can get the gun pointed in the right direction. But Benji's got another, the ace on the cards, but Cloud denies it. Oh, wow, this round was looking done and dusted, but Benji brought it back to life, even just for a moment.
New strat. Find where Benji is and don't go that way. Because the thing is, you look at this round, it's like everything that was done by GX was perfect. And they win it in the end. But dear Lord, is this man in form today. Just isolating fight after fight. The trip actually catching multiple players. Famzy kind of caught in no man's land. That did give me mass anxiety.
Oh my God.
I mean, we enjoyed it that much too, Benji.
Props to Famzy as well. Sure, he gets caught in no man's land in the last fight. It's a little unfortunate, but the reality is he was the one finding those kills on the B players rotating. If he doesn't do that, round is over. It's already done because Benji still gets that big play. Famzy's not there to support, and 2 players are running into heaven to help out. So he really saved the day and put 3 on the board for GX. Now facing off against Sheriffs as well. A chance to double up their lead to 4-2. And not a chance that they will be looking to throw away anytime soon.
No, they've had moments where rounds have slipped away. And we know as well that this Heretics roster, even with the pistols, could be dangerous. Miniboo close to having the overdrive as well. So they definitely have to be careful. Rolling Thunder available with just a singular orb. Looking at Benji's position, the thing is, this spot that he's in should only be good for 1. An Operator pushing solo into the site is such a gamble. And what, a 1-for-1 trade on Benji Fishy? Oh, well, you take those.
Yeah, you definitely don't get those every day. The other advantage here being that ultimate. As they got the kill, Hoodie can use the body to find the positions of every player. They get into the site quickly. The nades doing damage. Miniboo down to just 39. Woot's tagged as well. Looks very manageable for this attacking side as they now look to plant it. Not much resistance. Boo does manage to do some serious damage, and they're conscious of a player coming in through heaven. Good reads from these defensive players, and they're not just diving in. Instead, spreading a wide net to try to isolate duels. Unfortunately, Purpo was very ready for that, and with 5 HP, Boo didn't stand that much of a chance. They have managed to put that 2-round buffer in play. Now, Heretics get the rifles out.
That's a map that last time we saw this played by Heretics, they won it 13-6. Before that, a 13-3 loss. But that was Genji in one of the bigger games, I'd say. Nice. One of the bigger games of the year so far.
Good job. Nice trade, Aro. Молодец. Good job, boys. Good.
And similarly to the last map, we're going to see a relatively early pause coming out of Heretics. The last few rounds, that's the thing. They managed to win themselves 1 off. Again, it was 1 player standing. Economy kind of went in the bin from then onwards. And other than that, a lot of these rounds have looked like them fighting from behind. Like, even if it's been close, even if it's come down to the wire, it has been mass advantage. Someone has to be a hero. Well, Benji has to be a hero. And that's not how you want to be playing, especially in a matchup where, as said, you look back over the whole year, a 13-1 defeat to Gentlemates, a 13-7 defeat to Fnatic, the previous split, a 13-6 defeat to Foot, a 13-11 defeat to KC. Those are the times that we have seen GX play this map. Sure, Famzy's new, but no one's expecting that to completely turn around what has not been a great map for them this year. GX have clearly changed things up to try and put Famzy in that role, put him in a solid position. And hey, again, he's thriving. I think that even if this for him just ends up being a showcase for what he can do, this for Famzy, this is a great opportunity.
Yeah, for what you can do at the top level within VCT
versus
against
Heretics.
The top team in the region. Yeah, that's a pretty big statement. You can bring that scoreboard up anytime there's a ranked dispute. Just go to this webpage, have a look. For GX, also reigniting that flame inside this squad. They've had so many tough games, man, throughout the season, and it's like we've said many times, it's not over for them yet. It may be effectively, but there is always a chance. Well, not always. Next week, check in and we'll find out. Famzy dropped right off rip. Good opening pick for Rienz, denying the mid control and splitting GX. They're now 2-2 across the map. Vitinho doesn't have ult, so it's not a faster rotate round. Instead, expect the brakes to be pumped, but with 58 seconds on the clock, they have to make a decision on where they want to go. And it looks like the spike will be reconvening with these B players. Again, though, they are walking into Benji's site. He swapped it up. And they might find, well, they've seen the trap. I wonder if they second guess it now.
Yeah, he's someone that has been tough to beat. I'd say Famzy as well has done very well on rotations. Like, he's been playing mid quite often in these rounds as the sort of secondary duelist at times. Trip spotted, immediate swing from Boo, and actually a Rolling Thunder thrown in. It hasn't connected onto Hoodie though. He's been fighting tooth and nail this game so far, but this is not looking like one of the best scenarios. Vitinho though's making it competitive. The problem is the time. They've only got 14 seconds left and the spike is up top, so getting anything from here onwards isn't going to be possible.
Exactly, yeah. That spike dropping in heaven and the players thinned out, Hoodie falling, it's over at that point. And they've realized that the call's being made, the save is in full effect. For GX, there will be no denial coming through from their opponents. Heretics are tucked in, allowing them to carry the weapons forward. Gap narrows down to 1. And I guess the scary thing as well, Tom, is what we saw in the last map, where it's a hyper-competitive first half, and then it just swings completely out of GX's control. And I guess until I see that 13 on the board, the question is, do they have enough gas in the tank, especially without many protocols, without a deep strat book to fall back on in their current state?
Yeah, I think as well, again, similarly to the last map, we've seen one of the, like, star players of the Heretics roster just be quiet. Like, we've seen nothing from Miniboo. And it's like, in a lot of cases, you could see that as a blessing, but it's almost the curse of when he comes back.
Yeah,
And that's when a game can change. Famzy is just, like, this is what I mean. The battle between him and Miniboo so far has been very one-sided. Miniboo's on 25 HP, and he hasn't seen anyone yet.
And I think the idea might have been to pop a paranoia from Boo on contact when the vent players come up and then swing in as Miniboo. He won't be doing that now on 25 HP. He has to play a bit more reserved. Well, I say has to. Most players would have to. He has decided to not go charging through. The Rolling Thunder respected as B site control will be taken. Famzy does well to drop Boo. He's looking for a bit more. Saw a player trapped in the corner. Hoodie picks up the angle and closes it. Whoa, Miniboo! 25 HP, 2 kills. Not bad. It's left Benji in a doable position, and this guy, he always seems good for a 3K. This does seem like a little bit too much to ask, and with a big swing on backside, GX lock it in.
Yeah, another good round from them. I think just having that Rolling Thunder, always going to help you to clear out the site. And it did seem like Heretics had a good read, both players up towards heaven, but they were very aware of where those players were likely going to be coming from. Decent at isolating the Jaws, and yeah, Miniboo does well to at least do some damage, especially with how low he was, but there just wasn't much that could be done. And that's the thing, I feel like a lot of what we're seeing at the moment from Heretics is a lot more individual bases. It's going to happen with this composition. Like, it's harder for you to combine ISO and Miniboo's utility, but see what he can do in this round. Immediate ultimate pop, nobody seen. If it's not going to run out, he needs to get sprinting.
Straight into the A site. Those traps not there this time. It's free space. Woo, good to grab one, but as the shield comes back, it goes right back down. Miniboo, good stun, great stun. In fact, lots of players caught, but Cloud clean on the angle to drop him. And in the end, protocols work for GX, trading out the fights until there's no one left. 6 on the board, doubling that of what Heretics have to play with, and again, fielding a very good opening half to the map.
Yeah, I think we're seeing the difference of them being able to get the second round, because the last time you had that pistol as a boost, the last couple of rounds go the way of Heretics, and then it equals out as an even half. In this case, being able to break back early, looking like a much better display just on the scoreboard. I don't think the way that they're playing this first half is that different from what we saw in the last map. It's just having the pistol really gives you that extra little bit of a boost for the side of Heretics. And while the confidence of this double duelist is continuing to thrive, great paranoia, but even still, it's only a 1-for-1.
And even then, the damage done might make that a little bit more favored to the other side. 8 HP left on Rienz. Ultimates, maybe Woot can try to even the numbers. Even then, though, Going to be a slower approach from GX. They are moving towards Woot, and I was implying he might even the numbers with his ultimate, although I think he's going to get opening contact, and based on some of the shots we saw hit earlier, I'm not so confident GX will get out of this one scot-free. Oh, it's all based on timing, I guess, if he swings out, but yeah, he is trained in on the angle, and Purpose found out the hard way that that spot was being held.
Having that ultimate as well. At any moment, he can make things awkward for them. They try and go for the plant. He can steal that player away, and they have to be wary of that when it comes down to the time. It does seem like there's a bit of a gap for them to play around in Heaven. It is being watched by Rians, but bear in mind, he is on 8 HP, so he can't go peeking, he can't go fighting. But I am now just getting wary about that plant. 20 seconds up and coming on the clock. If he catches that player, they're in trouble, but they try and isolate them from behind, and they've done fantastically well. Spike will be retrieved. There's enough time to get back towards the site, and keeping that in a 2v2 and removing Woot is so important.
The ult could come in right now if he was still alive and deny that plant. The shield was online as well. It would have been an absolute disaster, but instead, GX have come out of this one smelling the daisies. Both on site.
Cover going out.
Even a trap for elbow. A trap for behind, but that doesn't help when they can come down from Heaven. That's exactly what has happened. We can see that with Boo. They'll suspect both of these players to be here now. There's not many other spots they can be in as they clear out backside and drop. Or drop in front side. Now it's backside to work with, and that's exactly where GX are waiting. 7 on the board. These foundations being built upon, and GX with a much fresher face on split than I was expecting. It's been a day of surprises out of this squad.
I think the mid-rounding there was fantastic. Like, I think the only major worry I have for them after the initial fights was, okay, if Woot has that ultimate available and you have 20 seconds, you lose. Because he is just going to try and either steal the planter or steal the player protecting the plant. So what they do is they take Heaven control and they isolate him before he can even get anywhere near using that ultimate. It's a bit of a risk because you don't know how many players are there, but it was one way to ensure that that scenario didn't happen, and that's just a great call in the end from GX.
Well, Fatinho has gone straight into the spawn. He's seen Redgar play this map enough, and well, it's worked out. Great paranoia that catches Boo, leaves Purpo with the kill, and sends the B site firmly into the control of GX. Shield activated by Woot. That means he's planning to go, 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 and well, Mini Boo's already found one with Woot. Dueling them on the back of the site, refreshing his shield perhaps, but now he's down. Left all onto Mini Boo, tagged through the smoke, 6 HP, holding on by a thread, 2 bullets, 1 bullet, and no bullets.
Almost knifed.
Down and out at 8-3.
Oh, he wanted to try and throw a little bit of BM, but you can understand it. This has been a fantastic half for the side of GX, and I definitely think we're witnessing some of the weaknesses on the defensive half of that composition. Obviously, we've seen the nerf of ISO, but again, a lot of it is not so much the changes. Like, it feels like Woot has been in the right place with the shield online, but he's just being dominated by the team play. Like, a couple of bullets hit you, it doesn't matter. And I think the other major issue is just there isn't the same interplay that we've seen from the likes of GX, Famzy being able to take those early fights, having Purpo alongside him. This double duelist looks nasty, and he's gonna get caught. I don't think he gets, does he get to keep the showstopper, or is it gone? I think it's gone, so.
No abilities in this realm.
That's so cursed. You use the showstopper, then you lose it.
That's a harsh punishment, and then Woot's still walking around, shield online from that kill, taking down Cloud. He's got another 12 to work with, and he'll find his third. Benji then strikes from behind, the second man in the same position. Gorgeous round coming out of Heretics, and that's one that we wanted to see from Woot, managing to get the ball rolling just at the end of the half. 8-4, and with their pistol success rate, Heretics might be able to get right back into this.
That's like the worst way to lose a round. Is you pop your showstopper, it gets stolen from you, and then you die, and you give him a shield, and then he gets to go straight back into the fight. Like, come on, man.
Nice, Woot.
That's not fair.
Go! Really good holds. Really, really good.
Yeah, it's a great told.
Great told. Yeah, you're gonna call him out? You know, Tom, everybody makes mistakes.
It's not his first language.
Everyone says the wrong words sometimes, okay? Sometimes it's a quick mistake, sometimes it's a brief mistake, but there's many mistakes to be made.
Sometimes it's a meow.
It can be, occasionally. Luckily, we're not casting Mystic today, so. We'll have none of that. It was right here it happened. You remember, Tom? 8-4. GX pistol round. This is one that they want. If they're going to close this out, bring us to a map 3, this is where they start to pick up those rounds to make it possible. Nade is good, sends them running back. Woot down to 55, shield already canceled out. Very good early round from GX. I'm a bit concerned about this Heaven fight though. A lot of pressure on Cloud and so much utility, sends it back, and now Purpo's crunched on. Famsi though does well to pick up one. That was, I think, even through the smoke, and Purpo blinded up, is still going. Surviving with another dash and tripling up. He's got another chance. A stun, it's perfect. The spray not so much, but the job is done. Purpo has found them a pistol round, unless Benji's got another big play up his sleeve.
It was a 1v5 before, he got 4. Now 1v4, but you can see them gathering up. A 3-man stack, all coming in from behind. No chance of Purpo's there to close it. It looked like that man should have been dead 6 or 7 times in that round. Instead, he gives them their first pistol and a 4K to take them to 9 rounds. I'll be honest, coming into today, I thought they had no chance of getting a map, especially when I saw this veto. I was thinking, you've come into a map you've not won all year. You lost 13-1 the last time you played it with a new player. You're swapping Fatidio onto an Omen.
Here.
Right now, 9-4 up, looking great.
It was the replay we saw there made it look like Purpo was playing a game of pin the tail on the donkey. Is that the official name? I don't know, but I think everyone gets what I'm talking about. He was blind, then he got a 0.1 second glimpse of where the player was, breach flash hit, and he somehow flicked onto their head. Like, I don't know how he did that. He couldn't see a damn thing when he shot the bullet, but wow, an impressive shot out of him in a very big round. Now they have to build upon it. Purpo somehow the man left with a ghost, but I suppose after his performance last round, maybe that's his main weapon.
Why not? Why not? It means he can be aggressive with little risk, work towards the Blade Storm, and it's not like he was missing too many shots in the previous round. For the other side, a fair few Sheriffs. Gives them a better chance of at least making this round costly. Seems like Purpo is going to be that main point of contact. Not a lot of utility to play with here. They do still have that shield to sort of give them the initial fight already though. Purpo's going to be able to get the opener a little bit more. It's the same as the last round. Just landing every bullet that's put in front of him. One away from that Blade Storm now. He can even run in and die just to make sure that that ultimate will be available. And while there's a little bit of cost, a little bit of damage, it won't matter in the end.
Very nicely cleaned up by GX. And Purpo's somehow surviving that round as well. This guy has been a little ridiculous. I also like his reaction. You hear the shield activate, and he just falls back. Lets the first man go through. You know that's going to be the one with the shield. You know if you swing him, you're going to take his shield down, and 4 people are going to shoot you in the head. So instead he lets him go through, then thrives in the chaos as the rest of the middle of the pack has to turn and adjust. Beautiful stuff. Here. Operator in hand for Purpo now. A bit of an upgrade on the last round, but that flash has caught him, and the Bulldog not going to get the kill, although Famsi is the one that's traded out on top ramp. The Op is still alive, but barely surviving on 26 HP, and it was a shielded Woot that he came up against. Not the weapon for it.
No, chances slimmed out. And the investment into that operator, a bit of a costly one, but one that, because he only had the ghost in the last round, is absolutely fine. Means he has Blade Storm for next as well, so really not that much of a gamble for Purpo. And now we look at the other players, still with decent weaponry. Even just dropping a couple more would bring them ever closer to that victory in the next. Even still though. 3 players pushing up together. A trip will give the game away, but it's whether or not the rest look to pounce on it. There's a stun and a paranoia available for the 2 players currently in that vent room. They could make things pretty awkward for Heretics.
My eyes are down.
See if Hoodie can match the performance of the Cypher on the other side. If he even gets a chance, spike down, they have to go back up into heaven, and that might be Hoodie's chance to strike. The trip destroyed. Oh, but on the swing, Woot drops him. They spot a player up top too. That's an interesting peek, not one I've seen before, but Vitinho's there as well. 2 players holding onto that spike with 12 seconds left. Here comes the cavalry. The rope to distract Vitinho, good for 1, but now being hunted down by the final 2, doing damage. 6 seconds, Plant coming in, it's protected, but Vitinho's got him. The swing here could be everything. He knows the players behind the box, and the spam is enough. 3 kills and an 11th round locked in for GX.
I think he's just giving him a little kiss on the head. That was a big round from Vitinho, and again, proving the depth of this man's agent pool in the Red Bull clutch. We've seen him play so many different roles this year after being a superstar duelist for the majority. But he's currently top of the board. An unbelievable couple of rounds from him, and this was the thing. Just losing that spike, again, a bit of an oversight, being caught with their backs turned. And Vitinho just able with the last few bullets to take it over the line. 11-4, a dominant looking map now for GX as they have finally been able to do a little bit better in the early conversions, and the difference is paramount.
If it wasn't the player with the spike drop there, different reality that we reside in, but Team Heretics not having the easiest of times, really being challenged by GX, by Vitinho in particular. What a round from him already. Paranoia into the shot. Oh no, Boo's a little closer than they expected. So is Woot. And now it gets a little bit dangerous because Woot, once he starts, he doesn't stop. Ultimate used as well. Back up to full health. A good fight for this man. And the duel is not his. Despite a lick of damage, he was a bullet away. But that's enough this time in the op coming around the back. That could be the difference maker. There is a player holding him, but Rienz needs to be quick on this shot, and quick he will be. My goodness.
And now it's down to the man who survived a Woot 1v1. You'd think the hard work was done, but still 2 players left to fight. He has no idea. What? Still manages to win the battle, and somehow was even given a chance versus Rienz. It comes down to another clutch scenario, and well, just about Heretics get it over the line.
Well, I guess it's that old phrase that the greatest swordsman in the world doesn't fear the second best, he fears the worst, because he'll do things he just doesn't expect. I mean, the guy straight out diving out of heaven, jumping on your head, it's not the play you envision when you're down below, so I understand not being able to connect the shots, and well, I know for a fact we're going to see it in the replay. Yeah, close fight for Woot. Not quite, though. Here it is. Well, Boo, I don't blame you. He got a little bit of a jump scare, I suppose. Fitting for him to get that.
He's been counter-booed. 11-5.
Some Mario Kart noise. Took your abilities away.
Money, not great. Purpo with a Blade Storm. A little bit of delay from the nade. This is going to bring every single member at least in the direction of the A site. He has decided to go back and chill with his utility, but for Heretics, they can opt to try and slow this down. You can see Boo on the other side of the map, but ultimately at this point, he is the only man there. The game plan hasn't changed. Unfortunately, the stack has.
I wonder if some of that is just how loud they were being on ramp. They go up, put a trap, there's a dude spamming for ages, and you just start to think, well, this is a little bit too telegraphed. Perhaps they're just trying to sell a fake. Well, with the stack up on B, they found out that they chose the wrong spot, and my goodness, not great. Blade Storm doesn't land that much. Shot from Famzy connects onto some of the damage of Woot, but it's a 3 versus 4. GX way behind, no rifles to work with. These Sheriffs will need to find their mark pretty quickly for them to have a shot, especially with a Rolling Thunder in play, albeit that we can see that that Rolling Thunder is on the site, so a little easier to isolate perhaps, not used for the post plant. Problem is, you're gonna have to get to that site first, and okay, they've got the information. The element of surprise certainly not working out for Heretics, and some of these fights, suboptimal to say the... Thank you for illustrating the point I was making. Evidently, they can hear me, and they did that just for us. I'd like to believe that rather than think that's any alternative. There's a player behind him shooting, so it's all a distraction play.
Don't replay.
It's okay.
Don't replay. I don't want to see that again. I'll close my eyes. It's just grim.
There we go. See, look, player swinging behind. So he's just baiting for him. Everything's okay. He's not throwing.
He's baiting for him against a pistol when his teammate could have swung even if he just took the fight normally. He didn't need to do that. There was literally no need.
Just styling
oh dear. That's a lot of util thrown in early that catches Purpo, but is able to get away with it. I don't know. A lot of the peaks we're seeing right now from Heretics just don't feel like the same confident, plucky team we've seen for the rest of the year. Like, that could have been an easy opener, but a little bit more passive. And on the other side of things, you can see that GX are more than ready to try and re-aggress. In fact, they're going to go in together. And, well, it's only a trade, but that's Woot out of the picture.
Yeah, only a trade, but when it's Woot on ISO taken down, that's a trade you'll certainly be happy to have. Showstopper in play as well for Famzy if things get a little bit wild. The Heretics side are looking to move towards him. Not many from down below, though. It's going to be mostly a Heaven play with Rolling Thunder focused towards main. A gamble from them, thinking the space would still be taken, but it hasn't been. Paranoia. Showstopper not landing, not getting the kills, at least some damage, but the position of Cloud catches them off guard. 2 kills in his position, and it looks like it might just be done and dusted. With Rienz catching the teleport! That's a disaster! But he doesn't know where the last player is. Hoodie has the element of surprise. He has the jump on him, and he has the kill. Beautiful stuff. 12-6, and 6 in a row on the attack side needed for Heretics. This is looking like a Haven.
Yeah, I'm excited to see it as well. Like, it hasn't been something that we've seen much of as of yet. Couple of teams running it, but I'm sure there's going to be a lot of different ideas with the current duelist meta and with a lot of sort of variation coming in with a lot of the comps. I'm also intrigued for GX with only having a couple of days of practice, what they have come up with. Like, if it is just going to be an all-out brawl, and for Heretics being one of the sort of, like, having some really strong maps like your Bind, like your Sunset, you probably had a little bit more time to just put into, okay, what can we think up on Haven? Heretics, though, they're going to take themselves a pause. As I said, they've normally been very good in their recovery when Neil and his little flower are given some time to talk through. That's actually his nickname for Weber, not, I wasn't talking about what's in his hands.
Not the pen, no. I'll have to get that on the back of one of his jerseys.
It's Little Flower.
Well, yeah, I mean, look, there's only so much that you can do in these positions. You have to look at the economy in play for GX when ult the econ actually goes their way. Bladestorm for Purpo, sure is what it is, but that Showstopper out of Famzy, he's been having a lights out performance. Fitinho, I mean, is he playing a duelist? I feel like my eyes are deceiving me. 20 and 9 with 9 assists. His utility's been good, his TPs have been good, but more importantly, he's just been hitting his shots. And for GX, it's hard to believe that for 6 rounds in a row, they won't find those, add to that Showstopper for Famzy, obviously, right? Like, that they won't find those openings, those advantages, and be able to close it out. This needs to be a perfect 6 in a row for Team Heretics, and realistically, if there is a team to do it right now, this would be the squad. Starting it out with a Sheriff on Boo, rifles on the rest, ult for Mini Boo. This attack side has been running into a brick wall a lot of the time.
I'd argue maybe Fnatic would be the team to do it. But
I suppose, yes. But now,
I see your
nowadays.
point. I see your point. Aggressive from Purpo, and Woot will meet in return. Now with a weapon missing, this could be a gun into Boo's hands. The Boo brothers have had one of their rougher collective performances. I like that, actually using the shield to cover both. But it has now dissipated. And one of the big changes as well is even if Woot gets a couple of kills, it doesn't come back. He doesn't get it. He's not able to use it going forward, which was probably the bit that made it a little bit too overpowered.
Especially because I believe they counted up even while the shield was active. So you get 2 kills with the shield, you can use the shield later. That's insane. Whereas at this point...
Well, you could also use it before the shield ran out. So it really is just absurd. For Woot, it doesn't seem to matter. They've missed Car, but Woot didn't. A double take on the angle.
30 seconds left.
Another big multi-frag from him, and, well, it's going to be an attempt to take the orb.
Spike planted.
Actually, they've got to be a little bit careful, because Benji's lurking about.
Yeah, at this point, he's hearing the steps towards Heaven, and actually, I think he will have been close enough to realize that player didn't run away. So they know, or they will know fairly soon, that GX are saving. The question is, you take a look down at this the sidebar. Each player's below 1,000 credits, at least on the attacking side. There's a little bit of cash on Hoodie for GX, but the point is they might want to drop these weapons out of GX's hands, but they also have to consider the cost to their own economy They do lose a couple of players. Boo's not considering a damn thing. He's running it down, and that's Hoodie dropped already. One rifle to be carried through, potentially a buy from Hoodie, but a rough position for the rest of the squad. A chance for 2 in a row, and to get the ball rolling for the attackers.
Yeah, we haven't seen much more than that thus far, but it's a big round from Woot that ultimately makes the difference, and yeah, it doesn't seem like there'll be much investment on the rest of the players. I like that from GX. Ultimately, you don't need to overdo it in this sort of round. Like, you have rounds to play with, you don't want to end up having a hindrance on future rounds.
I'm out of here.
By the looks of it, though, they're going to immediately attempt to try and get aggressive. It's more of just a ruse. The problem is Boo has just TP'd into the back of the site, so any ruse that was there has quickly dissipated.
It's you and me. Well, there's the ultimate used, and the player dragged in. It has got a rifle. That's actually the only rifle, and now it's gone. Just like that. Well, Famzy down and out. Attempted play onto Woot. That does not work. Cloud, though, he's putting in a shift on the back of the site. Damage done to Purpo. I think this one might just be closed out with a damage on the Hoodie. 20 HP. Stray bullet will take him down. Shield on Woot. Ring a Rosie, and he's caught them. A little bit by surprise on that swing, but it's not worked out. Now, they did save money over on Hoodie, so a big factor of this next round for GX should be an operator. I believe that will go on to Purpo. We'll see if it's dropped over. It's already been dropped over. So, yes, they're going to be playing the operator in the next.
Yeah, the thing is with Woot taking a lot of these early fights, the operator's value is seriously diminished. Like, if he's going to be swinging the angle, you hit him with the op, it doesn't matter. You can hit him with 1 damage from a nade or the full 150 with an op, he's going to take 0 damage. So that's the bigger issue, is there almost needs to be something put into place to make this have effect. And well, straight away, he's going to go for that aggressive fight. He may have taken the shield away. I think he has. And actually, Cloud's followed up. There you go. I guess he gets away with it.
Well, 17 HP, quite a price to pay. But Woot is out of the round, and even just looking at the previous round and how quickly he was able to break open this B-site defense, granted with not the best of weapons, but it's a good thing to have him down in the dirt for that defensive side. Operator as well, on 17 health or not, they're going to be swinging into him, and that gives Purpo a chance to make this life worth a little bit more. Although, the only thing I will say, Tom, is again, look at the rotations. Famzy's moved to B. Cloud was just outside of heaven, shot missed by Purpo, and now he's in a lot of trouble. Here comes Miniboo sliding through, but Cloud again able to catch them on the side angle.
Yeah, they don't need to overextend here either. They have that man advantage.
Exactly where you are.
Information will be collected. I think the main issue, that Rolling Thunder, but more so clearing out Boo. He's always lurking around these positions in heaven. It's something that GX should be more than aware of. He's done it in plenty of rounds.
Especially with Neural Theft online, but the Rolling Thunder might make this difficult. It hasn't actually caught the player furthest back. Hoodie was just out of range. Another smoke goes down. Trap on the way out, and Benji swung, caught them completely off guard. That's 4 kills for Benji. This guy is unbelievable. How did so many rounds? He just has this perfect read on exactly when to peek. You had Breach up close, looking at the trap, about to shoot it, while Famzy throws in a nade, and that's the exact moment that he goes in. Unbelievable.
Does Hoodie even survive? It's going to be incredibly close. No, Boo's there to close it. I think a shout-out needs to go to Boo as well with the one-way. Like, just being able to create such an awkward angle for them to fight through. And credit to Cloud as well. Like, counter utility, they had a plan from the get-go. He kept things in a good position, but yeah, that's the smoke. That's the smoke that changes the round. Sure, Benji starts to hit the shot, still has to get the timing dead on, but that smoke just in the moment was absolutely sublime. The round's now down from 6 to 3. Smirk's even starting to slip onto the faces of
together. He looks
Neil
like
Zenio. I think he knows that there's a very real chance this turns now.
He's looking like a Cartoon Network villain there, rubbing his hands together, his little smirk on his face.
Someone get him a cat.
And he'll start looking the other way when we go to the cam and just slowly turn around. Some Pilsky lighting in the background. 12-9, 3 rounds in between them. And at this point, Team Heretics, like you said, Tom, they are starting to feel like this game is back in their hands, back within their control. They're wrestling for the reins, and GX have called a timeout to try to take them back. Economy's really not good right now, but ults are starting to build up. Next round, they'll have a full buy. Presumably here, they don't fully invest. We're seeing it on our screen here, the mixed purchase, but 2 Guardians, a few Sheriffs. Still a dangerous round for the attacking side of Heretics to face off against. Remember, you know, in the last 3 rounds or so, we've seen them use all their ultimates. So for the attackers, that was potentially the easier part now behind them. Their opponents are going to start to get more money, have ultimates coming online, and then, well, that's probably when we see 13. Still a long road for Heretics with 3 in a row.
Pushing up from Miniboo. There's still danger in this round. Purpo definitely is the primary, but they're more so just looking to try and take that space. We've even seen them investing some of their ultimates in lower purchase rounds just to try and convert them, but that won't be the case here. Not a single ultimate even remotely close, and with the buy coming next round, that is a pretty dangerous prospect. You mentioned Cloud, Purpo, not too far away. With a 4-man stack towards this B site, a lot of this does rely on Benji. Like, he could find the information of a clear site, pull his team all the way over, and I think that is exactly what he's done.
There, 30 seconds left.
All pressure will now be on Cloud if he decides to commit to these fights, which might be wise not to. Time to count to 12 as we've got the shield used by Woot. 12 seconds until that's going to dissipate. And almost 12 seconds till the round was over, just as the plant came in. Position from Woot up close. A lot of players tucked in corners, ready to react. Miniboo can also slide into the angle if needed. I think it's soon we're going to see a smoke go up top in heaven. Boot hasn't got any online right now, but they should be refreshing in just a second. There we go. Smoke already up and online, popped up in heaven, exactly. So that closes in one of the gaps, but all players moving through the spawn. A threat for Woot. The ranged angle backed up by Miniboo and Rien's. Benji Fishy even gets involved, and, well, Boo's about to come swinging through the smoke, but the round's already over. Gorgeous play by Team Heretics with an Andalucia flawless. And GX, as we said, they didn't invest a ton. This wasn't their round to win, make or break. That's this one. Credits on the line. Ults maybe will come online. Depends if they fight for the orbs. They might even have money for the next.
I think the scary thing here is just how clean some of these rounds have been. Even from winnable positions, the way that the tide has turned. I think also something interesting for me in particular is watching Woot. He only use one ability for the majority of this game. Like,
I saw him vulnerable someone at least one time.
Yeah.
So don't slander him.
But anytime that shield has gone out, I feel like it's killed him. Like, he's just going, I'm just going to put a shield on me, and that's it. That's all I need. It's the only ability worthwhile. It feels like almost like Reyna with the dismiss. Like, you have a dismiss or a heal, everything else is just kind of there for show. Even still, this is the round we highlighted, the round we talked about. The next one would have an ult dump available, seemingly no matter what, but letting it get that far, 5 rounds in a row it would be for Heretics, already up to 4. And you can see that the level of confidence, even on an individual level, is starting to, well, get to its pinnacle.
I think the things we want to see here is Purpo get a kill, at least before he dies. Same thing for Famzy. If they can do that, Bladestorm backs up their buy next round. Same thing for Showstopper. And there goes the shield. 12 seconds already gone. That quick. Blink and you miss it. Well, blink a few times. I mean, if it takes you 12 seconds, you need help. Paranoia going up into heaven. TP across. Reposition from Fatinho now on the backside, ready to fight. 2 more players coming in. It's Breach and Raze. It's stacked up on this site. Rifles in hand. This could be it for GX, where they finally put a stop to it. A chance for Fatinho. Cloud backs him up, but the numbers stay even. Rolling Thunder put out. That's the defenders. Striking Wolf Benji up above. Takes his 3rd on his 4th. Saving the day for Team Heretics. They're going all the way to round 24. What in the world? Like, okay, right, we made the point. The dude's insane. He does stupid things, like just not stupid in a bad way, but stupid as in I feel stupid because I can't do that. How does anyone do this? And he does it every damn time. He used the ult and then went, nah, he's behind me. I know he is. I don't even need the intel. Ridiculous, like actually disgusting. And Tom, Purpo, Famzy, They didn't get their kills. It was Benji they needed to drop. Now they don't have a showstopper. They don't have a Blade Storm. This is a disaster. We could be going to OT.
Oh, it definitely feels that way. 5 rounds in a row. Bamsy up close. As said, a single kill could get them a couple of ults online. Well, Cloud's got one, but they're falling like flies. Minibu and Woot, the double duelist leading the charge. Cloud needs to be a hero, and he won't be. This has all but fallen apart. 2 players remaining. This was a scoreline of 12-6. We were talking about GX showing what they've got, stepping up to the plate, bringing in this 20-year-old to play that duelist role and taking a map off Heretics like it was already over. Best we forget who they're playing against. Vitinho to try and save them. Now just on to Hoodie. A 1 versus 4 to stop this going to OT, to stem the bleeding that has been this last 6 rounds. But let's be real, Mitch. We're going to OT.
Yeah, I don't think Hoodie has a damn choice about it. Get all the kills you want here. The clock is the one enemy you can take down. 12-12. Overtime locked in for Los Niños, and my God, what a ridiculous performance. Yeah, Woot is playing great. He's having a good game, but there's no way you're drawing my eyes away from Benji the Fishy. That guy is, like, I
didn't do anything.
We need to check his Oh, he didn't, did he? Oh, only the 17 before it. He's 28-18 as a Cypher, and you know what? If they were running into his trips like they've never played Valorant before, I'd be like, yeah, fair enough. You know, it'd be an easy kill, shoot him through the smoke, easy game. The guy's just like playing. It's like he's in Gladiator every
honestly,
time. Middle of the brawl, taking everyone down.
This series alone, you could build a montage.
Oh yeah,
like easily.
Oh, yeah.
Like you'd be like, actually, this is getting a little bit long. I'm gonna have to cut some clips out. Yeah, you know that 1v5 where he only got 4. That one's gotta go.
They're like, only put in 3 Ks or more. Benji, that was every round, bro. Like that's all the clips.
Oh, here we go. GX back on the attack. It's definitely where they had their better half, but the thing is, you let a lead like that slip. Oh, you go from 12-6 up, and now you have to go back to the attack and kind of remember what you were doing before.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, but those rounds were working. Yeah, they were. It doesn't mean they will now. 4-man push. A stun paranoia combo available. Timing will be everything.
Paranoia from Boo. It's only slowing them down. Actually, no, it's not. I lied. Hey, it's giving Rianz a chance to strike. He only gets the 1, does damage to another, and Boo could be an overextension. He goes in for the fight, but he knows Benji's on the site. The man that's been able to take them down again and again, regardless of the numbers up against him. Well, here's a real challenge. They're vulnerable. They're so vulnerable. He gets a double, and now the push out of Woot. 6 seconds still on this ability, but the shield's gonna fall. So too will Vitinho. Hoodie, the last man standing on the site, and he's just seen Woot disappear around the corner. The timing, oh, it's terrible. It could have been his. At least he has the info, though. He knows there's one heaven. He knows there's one spawn. An attempt perhaps to plant and draw them into the open. That's exactly what he's doing, but they don't budge. They don't move. 20 seconds on the clock. They'll let the pressure of time creeping up on him make him make a mistake. There's the swing, and it's Minibu on top to close the round. 13-12. Team Heretics from 12-6 down are on map and series point.
Oh, you've missed one thing. The only thing.
What's that?
Playoffs point.
Oh,
they win this round. They've made it to playoffs.
Yes.
Sure, they have other opportunities to do it. GX, I don't think it's guaranteed, but let's be real. It's basically guaranteed. They are, at this point, almost inevitably out if they lose this next round. And while Fnatic might be waiting at home thinking, hey, maybe we make champions today. I don't think anybody believed in that. Heretics look to make their waltz in split 2 towards playoffs, making it look easy.
They absolutely are. You saw on the player cam there, Benji's cheeks flushed red. The heart is pumping, let me tell you. Now he's got another challenger. In fact, 2 stepping up to the plate, Famzy and Purpo. It's a standoff. Nobody moving just yet. They step closer now to the trap, and Benji spotted, but he bails. He's a patient man. Doesn't want to take fights. He knows that he can't win, or might not win.
Oh, I think it wins.
He might, but he wasn't feeling it this time. Instead, regrouping for the B push.
Push through from Minibu. Vitinho's position might not be checked, not cleared properly. That's at least one. Another for Vitinho. A 10 stun to Thrive. Finally, someone is stepping up. It's been a while, and Fitinio's taken over, leaving Benji all alone, and not this time. It will continue into another half of overtime as Fitinio steps up once again. He's another who's been fantastic. It's just we haven't been able to say it for a while. But he is 26 and 16. He's only 4 kills off Benji.
Yeah. He's been having his rounds. The Benji's dropped his 30 bomb already, but this one here keeps GX in contention. Big play, and that's not 3 individual fights. I mean, they're swinging to trade each other, one after another up top, head peak angle, but my guy resets every time, and Neil Zinho's face says it.
That was the look of, we're reviewing that one later.
Yep, we're gonna talk about spacing in a minute. Stun is good. Woot's on the back of it. He's been stunned himself. The swing through by Miniboo was already underway. Good disruptive utility from GX, and Rien's down. Now there's a lot of pressure on this man here. Woot on his run down. He's caught by the util. He's got to fight, and that's not a duel he wins. All right, Benji. We've hyped you up quite a bit, man. We've talked about clutches, individual plays. Now's your chance. Take the stage.
No. If GX lose this one, we kick them out of the league. That's what I'm going to say. There's absolutely 0% chance. Thank you very much, GX. You're welcome. You get to stay. And the Lucia Flawless as well. Coming into the second round of OT. They get another shot, another bite of the cherry. After 6 attempts to close this, number 7 might be the lucky number? I don't know.
Let's find out. It's a pause called by Team Heretics as well. They take time to talk about this, and well, I'm not sure what there is to talk about. A lot of individual well, certainly reflecting on that round. I think it'll be more moving forward at this point. Nice! Lots of individual fights won by GX now, last 2 rounds. We said the blood was pumping for Benji. Well, I think that's transferred to the other side of the stage. Energy's back up, and it's no longer fight for survival. They're fighting for that 3rd map now on GX.
Yeah, I think Fitinio gave them the combo breaker they needed. When you lose 7 rounds in a row like that, it just feels hopeless. Like, you're going to have just poorer rounds, poorer performances, but Fitinio wins you one being a hero. It brings everybody back, everybody's head straight back into the game. And we see in this round a huge individual performance from Purpo. For Heretics, they were probably just hoping they could keep that streak going until the end. But now it's been broken. They're going to try and slow that momentum a little bit, calm everybody back down, look to try and take this to another OT. GX, as we mentioned, when you look at their Lotus record, you're talking OTs. 16-14s have been their, well, their win of choice. I don't know if it's of choice. I don't know if they'd want to win that way. Oh, we'll see.
Was it even Vitality 17-15? Am I misremembering? They go the distance either way.
They definitely go the distance.
14-13 now. You know, GX have got more OTs locked and loaded. For Heretics, well, they certainly hope they've got at least one more. Stun lined up perfectly. That's caught them. It sent Purpo forward, but he wins the fight, and the blast packs buy them time to get out. Cloudburst does exactly the same. As far as 2 players being caught in a stun at the start of the round, aggressive in the open with no support, I think you could say that went pretty well for GX.
That's about as good as that could have gone. You got rid of Woot as well. In the entry frag, he was the biggest problem, being able to run in with that shield. Information has been garnered by Hoodie. And with the aggression on the other side of the map, it leaves him alone. Now, the thing is, he can't fight this. The only thing I expect to see from Hoodie in this position is throwing up a cage and basically just waiting for anybody to run into the trip, or even waiting for them to smoke off the angle for him. Other than that, it just has to be a retake play by GX.
30 seconds
And that's exactly what we're going to get. 3 players moving back towards the vent as well. It will be Benji with another challenge in his hands, as always. Seems to be the man that's left in the position to do the work. No utility put through, but Benji doesn't land the shots, nor does Rien's. This is falling apart now for Heretics. They made it to the finish line, but at the last second, it seems they'll be overtaken. Haven on the minds of GX, but they've got to get through Miniboo and Boo, the brothers, already denying the defuse, but that is all they can do. 15 found at last by GX, and a 3rd map locked in.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited to see what's going to be coming up next with Haven. A good fight from GX in the end. Almost a fight back from Heretics. And now we get to watch this go to 3. We'll be back after the break.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through Attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now, second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean? Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't made top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I do left and I'm gone with the win. I'm gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. So let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot. I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on what? Yeah, I got a game on lock.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
What an exciting map of Split that was. Giant X equalize in the series, which means we are going to be going to a map 3. But before that, I am here with Dan once again, Kukuka and Ash. Oh, okay, sorry, another one. I didn't see you. Yeah, that was the first map. Heretics have lost the stage. I don't think anyone expected Giant X with a new player of 2 days of practice. Kukuka would be the team to take them down.
And a new IGL and VT playing on the Omen, something that we saw in 2020 right at the beginning of the game. Yeah, definitely things are going crazy, but I guess that we're here for it.
Yeah, I'm super here for it.
I'm super here for it. I think I was the only one in the green room who's like, yeah, we're going to Haven. Like, I was confident.
That is not true.
Did you also say it? I didn't hear you.
I was arguing my ass off, like fighting for my life out there, saying we were going to get a map 3.
It was both of us, though.
Tom is there. Tom, you can, you let us know, because I was right and you were wrong.
They didn't believe us.
They didn't, but do you know what though? Hoodie was there just reading them their rights on that sheriff.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's so important to start the match so well, right? I think that it also changes the tides. The first map was so close that you need to, even if you lose the pistol, if you manage to get that second one also on a personal level, for Hoodie to have that performance definitely skyrocketed throughout the rest of the half.
It was a bit squeaky though, you know. Yeah. At one point, we felt like it could have been a comeback or not.
Was that the overtime?
Yeah, but luckily Fortinho out here trying his goddamn best and saving the map.
Yeah, it was pretty insane, the performance that Fortinho had on this Omen. And then we also saw just a very different Giant X from map 1 to map 2. You can see it here in this double push up towards Heaven, where they're looking to isolate the player that they know is playing screens and they know is low. And they managed to find both, and they were looking to move together, something that was missing on Bind, where we saw a lot more individual plays in comparison to this split, where we really saw a unit coming out from Giant X.
Their first win here on Split, they've gone from a 1-13, right, because they were on the losing end the other day, to having this performance. We were thinking, how do you integrate a player? Definitely Fancy was playing something that he has done in the past. He looked very comfortable, but we need to think about Fortinho and the responsibilities that he's been put throughout, not only today, but throughout the entire year, right? We're talking about he is the one that was playing on the duelist. Purpo comes in, and then he's like, okay, guys, no problem. I will do whatever the team requires me to do. They could have gotten someone to fill in for what Nuki was doing, but Fiti was like, you know what? No, I'll be the flex. And now he's also going to be playing on the smokes. We can only think what's going to happen now on Haven.
I think when Pipson said that any player should be expected to play any agent anytime, I think he meant Fortinho. I think that's the person he was referring to. But let's talk about this Haven a little bit, because in a meta where we saw, you know, from Heretics, for example, everybody else is trying the ISO, maybe even running the ISO. Neon, GX are pretty much the only team in this patch right now that's going Raze Jet. Do you expect them to maybe stick with that going on to Haven?
Going on to Haven, I don't think so, because when you look towards how these lanes are controlled, there's a difference when you compare it to the other 3-site map like Lotus. The rotations aren't able to be as quick because you don't have those doors that you can break through. They are a little bit longer,
you can have a
and I think that what we tend to lean on here for Haven...
Doug doesn't play for GX.
No, but what I mean is, like, we have seen the Euro before, and I think that, you know, if Purple pulls it out on Bind, I don't think it would be that crazy.
I don't think it would be either.
I think on Bind it needed a little bit of polishing, maybe. But the Jet, I'm down for it. Let's take a look at Agent Select and see what we're gonna get. We're gonna get, they're coming to Intertown.
Did we tell Heretics that we changed the map?
This works though. I like it.
I like this. I think especially when you look over at that Giant X comp, this is kind of what a lot of teams have been leaning onto on Haven as well, just right back into that double initiator with the Breach and the Sova.
Yeah, and for Giants, starting on the attack, a lot of executing power with Purple on the Neon, then Fiti on the Breach, Fancy then going back into that Omen that he played on the first map. It's just so surprising to see a kill shot. It's been a while.
It has been a while, but at the same time, I think we also see some of the alt executions that you can find on that map, especially the retakes over towards that A site as well. But I do also have my eyes on Wood being back onto this ISO. Felt a little bit lackluster on Split.
Both of them. I would say Miniboo and Wood were not really finding the pacing, not finding the impact. Yeah, I mean...
I thought Wood's ISO was fantastic.
Later. It's the defense that I'm worried about, not the attack.
Yeah. All right, well, let's see what we're going to get here, because Heretics, with a win on Haven, Mitch and Tom will lock them in playoffs.
Well, this is a big map, and Team Heretics not changing a lot from what we saw in the previous. I do feel like if we saw Haven last week, we might have gotten this same comp. They'll carry it forward here, still with a lot of efficiency to it. Over on the GX side, very impressed by their turnaround. Last time they played split 13-1. Now they got up to 15.
It's their first win. Yeah, it literally is the first time they've won it this year, and clearly came in with a game plan. But I am a little bit more worried about this map, just because I think although Famzy was able to do well on the Omen, it definitely looked like he thrived playing that Raze.
Yeah.
So I would have liked to see them maybe try and keep a double duelist for this one, but I don't think they're going to vary their comp too much.
Well, a lot of things to look forward to. Mini Boo on a Neon, always a thrill, but Purpo matching him on the other side. Most importantly for me, as always, Woot. This man, the point of contact, the tip of the spear for Team Heretics, on their attack side more so. And I am curious to see defensively here on Haven how this agent is going to be used for some of the more aggressive plays that you can go for. I think it probably opens up a lot more A and C long aggression to just go swinging through, maybe some cheeky garage peeks. Maybe just saving that shield for the retake. For now, a minute left on the clock, and GX have taken a bit of space. Problem for them is how wide open A is. The push could come through, and they would be none the wiser. So I expect them to be a little bit quicker and a bit more focused on one direction in the next couple of seconds.
Smoke will potentially delay them a little bit more. Never mind. Woot's under pressure. Shield up. It's actually going to be Purpo goes through. Completely ignores Woot. And well, he's even going to win that battle as well. A huge individual play from Purpo to start. Miniboo wants to try and get back in as quickly as possible. Almost caught with stun in hand, and Paranoia will force him back even further. And although Rians has got one, it's now Miniboo in a 1v4.
I guess it is Purpo on the Neon I should have been most excited about. Not a bad start for him, dealing with Woot, opening up this site completely. And, well, Miniboo, let's see if he can fight back against 4. Benji could do it. I'm not sure, even in this scenario. Purpo's already spotted him, info there, and a firing squad of players, and even a wall bang to finish it off. 1-0 for GX, a pistol under their belt, and a solid start here on Haven. I'm really up in the air as to what we're going to see here. I have no idea on expectations, especially with these compositions, but I'm excited to learn.
Yeah, I think all in all, the comp on paper from Heretics, I'm not a huge fan. Like, I think it's just the loss of so much utility. Like, you don't have any information, like, really, other than just aggression. Like, okay, you've got yourself the Cypher as normal, but it's more so just not having an initiator that can actually, like, find out stuff of where they're going, which on a 3-side map is always a little bit more difficult to play against. It means you kind of have to be aggressive, and it forces you into a stance that's a little bit more difficult to adapt. And I think the GX are going to know that. You can see sort of patience in a lot of these early rounds, but then they also have that explosive side of Purpo, which I think we've seen it on Lotus before. This guy's a really good Neon player.
Well, if you hadn't seen it before, I think the pistol round might have taught you that, but I'm sure there's plenty more examples on the way. The 1-0 start sees GX in second round move towards Garage, fake out some control. The rotations haven't come through. Still heavily stacked on A. Miniboo falling back as if he's under a lot of threat. The spams in the other direction. I thought they'd sent GX backwards, but they're continuing to aggress. Team Heretics on the side angle. Rians and Woot able to pick up 2. Rians is known to be here, although he's getting a little bit closer. 1 bullet. Need a reload there. Lovely stuff. And 2v3, opportunities for damage are definitely in play, especially with Benji Fishy not having rotated. Being sat in the exact same position. Only downside being he doesn't have any info behind him, so he'll have to split his attention a bit.
He's hurt the steps. He knows that they're pushing long. Timing here could at least get him 1. That's the first kill under his belt. Anything more was going to be difficult. Let's give him Rians a little bit more of a chance. Stun is available, but they're ahead of it. Already waiting for him to try and make that peak in GX. Although it's very costly, they are going to have that second round conversion.
Yeah, like you said, costly indeed. 2 players surviving, couple of weapons lost, shields having to be reinvested into. It really is going to run up the bill for round number 3. Depending on how much they decide to invest, you know, they do obviously have quite a few credits at their disposal, and we're seeing the investments go down to 4 rifles and a pistol. All in all, not bad. Good opportunities for them, especially attack side. Oh, even the stinger coming out from Cloud. He's investing a little bit more. I know Ashe is going to be happy with that. I've learned Ashe is to the stinger what I am to the Odin.
Bad.
Wow, there was no need for that. Nice stun coming out of Purpo. At least catches Miniboo up close and trades out those fights.
And around like this,
it's an upgraded weapon.
Yeah, they can sort of even up the field a little bit more with these early fights going their way. As said, with the composition that's being run by Heretics, it does sort of put them in a bit of a box of how they've got to play this map. You don't have the Sova util to sort of give you early presence over on A. It definitely makes things a little bit more difficult at times. So it's going to be interesting to see how they become adaptive. And I'm liking the fact that GX, after getting that early trade, are just patient. There's some very deep positions being held by the opposing side.
Right here.
But they also then don't really have any information about where this push is going to be going.
Again, this is the problem you highlighted, Tom, to do with this composition. Like, there's nothing for them to clear out main, to drone short. You know, you could get early rotations. You could have Rien's in position, at least towards B, so that he could stun either side, regardless of where the contact comes in. Instead, that breach utility will not be here. And again, Benji Fishy finds himself facing down against a lot of players, but not alone. This time, Wood is here with him. Shield up, ready for the fight. He's got his first, but that is all. And a shutdown of both players on the site. Rotates have come in just in time. But even then, just in time for a bit of damage. Purpo and Patino both low, but it's going to be tough to take them down.
Arians does have a full belt of utility to play with, but they're actually going to get aggressive. The two lower HP players leaving Cloud on his lonesome, but they're wrapping back around behind. This isn't going to be expected. Nobody really watching in that direction. They've already managed to bypass a lot of the awkward positions. It's a beautiful post plant by the side of GX, and, well, you can say the Heretics were none the wiser.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this was a very good adjustment with both players low. If you stay on site, wall bangs or open fights not going to favor you. So instead, they take matters into their own hands. Miniboo's early aggression being canceled out. You saw the flash, you saw the stun. It was gorgeous work from this side, and then moving back in the other direction. Take advantage of that C site, but how they managed to deal with Benji, Fishy, and Woot, who shielded Woot. And it seemed the timing was good too. Benji took up the fight the second that the smoke faded, and Woot had a duel. But GX are coming ahead on individual fights. Again, this is a very different team, I feel, to what we saw. Well, it is quite literally, roster-wise even. Very different to what we saw previously in this stage, in the last stage. I like it a lot more, but the reality is, Heretics have always been able to come back into this. Look at map 1.
Yeah.
6-6, 13-9 in the end. GX got to keep their foot on the gas.
I think map 2 also, 12-6 down,
True,
goes to
yeah,
OT.
exactly.
Like they have proven that no lead is too big. The mop, in this round at least, I'm not sure we can have too many expectations. Miniboo and Wu already down. And again, it's just patient from GX, waiting for them to make some sort of mistake. Play a little bit more aggressive. Stuns into both back corners, nowhere safe to stand. Utility being destroyed as well. And Benji, even just trying to get into the site, is met by nano swarms. Taking a hefty amount of damage. There's not really anywhere to stand. And I'm liking the fact that each time GX are not just sitting there and allowing them to retake, they are making it awkward.
Yeah, being proactive once they find that early space. You know, discipline in the early round and proactive in the late. Couldn't ask for anything better, and quite literally, Andalucia flawless for GX. 4-0 now. And for the side of Heretics, yeah, look, we can look back at that and say they only had pistols. It is what it is, but how many times have we seen Heretics with pistols, with early pushes, with jump scare fights, or even stacks on the back of a site that they managed to come out on top in? Not this time.
I think the bigger issue for me as well, though, is the fact that we're not really seeing much needed to be used in terms of ultimates and stuff like that. Like, you've still got the Hunter's Fury available, Overdrive as well. Like, this is a lot on the line here for GX, and already they're going to try and get that opening pick. Boo hasn't managed to escape. That is a great start from Cloud.
Yeah, and they're straight in on the back of it. No stopping this train. Oh, okay, maybe there is. Miniboo does well. He was blinded up there, still got his one. Now Woot's chance with a shield back online. The ult's gonna be popped. He's caught someone, it's Vitinho. Oh, he was big on the last map, but a big play needed here, and it's Woot coming out on top. Shield not even gonna be damaged. And the spike taken. But Hoodie has a 1 versus 3 to attempt. And sure, the shield will at least be gone from Woot, but he's got a meat shield of 2 players to work with.
Still, we've seen the last map from Hoodie look good.
But they know he's gone too, because the turret or the alarm bot went down.
Yeah, the problem is he's going to have to take his time, worrying that maybe Benji's still here or someone's lurking around in the darkness, and instead he's going to be flanked on. He might not even get a chance to plant this spike. Left in the open, all too easy for Woot. And well, it took some time, but Heretics already have their first round onto the board.
Yes, they do. And it comes off this man again.
Nowhere to run!
Hunter's Fury was beautiful. Shrouded step right along the line of it, so it didn't really help out. Oh, again, Andy, you're doing a killer job today, man. Like, that flash hit, I knew he was blind. I saw he was in the path of the paranoia, but there was that split-second window we just saw
big round.
where Miniboo had an opportunity, and he seized that opportunity right off rip. And even then, as they have to swing out to clear him from the corner that he quickly runs into, that opens the door for Woot to take those fights. A very early bit of aggression coming out. Vulnerability put out by Woot as Miniboo tried to follow up on the kill, but they made it around the corner. They backed off in time. They'll reset this early aggression.
Yeah, you could tell that GX were definitely panicking a little bit there. Vitinho's thrown out both his flashes already within the first like 15 seconds of the round, so not going to have that to play with at least. On the other side, sure, a similar few pieces of utility have been used. Purpo at the speed of light, trying to make his way in towards this A site. But it's all a ruse, and it has left the B site at least for a second open, but that's not going to last too long.
Well, there's some information there. The paranoia, though, obscures a lot of it. Big fight for Rian's. It's actually going to put the Rolling Thunder in. That's caught them. They're all stunned up and now gunned up. Easy peasy. With a 5 versus 1. Purpo. Well, he was damn impressive on this Neon in the first round, but he smoked out with Spike down on the site, a flank underway. And I think chances have got to be, if not 0, very damn close to it. He has found the one player, isolated the fight. Well done. But the rest of the squad will not be moving very soon.
No, with the spike down on B, it would have to be a pretty silly play from them. Good work from Heretics as well, because my main worry was that economy for the side of GX was really building up. Like, it was getting to a point where breaking it was going to be almost impossible. But 2 rounds like this, a couple of cleaner ones as well, although the money's not going to be affected and GX will still be able to buy, it's more so that it's building up on the other side. Heretics double up, get themselves to 2, and it does seem like being able to get their players in the right place at the right time, like the utility coming out from both Boo and more importantly, Rien's, set them up nicely just to almost deny before they even got into a post plant.
What a start from Cloud on the IGL as well, 10-3 for the Sova. And he's been impressive all series long. I feel like a silent performer at times.
That goes there.
That first map though, certainly anything but. Even on Split had his rounds in the off angles. Taking that more supportive role.
Immediate stun, smoke, and just worried for a reaction. The thing is though, again, GX are being a little bit more patient with it. The drone is almost definitely going to have to force Miniboo back, but he stays in this aggressive position, hoping that maybe he can catch someone off guard, but after not getting anything immediately, it has to be the fallback. The danger though is that he is the lone defender. If he goes down, there's not really any support.
Yeah, if there was a Killjoy on Team Heretics with ult online, that round would make a lot, well, maybe less sense with the hyper-aggressive position. But it seems like they have alternate plans. Spamming through the smoke on the choke point, an opening duel is found. That's Cloud, 10-4 now. The rest of the squad on Heretics still have to fight through this choke point. I like the fast lane helping them out, blocking that angle, even forces Purpo back.
The vulnerable. Both paranoias still online. Already the stun's in, so much utility. Observer's Nightmare into play, but it's the defenders doing everything. leaving Hoodie 21 HP and just run for the hills, my friend. There is absolutely no chance that you're winning this from this point onwards. Holding onto the gun is the best case scenario. A really clean look to the retake for Team Heretics, and well, you could see why that plan was initially put in place.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I don't think you can account for Boo finding the opening, but the retake with all that utility is terrifying. And just ridiculous. Survives late to put the paranoia and the swing in with the vulnerable. You're doing so much damage as Mini Boo. So many ideas here on the Team Heretics side, and doesn't seem like there's many problems that they're facing off against, it seems. And I'm assuming a GX timeout. We've got a timeout, and yes, it's popped up for me. Giant X have called this one, taking a moment to let Pipson Rap got it off.
Yeah, I think everybody in the past always looked at those sort of old school DRX retakes, like using the paranoia that they always threw, like having whatever dart. But I like the way that they're combining the sort of stuns in place with not only, because they have multiple stuns, they have multiple sort of vulnerables and blinds that they can all throw in at once. It leaves very few places available for the side of GX to sort of stand. And I think that has been the sort of change for Heretics over the last couple of rounds is, okay, we don't necessarily need to try and like fight them on every single angle, like go for these hyper aggressive things. If we have a stellar retake like that, and well, obviously it helps that Boo got the opener, things can start to look a lot better for this defensive side. For GX, as I said before, they're using those light shields to make sure that consistently having buys is going to be a likely scenario. But after losing 3 in a row, Mitch, it's not really a surprise that they're going to try and stem the bleeding a little.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I think it was the right time. Before things get out of hand, the lead is still there for GX. They'll look to keep it that way. Fighting for a 5th. An early battle from Mini Boo tries to deny it. He is tagged up, but he's not deterred. Instead, determined to take these duels. One-way smoke. It's not something you want to see him push around the other side of, and indeed, he is just going to hold the corner. Up, little pre-fire going through. It looked to me like it was on, but the wall's a little too thick at that part, I believe.
Gotta go. That seems like a more direct approach this time. Mini Boo spotting that aggression. It will call for a rotation, but it seems like, again, GX just showing themselves on one side, leaving a man behind, and then immediately swapping back. But you can see, again, like Boo, he's done quite well to just play contact and then rotate back quickly. We saw the same thing when he was playing Sewers. All the idea is here is just to make sure they have information, which is what I said was a problem for them, is just not having that initiator. So he's using himself.
Yeah. So far to great success. They've called the rotations last round, and now, oh, hold on. Well, what was heard? What was seen? They immediately shift back. Nothing on A, and instead, it's going to be a stack up towards C. Wu does lose his life, but they shouldn't expect this many players to be here. Never mind. Mini Boo is deleted immediately. Good flash, but a headshot out of Hoodie. Well, that will deter further re-aggression and get a plant in for GX. This fake, it didn't fully work. It almost backfired. But now they found themselves in a 5v3 as a result of it. And, well, I don't think Riance has long to live. The flash saved him for a moment, but not a moment longer.
No, and again, you can see that Heretics were just almost pushed and pulled across the map quite a bit by just these almost fake outs by the side of GX, and maybe not expecting some of those players to be in such deep angles by the time they actually took the fight. I think Hoodie does well, like the hitting a dink, but also getting one of the picks in towards the side. But hey, just when those fights, those individual plays don't go the way of Heretics, it's again where you see, I guess what is missing when they're not playing the retake as a group. Like, you don't have as much supportive utility to sort of support someone like Mini Boo when he's taking an individual fight.
Yeah, and sometimes he doesn't need it, but this time maybe it would have helped. What a shot that was. I do think as well the push and the pull from GX, we're seeing it, the adaptations straight out of the pause, get a player pushed up on C, move back, try to sell the fake, and blitz in. And by golly, it almost worked, but almost worked perfectly with a free sight. In fact, I think what they got out of it was better, because they managed to isolate some duels. They managed to take down some players instead of setting up a full retake, which Heretics have been pretty good at so far. Came in today, Tom, and if you told me there was a chance that GX would beat Team Heretics, I'd call you a fool, Tom. I'll be honest with you, especially with Substitute recently and change of leadership not that long ago.
Right here.
But they have really landed on their feet with this, well, these maps at least.
Yeah, I think anybody predicting GX to win this series is
cover going out.
Probably a loved one of a member of GX or part of the organization themselves.
Yeah, exactly. you can't even say they're Spanish anymore, right? Because I think they go with Heretics.
Well, here we go. Re-aggression doesn't actually get anything. Again, GX are out of there before things get too problematic. And instead, now looking into a slightly emptier site. Now you have to bear in mind that Fitinho is one off his ultimate. Same for Hoodie. It could easily be a massive change for this round. Woot under pressure. Has support from Boo. But again, it's going to be isolated fights, and again, it's almost just a bit of a ruse. They've slow walked back into that B site. Rians, though, has done well.
Respect the wall bang play, and the second one too, Rians. Throw me a third one. Always love to see it. Got some support here as well. Although flashes are no longer in play for Rians, they have still got Boo on the paranoia. Problem is, he's a little far away. Not sure he's going to use it from there. Coming up behind and taking a fight just now. Already Cloud's able to drop him, and now they've opened up the side control with Woot down. Flash now focusing on another duel. They're not stopping, and they might wish they did. Rolling Thunder from Fitinho. It's used right off rip. It's caught a player up close. Benji, and he's safe. Okay, another piece of utility. Let's try to run the clock down a little bit further. The defuse now needs to be attempted pretty soon, and, well, it will be, because they've dropped Fitinho and found it at long last. 5-4. Team Heretics just one away. That was a chaotic round from GX, and I do feel like, Tom, they shut down the mid play, they open up A-Con, and then they want to keep fighting. I guess it's the plant position, though, that spurred them on for that.
But that's the thing, there have been moments in this game where they've struggled versus the retake, so they want to, we've had successes and failures where they try and re-aggress. This time it just comes off the back of another sort of hero play from Benji and Rians. Like they won a lot of fights that, again, the expectation was they would go the way of GX, but when those heroes arise, it can be more difficult. 4 of the last 5 now going the way of Heretics. Financially, both teams still in a pretty decent spot, but this is where the ults are starting to come into play. And I'm mostly looking at Hoodie with an opportunity here to just basically force players out of the site.
Have to fight for some control unless they're dropping it right there in the corner. In fact, they will. This does leave a safe space towards the back of C site. Rolling Thunder's going to be used, though. There might be no safe space. Not for the attackers. Benji right on them. Already taking down one. Lockdown destroyed. Boo! Striking from above. He does damage. And as he's being hunted down, his teammates were there. But they weren't able to convert the kill. And now Miniboo's kind of isolated on the backside. Purpo able to drop him. This is a bit of a disaster. I thought Purpo was already out of this round. I was ready to add an orb to the HUD, but instead, it's a 3 versus 3 with Purpo very much still being a threat. The flank, it's being heard. It's definitely being heard now with the shield activated, but dealing with it will be a different thing entirely. Vulnerability, it's perfect. It's caught him, and it's an easy kill for Woot with shield regenerated. He'll move towards the site, but Purpo is tearing through his teammates. Famzy with another 2 HP left. The shield soon to disappear, and no wall can protect them from that side. 6 on the board for GX.
Yeah, again, a lot of these rounds have become incredibly scrappy in the way that they've gone. Like, denying that ultimate initially seemed to work very well from the side of Heretics, like pushing them back into a pretty awkward spot. You had the re-aggression of Purpo, who actually runs out of bullets mid-fight and still manages to get away with it. And that's the big thing, like him escaping, so much more important. Right back into the fight to get rid of Miniboo, and then he just takes over the round. Like, that was a Purpo round through and through. And, well, if we're comparing at the moment, he's definitely been the better of the duelist. 11-4 right now.
Bamsy,
Oh, yeah.
let's go.
I mean, we got a taste of it in the pistol round, but it hasn't really stopped. It keeps rearing its ugly head. And at least for the side of Heretics, it's got to be a frightful sight. They've called a timeout. And it looks like, oh. Okay, there we go. I thought no one was talking on the coaching staff. I was like, ooh. They're usually rattling off the commands, but yeah, there's a lot to discuss now. As we said, 6-6 in the first map of Bind. And when it came to the second half, Heretics ran away with it. I do have my questions about this composition, though, and how it's going to function for them, especially with players like Purpo and Cloud popping off the way they are.
Yeah, I think the thing for Heretics, this comp on the attack, I think will be fine. Like, it's going to be the same old leave Benji to lurk, like have Boo somewhere and maybe still in obscure spots, and then it's the Rien's Whoop Mini Boo combo that it's going to be problematic. On defense, it was always going to have its struggles, so it's just, if they end this half with 5, I think they're still fine.
Yeah, they should be. They should be. Again, I want to see it in practice. I'm sure there's some ideas up GX's sleeve. Burpo can be a real menace. And they'll have that information clearing with Cloud. Something that's been missing from Heretics here in the defense. And even then, they haven't really been sold into the fakes that much. They seem to be ahead of it a lot of the time. They've got players in position. GX are just coming up ahead. Now, all down to the spam battles. It's my kind of game. But Heretics are just backed off. They're not giving them anything. Backed off in some ways.
Yeah.
In other ways, Woot's pushed up C-Long.
Yeah, they have to. Again, it's just what this composition has around it. Early space being taken towards that A site. Smoke actually placed directly in front, just to create things a little bit more awkward, but not going to have any problems there. And now Benji going to be under pressure again. The full force of this squad barreling down on him. There's no escape. Purpo just too quick at his heels. And already with a post-plant Hunter's Fury, there's going to have to be something here. Maybe an attempt to take a 1v1 to even things up. We'll see if that's the case.
Well, if they want to attempt a 1v1 to even things up, I know someone who has an ult online, but not a shield to work with. It would be an even fight, not one he wants to take. Instead, grouping with the team, and it's not worked out. Absolute desolation from the side of GX with Rien's left to try to save this rifle, but they're going to deny it. Already pushing up close, and Cloud quick on the trigger. 7 for GX. One last shot for Team Heretics to keep this close. Deny that 8-4 lead. It would require a pretty big comeback. GX come in. Well, they've got a Neon ult, they've got a Sova ult. It's not the most in the world. What I'm terrified about if I'm on the side of GX is that man Wu. Once he activates that shield and fires through the ultimate, pretty much a 5v4 off rip.
Yes.
Wow, since coming back from Master Shanghai, Heretics were yet to drop a map. They were 2-0 versus Na'Vi and Foot. I think teams that expectations a little bit higher coming into split number 2 than the likes of GX, but they have proven today that they're revitalized. The victory versus Na'Vi, and another potential one here versus Heretics would definitely put the fear of God into teams they have.
Shield
coming up left. Purpo again there to lead the charge. He's been fantastic, and there comes the attempt, but I don't think he caught anyone. Nobody caught off the back of the ultimate from Woot. Now they try and run in, and it's just a blender. Boo up above is the only real threat left, with Benji only having a pistol, and that threat was absolutely nothing.
That's a real shame. Even waiting until the spike plant, it could have been so much different, but Woot had already activated his shield, so he had to use the ultimate, and that ultimately comes back to bite them. 8-4 for GX, with an Andalucia flawless to close out the half. After, realistically, being 12-6 up, going to an OT, and having Heretics on match series, and as you pointed out, playoff point, it must have felt over in that moment. Sure, you're always going to believe, you got to try for every round, every inch is worth fighting for, but the reality is, in their minds, in their hearts, they must have felt like that was the end. And now, 8-4 up on map 3, up against Heretics. They've got to be on cloud 9, while Heretics are suffering the kind of losses they haven't seen in the EMEA.
So they've got to be on MIBR.
Oh,
sorry.
I don't want to be anywhere near your DMs. Look to you.
Maybe a little bit mean.
Look to you, sir.
8-4. We've seen Heretics turn these before, but that look for Miniboo is not something we've seen in a while. Normally this team is happy, laughing, cheering. But it has been a different story for him in this matchup. He didn't have a great split. Not looking his best here either. They definitely could change going into this attack, but they want to get that pistol off the mark. He's leading the way. First kill, the tip of the spear of Miniboo, and Woot up right behind him. But again, Purpo does incredible work. It should have been a case where maybe he gets one, but he's made this possible.
He has indeed. Paranoia still for Famzy, although the same can be said for Boo. The shield should be going down for Woot any second now, if not already. So that's at least something for GX. Smoke fading. As he goes right on in up close, and he almost got a shot at the second player. But Famzy's left to do it. And a clean shot from Rians puts that to bed. Pistol round for Team Heretics, and the road to recovery begins. Gap is now 3. But this is where things fell apart last time. Over on Split, they won the pistol, and they lost the follow-up. The other thing I'll say about Miniboo is that so far, yes, Purpo has been a far more impressive Neon. He is 17-5 after that round. But it's a lot harder to make it work on the defense. Granted, Purpo did just now, but that's a pistol round. And I think for Miniboo, that's where, this is where we can see him start to find that value. Himself and Woot entering sites is going to be very, very difficult to deal with.
Well, we already saw it in the last map. Woot really coming alive on that attack side. Able to take that first contact and almost just create havoc. And this round, well, Purpo's put that extra couple of kills into a Sheriff. Gonna try and do some damage in this round, but that's all we can really expect. Benji's already made quite a bit of presence forward. This is going to leave it. It should be impossible for Hoodie to get anything. Well, there you go. Miniboo just starting to farm. 2 kills already to his name. As I said, though, early days in this second half.
Oh, yeah. Listen, we're not going to draw any conclusions from round 2 up against weaker weapons. It was a bit of a miracle that GX made it work last time. It was, what, Hoodie walking up into split heaven and doming 3 people, catching Miniboo with his back turned as well. That ain't going to happen this time. Mainly because Hoodie's dead, but maybe someone else will do it. Would be Purpo with how things have been going. These players can tend to sit back, and their idea is not just to die to the spike, it is to herd these players into those angles, kill them when they go to exit, drop the weapons and make it costly, or if they don't come your way, you can go your own way, straight into the spike. Patino at least gets an orb out of it, but so does Rians. Now 2 away from a Rolling Thunder. The rest of the squad dying for their cash.
He's probably not the man you wanted to give an orb to. Of anybody that's still alive in the server, Rians has one of the more high-impact ults, but also is the closest to actually getting it. But that's why they gave those 2 players the pistols at the end of the round. It was basically an attempt for them to try and earn up something extra. Now this purchase from Team Heretics is still one to fear. 4 rifles. Rians is going to take that back seat. The expectation being that probably either one of his teammates or one of the opposing team will be going down, and immediately you're going to see that same Sova util being thrown out with an attempt from Purpo to get aggressive, but that attempt was denied.
He's fallen back to the A site with his buddies, 3 players there, and you see the difference on this GX side in terms of utility holds. They've got Garage and they've got Long held down by a turret, alarm bot clearing out B, and it's not like it's giving away a lot of information. Squad's gonna have to walk into it to find out where it's at. In fact, as they make their way through, I think there's a spam setup from Hoodie. So straight off contact, it will just be spamming away. Unfortunately, the bot's being destroyed. Stratagem hasn't worked. The rotation's underway from GX towards the B site. Now that the bot's down, they have to keep an eye on it. And I thought for a moment they might start to rotate over in the direction of C, because remember, turret got destroyed too, but instead, they're sticking with 3 on the A site. They've made the call. They suspect this is where Heretics are going, and they have read it correctly. Winning the first fight was Boo, but, okay, I thought Purpo had more in him, but good flashes keep him down. They don't know about Cloud, though. Surprise, there he is. 1 for him, and that is all he gets. Hoodie here in time to support his buddy, and in fact, will win out the round. He didn't get his 3K last round. He saved it for this one.
Yeah, the more important time to come alive, a big one for the side of GX, because you had that sort of explosive take into the site again. And that's the thing, the read from GX was fantastic. Like, you're in a spot where your bot's been broken in mid, then a player breaks the turret on C, so the expectation is, okay, this is either a split now to try and wrap around into the C site, or to go back into the B site and pincer in. And they just stack up on the A site. They have the read, and well, that extra player of Cloud buys time for Hoodie to get in, and that is what ends up winning the round. Big round from Hoodie, an important one at that. The problem, though, is how much damage it's done. Like, that was still the bonus. That was still a Spectre, that was still a piece or two missing. Now you have the Rolling Thunder, Overdrive, one away for both Neons. And if this round goes the way of Heretics, they're right back in this map.
You can see the coaching staff of Heretics, the players too, not happy with that round loss. It's starting to build up on them. And yeah, Heretics could get right back into it here, but if GX walk away with the round win, where's the economy at for the attacking side? And the history so far has not been leaning their way. GX, can't believe I'm saying this, but so far they've looked like the better team. That has to change. Knowing Heretics, it will.
Yeah, especially on that attack. The danger, though, is Purple in this corner. This is a gamble. Anything put through to check this, a stun, or even just a trade, leaves one side of the map very open. You'd expect someone to clear this, or at least go down. That's the first. Stun not really working out, trying to escape. This is going to be difficult, but he doesn't try and escape. He sticks around for a second. Again, another mammoth task placed on Purpo's shoulders. But he thrives.
30 seconds left.
Well, he had a choice. Get shot in the back or stand your ground. See how many you can take down. The correct call was made, as we can see. Reposition of the Killjoy utility also. The turret was on B, but the alarm bot had been sat here inside Garage. Now it's been pulled back because of Hoodie's new position. And that timing of Famzy, it nearly put the favor so clearly in their hands, but instead, it's a competition still. Rolling Thunder for Rienz. No, not yet. They're gonna wait a moment. Allow GX to get close, and now, oh, the Rolling Thunder angle is pretty bad. It only goes towards the spawn, and the rest of the squad's already gone into the Garage. Boo has to hold strong. Good stun, good follow-up on the back of it. Rienz gets stunned, but Benji's still good to go. And with the cam up, he knows exactly where Fatinho is. Didn't manage the tag, but he might not need it. Rienz has gone down to secure the round, and the spam attempt good, but not good enough. 9-7. Heretics have found it.
It's funny, if they stand the other way around, I think Rienz dies to that.
It's done.
It really is just who decided to take that angle. But again, just a good response. And it seemed that, sure, the Rolling Thunder didn't do a mass amount, but just that little bit of delay enabled them to just fight the players back towards Garage first without being caught from other positions. Still, it came down a lot to the individual brilliance of some of the players on their side.
Let's fuck!
Yes! Interesting time to cut off. I think he had more to say. We'll get that in the next replay, probably. Yeah. Don't worry about that. But yeah, no, I saw the Rolling Thunder, and originally they'd lined it up more towards B. Then it gets pulled back, go towards the spawn. I'm thinking this is a disaster. Those players are ready. You can't even follow up on the guy that got hit by it, and maybe it just buys you a couple seconds. But those seconds were capitalized on perfectly.
Fire.
A gorgeous result for the side of Heretics now. Woot, but he's certainly not going to step into that Nano Swarm till it's gone. Wants to keep his shield online, and that he will do. Moving to the site itself, ready for the retake attempt. Shot in the back, though, and deleted. Okay, a little bit of damage already, a chance. And now it's Cloud that has to convert it. 46 HP on Rienz. 87 with 23 for Boo. It's doable, but the swing is too quick and too clean. 9-8.
Yeah, I think if you're talking about consistency, Rienz has been the player to watch over this series. Currently 18-9, which, again, when you're playing the Breach, a lot of the time we've seen him with Spectres, like lower weapons, trying to set up the rest of the team, and still have more than double anyone else on your team, especially when you consider who his team are. That's pretty ridiculous.
Nice. Good.
He's kept them in a lot of rounds, and again, we're seeing them build into this now. Mini Boo, I'm looking at the judge, but also the Overdrive. Likely to take a pacey start, but there are 4 players set up from GX.
Oh, here's an early fight. Purpo, he's been challenged on both angles, somehow finds one. Famsi comes up for the support. Great damage done with Benji, barely holding on to life. But still, the kills seem to be swinging the other direction. Miniboo runs out of juice at just the wrong moment. And with Purpo on 18 health, matching that almost of what Benji Fishy, in effect, matching it. There's not a lot that we can hope from either of those players. It comes down to Boo to create this space. No ultimate to work with. He can't TP for reposition. There's still Killjoy utility watching C, watching B. Where can he take it? Straight into the waiting arms of Cloud by the looks of things.
Yeah, the thing is for GX with the lockdown, they almost don't need to fight this. The smoke.
I love it.
You'd think it maybe gives the game away, but it doesn't. Purpo's dead to rights. Just as he turns, will be taken out. And now they're going to try and go back. The problem is, I don't know if you realized Cloud was this close. Just about makes it around the corner. And now any worries will have dissipated. They can get themselves into that after plant. There's only really one angle that they're going to have to keep an eye on. And there's nothing Cloud should be able to do in time to stop him.
Oh, Benji! I thought he was down and out. I thought he was done for. But Cloud has pushed the site when they have a lockdown being placed, completely disconnected in this 2v2. And now, well, the result is a very difficult clutch. Both players sitting in the same corner. I love this. Who's the first to swing? Is it the low HP Benji? You would think so. Allow Boo to play later on into the round. Already tagged by the turret, and it's Benji to find the kill. A 3K for him. A standard round, I suppose, 9-9, but an utterly ridiculous clutch. That smoke out of Boo, the timing to catch the play in the connector, absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was just an attempt to try and catch a timing, like using the lockdown just seconds after, but it just seemed disjointed. And that's the thing that I've enjoyed.
It was the second he comes out, holds down.
But that's the thing I've enjoyed so far, that GX have had like a lot of synergy. Even if it's been maybe more simplistic than they would have liked, they haven't had as much time as others, but that looked disjointed. That looked like a team with a new player.
It looked like two players with two ideas.
Yeah.
And nothing bridging the gap of the two. Hey, look, maybe it works in some world, but this ain't the one. Big punish from Team Heretics. Stun is good, but they haven't seen Famsi. It's a free kill. He's got his one, and the rest of the squad's actually given up. Even the players that made it through have now gone back.
Well, there's a chance to even things up. Woot looking to take the 1v1 versus Famsi. He's lost it before, and it's a little bit shaky, but he gets it over the line. Putting things back into a 4v4 scenario. Space has been taken as well by Boo. Deep in towards the garage. Paranoia will be thrown out, but two players still here. Hoodie almost able to get away with it. But Rians again is there to save the day.
Yeah, and the beautiful thing about that, and I have to compliment Heretics for it, they have three players coming through that choke point. They're swung from two angles at exactly the same time, and they divvy up the responsibilities perfectly, able to deal with both, no blind side. And GX left to save on the other side of the map. They will carry these rifles through to the next round because their credits are low. And what that means for Heretics, especially because they're not hunting down aggressively, they're playing for the win in this round just in case. They get to build up their economy. They get a buffer. They'll also take the lead here with double digits locked in.
That's exactly the same as the previous map, but they've started that comeback a little bit earlier. We start to see those individuals popping off. Again, Rians just with high impact plays, but Benji now starting to come up to the table as well. And that's just where, like, if you're GX, you needed to sort of stomp out the rounds where you had those advantages. You needed to put those rounds on the board when you had the chance. And well, now with 6 of the last 7 rounds, obviously the pistol included in that, GX are going to take a moment to take a pause, but we are now in the position where this game is very quickly slipping away.
Yeah, that's got to be tangible. You know, not long ago, they had Heretics spirits low. They had players with heads in hands, coaches looking disappointed, dejected, and instead, now, shoes are on the other foot. Shoes are on the other feet. Anyways, point is, GX are the ones that are struggling. They're having a tough time out there, and we need to see that resurgence fairly soon. They've carried a rifle forward, carried the 2 in fact, but a buy up here is not likely. We should be seeing them concede 11-9. Building up some more ultimates as well. Rolling Thunder for Fatinho should be online, could be online for the next round. It depends. A kill and a death will get it. An orb. or defuse if they win. We'll see. Just 2 to go.
I think that the saving grace is the fact that the two guys currently having the rifles are the two with, well, a pretty hefty kill advantage over the rest of their team. 21 and 18 kills for Purple and Cloud. Again, I think another sort of real shining light of this team has been Purple over the last couple of weeks. I think definitely proving that that change was worthwhile, at least for him. For now, though, it looks like we're going to get another brawl over on A-Long, a fight of everybody.
With these pistols, you got to make use of it up close, and there it is. The crazy play is the one that catches Boo off guard. A rifle dropped. Benji to watch the back. I don't think that he was seen by the drone. He has the space, he has the time, and probably not expected to be in this position. Eyes focused forward, one looking back, and it is Cloud. Rifle catches him rolling. Thunder used back towards mid. That's an unusual use of that ultimate, let me tell you, but it's bought them some time, perhaps, to get this plant in. TP attempt onto long, it should be heard. They should know. He's rejoining his teammates anyways. Player up in heaven is Woot, but he's tagged quite low, down to 48 HP. Nice shot from Rianz. This guy's just been on fire. His 20th kill, and now support comes in, barely needs it. This is gorgeous. Hoodie's the last man standing, a sheriff in hand, a player in heaven to take down with the plant for him, and Miniboo nowhere to be seen. He literally cannot find these players. He'll have to just sprint down short to even have a chance, or try to bait them into the open. But look at the plan. Vulnerable wallbang, vulnerable wallbang. And now you're running out of time, buddy. Very well played by the side of Heretics, playing with their food, and sure, it bites back, but it's already too late to claim the win.
Yeah, again, like you take this round in isolation and you're looking at 2 rifles, pistols, your opponent using an ult, and you've killed every single one of their players. Like, it's a good round from GX. Like, you can't take that away from them. The problem is the context. Financially, has it damaged Heretics? No. Will it put you in a better position for the next round? Okay, you've got an extra ult online. It's not too bad, but ultimately, again, not massively. So now you're still staring down the barrel of a gun that sends you pretty much out. It's out of your hands, that's for sure. You're relying on other teams losing in almost a perfect order just to still be in the tournament, and you then have to win the next game. The likelihood seems almost at 0 if they lose this map. And those narrow margins could be what costs it, because it has to be said, GX have played excellently today. Like, the level we've seen today in comparison to other weeks is not even comparable. Like, it's not, this is a different squad for one player completely. But it might not matter in the end.
That's the sad part. Too little, too late, perhaps. Nice angle by Benji. See one player cross the left. He knows that there's 2 inside of Garage, so that will be kept an eye on late into the round. And in fact, they've even got Woot here as well. This isn't just a suspicion of a play. They know that there should be a play coming in here. In fact, Team Heretics fake planted on B, now have come back to the window. I did wonder if maybe we'd see some utility thrown towards Garage, but instead it will be a slow approach of roll the dice. The C side, they've chosen correctly and caught the fight out of Garage just in time.
Oh no, that's Famzy gone as well. If it wasn't bad enough already, there's no utility to delay over on this C site anymore. The stun from the other side means the Purpo diving through this, it would seemingly be suicide. They're actually going to go for it. They're going to try and make a play, and well, it's about as much of a slaughter as expected. 12-9, 1 away from playoffs confirmed for Heretics, a place we always expected them to be after their Masters performance and after how well they've been doing in this split. GX have given them a run for their money, but after just 1 round win, the bonus round is all they've won in this second half. They need to now find 3 in a row just for another bite of the cherry.
I feel like this is going to be the kind of series that haunts these players, the staff, and far into the future. The first map, so close at the start. Heretics ran away with it. The second almost slipped out of their grasp, and here, now GX are behind 3 in a row for OT. Heretics already feel their slot being filled in playoffs, and it's Benji Fishy. Oh, look at the position. It's absolutely gorgeous. He's got one. slowed down the push. The Odin didn't find success, but there's still plenty more players to fill in the gaps, and they're doing just that. Purpo popping the ult in a desperate attempt, and Cloud does find one straight through the cage. It's not over just yet, but that might be the final nail in the coffin. Big play needed by Purpo. He's moving to the site, but the players just tucked in, waiting for a chance to take the fight together, and they're not giving him an inch. Good look in this one. With time ticking away, even the vulnerable through, just to make him slow that down a little bit more. With Cam catching him. Oh my goodness, he's not got an inch to breathe. And this could be it, and it should be it. It almost wasn't. Benji went a little low, but in the end, it's Heretics series. They've locked themselves in for playoffs after a phenomenal season, but you have to put your hands together for a side like GX. What a resurgence, what a recovery, even on maps that we'd seen previously. But as we said, it might be too little too late.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that this was probably one of the best showings we've seen from GX. I'm really impressed with like Famzy on his first day. Okay, maybe the last map didn't go to plan, but new roles and a new look for this squad. Purpo still thriving, and I think we've still got a lot to come from this team. Unfortunately, it's towards the latter stages of the season. The damage was done way before now. And coming up against a team like Heretics, well, you can show your best, you can show a great hand, and sometimes with the players they've got, with the depth they have, that still just isn't enough.
I got to applaud Famzy as well, coming in to sub in last moment, playing in another league a few days ago, and putting up a damn good performance. At the end of the day, though, I think you see the limitations of such little practice.
He played a best of 5 2 days ago.
Yeah,
two days ago in the Spanish league. But here is the team of the moment. Playoffs have been made for Team Heretics. Was it ever in doubt? Like, even if this had been a slip-up, I think everybody would have had the expectation that they are going to make the playoffs. They're going to be in the running. And Fnatic, unfortunately, if GX had managed that, would have already booked their flights to Seoul. But they're not quite there yet.
Not quite there yet, Tom, but there's still plenty more games to come, and we'll be locking in teams for Seoul, locking in teams for playoffs all week long, I'd imagine. Unfortunately for GX, like we said, this doesn't paint a pretty picture for their future, but a good display. They can build on what they've at least suffered through in stage 1, what they managed in stage 2. Someone who's been phenomenal throughout the entirety of both stages is down on the stage with Yinsu. Yinsu too.
Thank you very much, boys. That's right, I'm now joined by Miniboo from Team Heretics. Now, before we came to this interview, you said you were a little disappointed. What's going on?
Like in my mind, it's like my typical usual stream game on Ranked. I was fucking tilted. I don't know, I couldn't kill anyone. My decisions were worst in my life. I was cold, I was hot, I was not enough. Okay, I'm chill. Okay, yeah.
No, I disagree, Miniboo. I disagree. I think if you watch back the game, you might find more positives than negatives. But the thing is, you have qualified for yet another playoffs. It's I feel like a usual thing now. We're expecting you to make playoffs. We're expecting you to make global events at this point. So how did this one feel compared to the last couple of times you made playoffs?
I mean, it's the same. Like nothing changed. Like we are the same team. Nothing changed. We play, every game is important, and once you load into the game, it's equal, and it's just a game that you need to win. It doesn't matter if it's grand finals, if it's groups, or it's playoffs, or anything, or it's Giants, Fnatic, or EDG. Like, it's just a game, you know?
I understand that your mother and your brother, you're not Boo, but even even more mega Boo than Boo is, are in the crowd here today. Of course, we've heard from Boo that it took a little bit of convincing, you know, with your parents. He really, really believed in you. So how does it feel to be able to do this with your family and the crowd supporting you as well?
I mean, thank you to my mom and brother and father and everyone like from my family. They really do support me in my tough times. And I appreciate a lot that they can come here to Berlin and be with me, you know?
It's definitely, yeah, it's nice to see them in the crowd as well. Now, I haven't had a chance to catch up with you about the Neon buffs. I feel like you, of all people in the whole world, is probably the happiest with the fact that, you know, this is even more viable for you now.
I mean, it's different. It's different, surely. It's not the same, but I like the buffs. You know, I think the Neon is stronger right now. I think I maybe didn't show it in officials yet, but it's coming.
What about the pairing with Vuz ISO? Are you guys having fun?
I mean, he's been telling that he is gonna play ISO for at least half a year, so I guess he's having fun now, yeah.
And is it fun, I guess, to have another guy next to you, playing this duelist? Because it feels like when you took a little break in Shanghai, we saw what Vut could do on this agent. So yeah, what's that like?
I mean, I guess we understood that Vut is fucking amazing. He can play anything you want. It doesn't matter if it's Fate, Kaio, ISO, and Race. Like, he can play everything, and yeah, I guess we have a good synergy with him.
I think a lot of other teams have said that you guys are the ones to beat. You guys are looking the strongest. And one of the things everybody's mentioned is just the vibes that you guys have. We even had Milan from Giant X last week saying maybe they also have to get on Clash of Clans, make their own clan to kind of beat you at your own game. Why is the vibe still so good at this point? Because, we see teams go through maybe honeymoon periods. We see teams also having to fight through pretty difficult situations. But it does still seem like you guys are just the vibe team in EMEA right now.
I mean, I think that's because of our beginning. Like, in the start of the team, like, I was tier 2 player, Ian's tier 2 player, Wood tier 2 player. Everyone is saying kick boo, Benji, like, washed Fortnite player, like, we were no ones. And when we built the team, we just had fun. We became friends, and there was no ego or something. We just became friends, and it carried on, and it doesn't matter if we win or not. Like, we already became a family, also, like, with the coaches, even though they are a bit older.
Honestly, I think you're the most popular team. Everybody loves Team Heretics. And last question, is there anybody that you think could challenge you going into playoffs? Foot have already logged, Fnatic have logged as well. We're still waiting for 3 more teams to log. So do you see any other teams giving you a little bit of trouble?
Each team can give us trouble, but there is no team right now that is better than us.
That's the spirit. I agree. Thank you very much, Miniboo. Congratulations once again today. That's it for this first game, but we have more coming up next. So make sure after the break, you come back and join us once again.
Guys, I'm gonna f***ing ban you playing like come on.
You are amazing. Amazing, boys, amazing. Let's go. We got this shit.
Nice! Benji, let's go, bro! I just want an ace, bro.
They're just better than them, like.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
stress and ride. You need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe. No time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind. Take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side. Let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retrieve. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my trophy, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, the only one I want. Be my preliminary. Let me caress the way I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe. 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it, girl, you're extraordinary. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retrieve. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my trophy, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy,
Congratulations to Team Heretics. They are the third team in VCT EMEA to make playoffs. I'm your hosting, Sulaigot Kukuka, and a very special guest, Benji Fishy. Welcome back once again. Now, Tom had a question in his cast, so I'm just going to regurgitate that and ask you.
Yeah.
He said that every time he's watching you, it feels like for you, you're playing the World Cup final. You bring that energy. Is that true? Is that how you feel every game you play?
Maybe not as in terms of like pressure, you know, I don't really feel anything before games now or even during games, but you know, I like to hype up the boys, you know, get the energy flowing, because sometimes, you know, start slacking a little bit, so I'm kind of there to, you know, build up the energy when it gets low, but not in terms of like nerves, at least.
I mean, we saw a brilliant performance from you today, but was today, did it go how you expected? Walk us along what happened, actually.
I mean, Bind was the first map. I mean, they played, in general, they played quite good. I'm not going to be dead honest, they played pretty good. We also played quite poorly. Oh my god, this clip was so good. Oh
we got that was all for you.
Oh my, imagine the ace. Okay, anyway. Yeah, Split, I mean, yeah, they played good. It was a combination of them playing good, us playing kind of poorly, because we hold ourselves to a very like high standard, and we just weren't really communicating very well. And I think that's why they were able to get so many, you know, rounds that normally we shouldn't lose. But I mean, yeah, they played well. We were able to come back like on Split. I think we should have won this map, but you know, they got the overtime win. So what can you really do? And then Haven, we were confident about our attack. Defense, not so much. So we knew we were chilling as soon as we stopped to attack. So yeah, I think it was a good game. It was a good game. They played well.
It was a great game from you. I feel like you had a live game there every single round when you were still alive. It was still winnable. And of course, you've made playoffs now. And I feel like there's a general kind of energy from all of you guys since you've returned from Shanghai that it's not as sick anymore. It's not as cool anymore. It's not as good anymore. Even just making playoffs, it's feeling like you guys are like, oh, of course we're going to make playoffs.
I mean, yeah, I think we do expect ourselves to make champs. Like, we know how good we are right now. We know how good we're playing in practice and officials. I mean, apart from this game, I think every other game we played, we played super well. But we hold ourselves to a very high standards, and that's why, like, now when we had like a bad game, like this one, we're gonna make sure that we don't do it again.
I mean, I feel like there's a reason why you guys hold yourself to a high standard. You are the best team in our region. But let's talk about the next match we have coming up, Foot versus Gentlemates, and check in with the new head coach of Gentlemates, Mad C, and this is what he had to say. I'm now joined by the new head coach of Gentlemates, Mad C. Now, Mad C, you've been with Gentlemates for a while now, a long time. So I wanted to ask you, what were your responsibilities before getting promoted to head coach, and how has that changed since your promotion to head coach?
It didn't change so much. I had a lot of responsibility in the strategic side and human, but I was more. I was like half strategy, half human, and not. I'm a bit. No, it's the same. It's the same whole side.
For those people that don't know you, obviously I know that you had a lot of experience in coaching already back in CS as well. Are you able to kind of just talk about you as a coach, maybe your vision for this team as well?
When I was playing CS, I was always the guy pushing up people, and then when I converted as coach, I did 5 years in the school. Where I coach a student, and then I coach some teams. And my vision is I allow players to do mistakes, and I help them to improve their making decisions. Instead of saying that you should not make mistake, I let them happen, and then I explain them how to take better decisions.
So more forgiving, like
yes.
A very forgiving approach.
More tolerant, yeah.
Yeah, and speaking of that, Wailers gave a very interesting interview last week after your win, and he said that he felt like there's more freedom now on the team. Would you agree? Do you think that's because any of the coaching change?
Yes, with the change, Existence had the big impact and control over all the strategy he made, mostly. And now the players are more giving their strategy, and we put in place what they want, and there's more a better balance in this.
So how much of the kind of impact Existence had on his strategy are you guys planning to keep, or is it, we start again, we move on from that style?
Sorry?
How much of what Existence was doing, you said that he had a lot of control
Yes.
over the strategy. Are you looking to keep any of that, things that he's already done, or just restart, reset?
No, we learned so much from him, from his vision, how to do some things, and but we're just gonna let the player do more strategy, so they feel more comfortable doing it, and no, that's it.
More of a team
Yeah.
contribution, team contribution.
Yes, that's it.
All right, well,
Exactly.
thank you very much, Matty, for joining me, and I hope you can bring home another win today.
Thank you.
It's great to hear some insight from Matty.
Damn!
Honestly, from one cool coach
Oh
to
my
another.
God.
But this is the thing, though. We've heard from Wailers now. We've heard from Mad C, and it does feel like there's a change in atmosphere, and also, Kukuka, a change in strategy within Gentlemates. What do you make of it?
Yeah, we were hearing also from Wailers, right? That it's not only about the plan that they have, it's actually they can peak whenever they want. They can go a little bit more aggressive and not care that much. I think that might give you the edge for like a match or two, but I don't think in the long term that is something that you want to rely on. We understand probably that this situation was a bit tense, right, for what we can read from the outside, but I want to see how this translates in the future, because this right now will feel a little bit like a honeymoon period of like feeling like unleashed a little bit, but I want to see how that translates over time.
How does that compare to the system that you guys have? Are you more, is it like Neo or Weber that do everything, or is it more of like a team effort?
No, it's definitely a team effort. I mean, obviously, like Neil, Weber, and Boo are probably the main people that come up with like strats and stuff. But in terms of like having control over the team, like they kind of let us do what we want. I mean, we've been so heavy on building up our fundamentals ever since we made the team. Like, even I remember during off-season, we were awful. We were just playing as individuals. I mean, who did we lose to? We lost to Focus, we lost to UCAM. Like, we got destroyed by just tier 2 teams at the start of the team. And it was just because we were so individual. Nobody was playing together, nobody was peaking together. And we've been like very strict on that. So I think that's probably the only thing that, you know, Neil, Weber and Boo get, you know, probably angry about is when we don't do those things.
I mean, if we look at on the other side for Foot as well, it seems like they have maybe a similar setup, Kakuga. We know just how good Gaius is and the ideas he can bring to this team.
Yeah, time after time, I think that we have seen it. We've been praising it for the entirety of the year. Also, how they were changing things up. But if we think about what they did last week, they went on a completely different route. And yes, they are already qualified for playoffs. They have that security. But today could be a huge difference for them.
I want to see them get weird now. Like, they've qualified for playoffs. Abyss is coming in as well at some point. Surely, if you want to experiment and get some reps,
it would be now.
Yeah,
it would make sense.
No. Hear me out. I'm gonna, because maybe you do not know the stakes, but if Foot win today, they secure minimum a top 2, right?
Oh.
So that means they get to skip the knockout round.
Oh, that's big. Okay, that's big. Maybe.
So would you experiment?
Okay.
And that would be the difference of putting you one match away from going to
but
champ.
they still play again next week. They still
they can experiment on that first game.
I mean, maybe they just chilled this week, you know. But the thing is with chilling is you can get anti-strat pretty hard. I feel like if you don't, you know, change much, you can't just hope that what you've got works.
Like your sunset.
Like, I mean, let's be real. People aren't beating that. Like, let's be honest. People have tried. 100 Thieves, they tried very hard, and we see where that got them. But yeah, no, I think in general, they'll probably chill. I wouldn't expect them to change too much.
I want to just see them maybe lean just a little bit away from just keep running the race, you know. I believe last week on 2 maps that they played the same comp. I mean, you guys kind of did that today, but at least you were ISO, Neon. You got a little bit weird. Yeah, you got a little bit weird. I'm definitely in the camp of Foot. They were experimenting a lot in the beginning of this year. You know, they brought us a lot of new things.
Maybe they want to try something different. I think that if they are able to perform as well, if they're not changing something and if they can rely on something, probably in the long term, and especially now that they've gotten that international experience as well, maybe they want to lean somewhere else and also observe a beat, you know, what everybody has been doing.
On the other side of this, though, with Gentlemaids, of course, they are now contributing more. The players are adding more ideas. But at what point is, you know, you have to still rein in a little bit. You can't just let them do whatever they want.
I mean, I think it's difficult. I think they'll probably just be having like more fun with like trying new stuff, like different comps, you know, not being scared of making mistakes. And then, you know, maybe they'll try a comp and they'll be like, yeah, like we like doing this, like we like defaulting like this, we like doing this sort of exit, and then they'll make it themselves with the coach. And I think that's a pretty good like style to go around like experimenting with new stuff.
Good system.
But new stuff, or you can always go back to Natank on the wall, right? It worked pretty well the other day. It looks like, yes, individually they were looking at the game differently, but they can also rely on what has worked in the past and what can give them an edge in this specific moment. And also with Kadavra in the team, they kind of need those kind of things to get the wins.
Yeah, it's going to be a big game for either of these teams because Foot, even though they have already qualified, they are gunning for that top speed seed even for playoffs. And for Gentlemaids, this is do or die. So let's bring them out onto stage. The energy is high on stage right now. As we said, Foot, they have already qualified for playoffs, but they won that top seed. And Yuta and Cracks, I'm just not gonna mention it. That looked like they had a very nice and intimate moment. But for Gentlemates, of course, they have to win. They don't have a choice. They're not in a comfortable position right now, especially given what's happening around them. So this map pool, Kakuka, is very important.
Yeah, exactly. Foot is gonna start banning out the Icebox. Snowbind says, Gentlemates, but hey, I think it's a blessing that we have you here, Benji, because the first map is going to be Sunset, and is Foot going to be selected?
Yeah, whose Sunset is better?
I don't think we played Gentlemates on Sunset before, but I mean, Foot, okay, they had a better Sunset than most teams. So I would, if I had to pick one, it'd be Foot. But I think that's kind of the obvious answer because I think they are just right now a better team. But yeah, the Sunset was quite good. It was quite good.
Yeah, and after that, we see Gentlemates going into that split pick, that 13-1, if I am not mistaken, that they got against Giants, probably are making them feel like they have a lot of good reads. And that is true because their executes were practically flawless. They were catching them off guard time and time again. I mean, I would say this is pretty evened out. I still favor Foot. I think that if you don't, then you must be blind. But I think anything can happen, and especially with the time and what we just saw coming from Giants, I think the teams are definitely stepping up.
Yeah, the teams are definitely ready. They've had the reps on it now. I think that we will get the tank on the wall. I think after what we saw last week as well, and the way how impactful it is, and also not many other teams do it, Benji. It's not something that you get to play against every day.
No, I mean, okay, if I had to make a prediction, maybe I'll go crazy and say 2-1 Gentlemates. Just because, you know...
Okay.
Listen, just because, you know...
It benefits you.
I mean, sure, it benefits us, but, like, they've got a new player, new coach. They're going to be feeling refreshed, right? They're going to have a new type of energy, which maybe Fit don't currently have.
You like that? I bet you agree?
I want to agree because I like when things get crazy. I actually like Bayes as an IGL a lot. I think that he's one, super charismatic, two, is doing more than it looks like. But I can say the same for Falling. I think that the way that Foot operate is just too good right now. And when we're thinking about the compositions, you guys did something on this region that I actually hate, and it's the fact that you're so good at Sunset, then I look at any other team, and it's just not good enough.
Well, let's take a look at Agent Select and see if we will get the tank on the wall, and we will indeed. And now you've seen the agents, Benji. You still think that Foot will come out on top?
Okay, Gentlemates have stolen our comp, but they've gotten rid of Sova for Sage.
Yeah.
I mean, it's interesting. Don't get me wrong, it's interesting. Is it going to be good? I don't know. That's a good. I guess we're gonna find out, right? I mean,
they need to keep innovating, right? Because we've seen Natan so many times already playing on this map. Yes, what they did the other week was very, very surprising. But as you're saying, Benji, this is a composition that Foot know very well. And one of the main pain points that they had to deal against was Rian. Time and time again with the utility, with the ultimates, he was very annoying to play against. So if they found the key to make it super close against Heretics, they should know exactly what to do against Gentlemates.
I think we're gonna get a great banger map on here again. Two teams playing Sunset that Heretics are not involved in. It's gonna be great. Now, Benji, very quickly, Pansy and Steel are our casters for today. Do you mind doing the toss to them?
Hi Pansy, hi Steel. Hope you guys have a great cast, and I hope Steel isn't too brutal today. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, man, I mean, we were just dressed up for Canada Day, and I know we were a little late, but we did the best we could. But yeah, I guess we'll try and keep you in good spirits.
Yeah, sure, why not?
Sliggy was going in on you earlier, and to be fair, look, I'm just saying, since Sliggy said the whole molly yourself thing, it's all kind of like opened up the floodgates, so...
To be fair, okay, what I do is
talk to me.
when Sliggy can't do the mean thing, I do the mean thing for him. So I'm basically doing him a giant favor. I say the things he wants to say but doesn't.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Now, I kind of then want to bring it into the game because I appreciate you guys bearing with us dribbling on, but Gentlemates up against Foot. On paper, I think we can be very clear and direct about this. It's a very favorable game for Foot, right? They've been arguably a top 3 team regionally, looking very solid, very set. Now they're looking obviously to get themselves into that first place position if they can. However, on the other side, Gentlemates in an absolute sea of changes, right? Coaching, players, whole lot going on, and not the start they would have wanted here. 2-for-1 trade in favor of Foot. What are you meant to do?
Trying to capitalize on a timing there. Just didn't get it quite. Was able to reset a little bit. Round getting slowed down because of this lurk that's happening. Through market.
The timing, right. Yeah, Jay Gonna go down.
Back with 3-on-3.
I got the spike.
But there was steps then. I'm pretty sure this got heard. I think Bears should know this. I thought he would have had even more with that, but they give themselves a chance here. Whalers is on the way pretty quickly. He's kind of playing in through tiles. You've got the safer wrap coming out from the tank, who's still got the wall, still got a heal. Now, HP-wise, it's looking pretty solid, of course, for Gentlemates as well. So the time's going to be on their side. The first big fight, Whalers gets past it. Okay, and a captain, still with the paranoia. Smoke up in 7. So a little bit more time to play with here.
Sage wall for the defuse.
It's in. Oh, and he went for the swing on it. Gave it a go. Gentlemates get the first under the belt. Josh, what are your expectations of this game? Because we kind of, jumped through that a little bit, but what do you make of the thoughts, X? I kind of like what Benji was saying on the desk about almost a honeymoon period with all those changes coming in.
We saw that from Giant X as well about, a little bit of a change can spice things up a lot. And I think we will see something to that degree. It's going to be a scrappy game. If this last round was any indicator of it, going from a 4-3 with a double opening from foot, and then going down, having that Cypher lurk up through market, going down to 3-on-3, all the way down to the 2-on-2, we might be in for a really scrappy game.
It could be, and I do think Gentlemates do well in that. The mechanical side just comes into play. It's not like Foot aren't good at that themselves, but still, I think it could work for them.
That's ideal for Foot, actually.
They do like...
Here comes a little bit of a retake on this A main with that KO flash, the paranoia.
Now they get to cycle that through. Going to be forced to respect it now with that counter utility forced in. Cadaver got to be careful here. Nicely done, getting 2 down. Supports on the way. Clean work from Gentlemates. And Andalusia flawless. Gets them in a really good position. That was a whole lot of Bulldogs. Even that Phantom in there, a very expensive second round, and they get to keep all of it.
That little tug of war happening there. First, it's Gentlemates, it's Foot that takes the control. Then Gentlemates is trying to retake it. Then the retake from Foot. Then, just the back and forth was so nice. And Gentlemates cleaning up really nicely there at the end.
Yeah, I kind of like to see them all just fight together, flying. As soon as Cadaver got that kind of contact, they're there with him. No one fighting alone. So let's see what Foot do now. They got themselves into this rifle round. The bonus, of course, for Gentlemates, but it is very well equipped. Maybe more of a patient standard beginning here. Somewhat of a default to lead in with.
That late knife, I think, only catches one player that's out of captain. An even split around the map for Foot. Trying to take control of everything. Trying to see maybe as a Sage wall up, but here comes an action.
Yeah, the contact just on the corner, re-clearing it. It felt like Foot were considering there could have been an opportunity, and CNED's found a massive chance on that B site. Picking up Natank. Now, does he know about Whalers? He might have a decent idea the way they're looking at this. It certainly feels like it, but the rest of the team still have to come back over.
Very, very scrappy openings. Gentlemates going their bonus round, trying to get a little bit aggressive on A main, losing a couple players with only 1 trade. Instantly, Natank tries to go equalize at B, gets taken out. Now, 4-2, Foot's grouped up.
Yeah, one way's there. No one going to be disrespecting that, but Wingman, not a problem for him. And he goes, plants in. Now they've got to know where some of these players are. Whalers trying to join back up with Bayaz, who still has 2 flashes, but it'd be very difficult to address this, especially when we've got a player going all the way around the world. Depending on how they want to approach it, they can either pull the trigger late or play it back in, but they're safe and they're going to get the timing just right. So for Gentlemates, very difficult. The first tap on the spike in a fair fight, but it's found by Ada Captain and looking for the follow-up as well. Bayaz now down low, giving it a go, and he's dead. CNED got him in the end. A nice round there, only losing out on Mr. Fallen.
Only 1 death. That's a really good start when you want to go into, starting to come back on your attack side, converting that bonus round. Great opening picks here. I love what we saw at the end of the round here with that Omen Smoke. Perfectly positioned. He took the time to line that up where the spike was just narrowly outside of it, so they could see when the spike was being diffused and it perfectly spammed that defender trying to defuse it.
Okay, an operator coming out with Takas very early here, 4th round. TP coming on for Cadaver, that's about it. The rest pretty far off. CNED still 3 off from his. Mr. Fallen. Maybe still trying to keep check on any of those players over towards that A side. The tank building towards his ult.
Very slow opening for Foot, round after round, going for these contact plays, but the up for Takas.
And he's found it. He's found so much value at the start there. CNED had got his value last round in a similar way, kind of slowly playing out towards B. But here's the kind of counter lean, I guess, is that Foot took mid control. It wasn't just a singular effort either, and they've already shown that presence, but look at the pivot as well. Foot now heading back towards this A site.
Great peek.
YellowJ, scary player. And they had to deal with him, and they did. Backfilling the space as quickly as they could. Bayaz takes down YellowJ. Now with this ball invested late towards elbow, they're still going to be flooding in, so this is really difficult to hold. And the tank's got problems everywhere. He actually gets bailed out a little. Cadaver trying to play his life there, keep him safe from CT if he can. And Cadaver, they can't clear him yet. This is so nice. That re-smoke on that corner has done very well. Held off down to 25 here, and Gentlemate's all in the right place at the right time until then. How did they just flood that so perfectly? Taking out all of them. I have no idea how Foot just broke back in there. It felt like, honestly, Gentlemates had a grip on that.
They were gripping there. And right from the start, Takas with that op at B main getting that opening pick, because the way that Foot's been kind of contacting around everywhere, it was a great opening. But instantly, Foot realizes, hey, op's on B. Let's start working our way towards A. YellowJ with a huge flank timing up through middle, gets spotted, goes back, takes out takes out the opper, Takas. But this cleanup, the 2 versus 4, was it a cleanup on A? That was just crazy how they just grinded through that.
Oh, that is obscene work from them. You got to feel up until that point. Foot, you know, taking some very hesitant steps there, but then the break back in was just outstanding. Now, a little bit of a different start here this time. Very early progress being made. The captain much deeper than before. Some of that util being broken on towards B, but you can see the drift back here.
This is a big tell. Because Foot didn't follow up and break that trip, they know, Gentlemates knows it's got to be A, but they're walking right into the captain.
They have no idea. Oh my god.
Perfect flash. He turned.
The flash was good. He turns it, but he does go down. They are on sheriffs, they are on pistols. It's still not much, and they don't have the opportunity to cover off every angle. These two look dead to rights, but they're holding on for dear life. CNED, gotta be careful. Cadaver grabs him out of the air, and now they get the follow-ups. YellowJ and Crack's now gonna be nervous about this one. Surrounded and in a little bit of a pickle here. They've got to be careful. Wall goes up. Quick little grab onto the sheriff for himself there to tank. And one of the avenues of approach is shut down. 35 seconds. Where do they go? You got Whalers trying to secure that they can't pivot anywhere else. Trying to funnel them in forward. But do they check on Cadaver? Right there, sat in the corner. 20 seconds. I don't think... Well, I mean, maybe.
It's going to be a tight timing. They can make it through market if they cut through middle here. I don't think they have the time to go all the way through B main.
And there's
TV.
this
Rotation from Cadaver. And he's got a Vandal too.
This is massive. He's in the right place, but does he play it just right? He's got, look,
Get
he
one
had a
and
smoke
live.
back up. I thought he might have invested that. That's not as clean as you like now. It's getting dicey. Spike is going down. It should be fine. It is. And now a 2v2 post plant. Cracks took some damage there. Cadaver's got them pinned, at least on the site for now, and they're sticking around. They're staying for the fight, and they just slice them in half. Now Whalers has to try and walk back in. All on his lonesome. Gonna lose track, lose a bit of a beat where Foot are. How does he clear this out? He's got his camera still, but this is tough. Cracks on that slightly deeper off angle. Gonna make it difficult. YellowJ even got his cam ready in case, and the off angle is rewarded. Cracks there, Foot managing danger, because that got deadly on A, Josh.
That's 5 rounds in a row of just scrappiness happening back and forth. You thought for a second, like, oh, Foot has a pretty good idea on handle of the situation, but Gentlemates with the rotations, with that flash push, I have no idea how that first opening kill from Ada Captain happens. He dodged that. It would look like the perfect pop flash. Turned it like it was nothing. Okay.
Who will see better?
Well, let's get the Foot fans to translate some of this for us. I heard the giggles. 2 to 3 now. Gentlemate's back on a purchase here. We do have Takas with the ult. See if that comes into effect. Already seeing very early progress. Checking behind this one way as well. Looking to try and maybe take that space. That's going to be Cadaver there. But look at this adjustment as well. Foot going with a 3-man through market. TP up towards that little spot above. No one being noted there. Got to be careful of the copy, but they should be just fine. The tank on the swing, but it's going to be 2 again going towards Foot. That's the site now under control. Crack still has market as well. This is a huge position to hold. And while YellowJ's alive, they still have the utility behind. Lovely from Takas. Pops the ult. Cadaver next step in. Has a little look. Stunning! stunning shot from Mr. Fallen. But this needs a lot. He's one off from his ult here. It's just a tap. That wall was in the way. Bayer's down low. Flash in. He's got one. Oh!
Good shot, so.
Bloody hell. 5 HP the difference. And you're right, this is just going to be a brawl the whole way through, isn't it? This is just one of those games.
I think the way that both teams are playing right now, how Foot does all these contact plays, how they're setting Yetterjay up to do a lot of these lurk plays through middle, through market, and just how with the Sage Wall coming up, isolating angles. Hey, you can't come through B main. We're going to do this double swing onto market and try to take these duels. It is going back and forth, and really you can't predict, even when it comes down to like a 3-on-3 situation. You don't have no idea which way the round's going to swing.
Yeah, it's high octane between these two. We've got those big ults coming online, at least for Foot. On the other side, I mean, yeah, they are valuable as well. That Rolling Thunder, the ult as well was seen head there. There's some key pieces, but Takas this time.
The camera's got info on main, and the paranoia is going to come in from the back lines.
How far
does premature.
Happens to the best of us. Josh, don't judge. But again, Yetterjay kind of being inserted up towards middle. Play this out a little bit if he fancies. But they're going to have to re-clear B main. They still need to kind of clear through this one. Takas has taken that space. It's going to cost them util.
And the full gamble away from A as well. They don't care, Gentlemates. They realize they have the res.
Oh, I thought he might have had one on that. Looked so close.
This lurk positioning, this is what I'm afraid of right now because... Oh, just gonna close the market door.
They've got to be aware of the chance of it because he has been playing that a couple of times now.
Yeah, but he should break that door down, create a little bit of pressure for this team to come out B main.
Yeah, you can see that they were trying to target towards market, and actually that's a massive reward right in the back lines. Whalers gets cleared on site, and it was Cadaver who got out of dodge. He's the one who avoided that Rolling Thunder from Mr. Fallen, but that's going to be a save. They got to pull the plug on this one. That hit was just very well crafted.
It was good design by Foot. I'm a little let down by how Gentlemates approached that round. They had the res, they have KO ultimate. They are able to construct something a little bit better, maybe take Natank, put him part of that pack who's doing the fight. If someone goes down, they can get the trade, they can get the res, use that wall to protect that a little bit, and then they have the retake potential still for A with that KO ultimate. But it seemed a little limp, where we have just Takas alone inside of main. Where's the backup? The paranoia came out, you had the control, you know Foot's gonna retake it, or speed up on A. Why are we kind of alone there?
And again, we are seeing kind of the new freedom to Gentlemates. We have to see how well they can kind of play in these situations without, you know, the coaching staff that we came to know behind them. See how it fares going forward, as they are going to pump the brakes here. This is the timeout they're going to be calling. Now they've got those still same 3 ults that they had just a moment ago, so they still got those to bank on, but
I don't know if they're going to have a full buy behind it, and this is going to be something that they have to realize, hey, well, we have the weapon saved, but what do we do with the last 3? Do we want to do a light investment? Do we want to fully purchase here and capitalize on these ults, or do we want to potentially let these ults simmer for another round here?
Yeah, it is tricky, isn't it? Because I'm looking at the money, and I think you guys can see it as well. Yeah, so Takas down on 2K, Bayaz as well around that spot. So, I mean, maybe they can get something, but it won't be a full purchase. And on the other side, you're starting to see the trend of rounds as well. The first 2, of course, the pistol and the follow-up looked good for Gentlemates. And as scrappy these rounds have been, once we've been in these buy rounds, they are starting to tilt towards Foot, which is, I guess, what you'd expect if you're looking at the positions and kind of the expectations of these two teams. Seeing them find a bit of stability in this highly volatile series, I can imagine, not only this map, but the entire thing. It is good news for Foot. They'll be happy enough with that. They've been starting to, build back into this, even though the scoreline still sits at 4-3. Let's see what the buy looks like for Gentlemates coming out of their timeout here. They shouldn't have too many seconds left on this one. No, indeed, we're back into it now. So, yeah, rounded out with Sheriffs, it looks like.
This should do.
If we look at kind of how the scoreline is shaping up, though, Foot has 4 basically gun rounds to Gentlemates' 1. And that is a very good indicator of how Foot is feeling.
See if there's any early aggression. We saw it before towards that B main push. That was obviously with Takas there.
Good scan, gets 2. And Gentlemates has a pretty good idea of how Foot's starting these rounds. 2-1-2, 2-2-1 type of openings here, getting that B main control.
Oh, the shoulder there. And the tank's one of the 2 players who have the Vandal, the rifle. So Gonna see him invest the heal towards himself. Get himself back in the better position if he can. So I don't even think the others have armor. So, you know, tell a lie, Whalers does. So maybe he could consider dropping out to him if that becomes a possibility. But for now, the swing. Good from Kadabra to find one, but that's one of those 2 rifles gone now. Can't really be policed too much or done too much with, but now they found both of them at least.
Right. And I think you're absolutely right. They should switch those weapons off, not only for the HP, but there is that res potential as well. If Natank, he's the one dueling, he doesn't get to res himself, but if Whalers dies and Natank gets a trade, boom, you can get that res off.
Takas now.
Second guessing himself.
Yeah, I see he's missed a bit of timing here. Yeah, getting paranoid. So, you know, the other lane was open. CNED real hot on his heels. Slowing him down and bringing him back to earth here. Plant should be on the way. No real threats about that one. And no real chances for any of these reses either. You can see where they died and the value of it here not looking feasible unless they get, you know, a quick pick or something that really springboards them in.
I think if they get a kill on the site and use that Cypher hat to get the information to approach it, I think that's one way to go for it. Otherwise, probably save this Vandal into a next round. Let the, I mean, they don't even get the orbs. It doesn't do anything. They all have ults. All they do is get Foot closer to their ults.
Yeah, 2 off from the fish ult for Cracks as well. Pretty nearby.
I hope the timeout that Gentlemates took wasn't for this round, but for the round coming up now, because they need to be able to convert that. If they don't convert that and they let Foot have not only this lead, we know how much momentum-based this team is. If they get their foot in the door, they're going to start running away with the half, and they're going to feel even more confident, take these duels. They're already winning the duels, and it's just going to make them even more confident and start snowballing.
That's what we're waiting to see. How does it look going in now? Gotta see what that timeout was for. You are hoping, you are imagining it's this 9th round. Only 1 ult for Foot on the other side. That is that TP. 2 off from the fish, as said in the previous. So that's still there with Cracks. That could come out here if he's able to get that going. But we're still seeing some... I mean, to be fair, the Guardian on Neon isn't exactly bad, so that'll be fine. But
the setup on A, though, is screaming to me that they want to do something aggressive, they want to do something together, and they want to do something where they can capitalize on that Sage res. But Foot is not here at all. They are doing the same opening, but they have nobody towards A here. They realize they're just going to smoke it. We go back to it after the first 15, 20 seconds of the round, and here we get to see it. Mr. Fallen on his way back. Gentlemate's starting to feel the pressure of not seeing anyone, not having the map, and losing that market door now.
It's hard to stay in a stack like this, and that might just draw them back.
Just that one stun.
That's keeping 4 players here. Obviously, Mr. Fallen doesn't know how many players are here, but he's calling out something. He's noted something. They've got a somewhat decent enough read here.
These guys need to reclear mid together, Gentlemates. They need mid. They need to threaten the B main flank with that KO ulti. If it is Foot going to get into B site and get that plant off for free.
But yeah, the J's been in so often. This time stunned. Oh, come off it! What the hell? Takas should have had him dead to rights, but Yellow J, being the biggest nuisance in the world, finally goes down. The tank can get Takas back up. Plant is in, though.
The flank.
Yeah, backline being pressured, not clean enough on the first attempt, but he's going to keep eyes drawn, keep them split with their attention, and isolates the fight. Mr. Fallen goes down, good trade. Back towards the B site here. Pain Shell preemptive on. You've still got the paranoia. You've still even got Wingman there with Cracks too.
That wall is still up for Natank. That will be their saving grace.
I can see him looking for it. Cleared this time. Natank's got to be the one to kind of get that wall going. There it is. Now this
in front of it.
Takas! And now can he get there in time? TP! He's going to get there in the last couple of seconds. Dives in! Natank! I don't know if he's got the time. He absolutely does with a second or so to spare. Natank and that wall coming in clutch.
Natank wasn't on the wall that time. It was at a captain. But Natank knocked him off that wall. Like Humpty Dumpty, I don't know.
Hey, it worked. And again, I don't know what the game plan was with that 4-play stack, but it kind of worked. I thought this was over. When Yellow J is just bailing him out.
That trade was so big, that res, that flank from Kadabra there, even just being able to, he got spotted, he stayed alive after. It is so important to stay alive, because if you're alive, you're pressure.
Yeah.
If you're dead, they realize, hey, we can all focus on the site. Big opening.
Mid-challenge, we haven't seen this yet. That's a small change up here. He's gonna have to TP out, but it's put the fear of God in them for at least a second. Have to maybe clear this again if they fancy using this later on. Yeah, you can see them running through some of the, I guess, replenishable utility. You can get Dizzy back, that's not an issue. But just making sure he's not lingering around anywhere else. Sunk a little bit of the clock, but they've left A pretty absent.
They know that Yetterjay's been in middle a lot. He's been a thorn on the sides. They want to clear him out together. Once they clear this out, they'll have good rotations. Really deep down mid now.
The timing on Yetterjay might be mad, though. But
He's running. They hear it. Easy catch. Trips go down.
There shouldn't be any reason he checks this. Oh! What was that shot? Please get it from the POV of him. That is wild. Just heard the fish ult go in as well, I believe. Left. Cleared through sight. You got the backline being watched. Whatever has been. Oh my God! Belting shot from him. We've got some bailouts coming in from Gentlemates here. Now they want to get the plant down for Foot. Time's now on their side. The backline feels unsafe, but it's being checked again by Mr. Fallen. You've still got CNED and Cracks here. Dizzy still in hand. Smoke just went in. There's a second go of Thrash as well. Looks to, that's 2 players spotted on CT there. Good info. Waiting with the Dizzy. Could help CNED. There's the ult. Gonna be noted, gonna be seen. The Dizzy was good, but he's got to keep them at bay here. Isolate a fight, he can't do it. The tank now gonna be getting steps towards the site. Start that defuse, get that pressure building. The wall's in as well, and you can see them starting to have to fight, have to face this. The tank is seeing this one, but it's running low on time. I don't know if they've got the time for this. Ooh, that time you don't. That time you don't. Real down to the wire stuff though. How much are we seeing these guys getting so close?
Back and forth all game, and it really started from that first round as well. That pistol, it set the pace for the rest of it. Jeez.
That was quick as hell. Siri he shouldn't have had any idea a player was there to react so quickly. It's nuts.
And that Raze paint shell nerf, you can see it right there in action. Just knowing he can tank this, I'll be okay. It's not gonna, get me here.
Go back in, but the problem is, these up and down rounds, the back and forth is going to be keeping the money of Gentlemates in a really rough spot. Just that Bulldog, couple of Sheriffs, you do have that Neon ult, so maybe might see that make an appearance if it seems like it could have some impact.
Gentlemates has had good gamble stacks, but perfect pop flash here.
And CNED is just disrespecting this. He's happy to walk out. He's been rewarded a couple of times from it too. This time decides to back away. And see what Foot decide to do now with that first blood in their side.
Not ready yet.
The 2-2 split for Gentlemates is not ideal for them.
I know exactly where.
That hat's gonna reveal all. 5 versus 2 either site. They're gonna go straight into the beat split through market.
Yeah, the pace now. Pain Shell going towards the back of the pillar. Oh, and a tank, careful. He'll luckily get away, but you could see there was almost a moment where he got caught. I think some fine chip damage came flying through there as well, but still. Looking like the underhand flash. Yeah, Ada Captain was already around the corner. Perfect from Foot. And Takas gonna have his work cut out in middle. Almost being baited in, Yetterjay. That is nasty. Gotta know where these final 2 players are, especially off the ult that came through from Yetterjay earlier. And hello. That's gonna be a good amount of info. And seeing it clearing 1. And Cracks on the second. Just beautiful stuff there. And Lucia flawless, kind of navigating all those potential threats, making sure they didn't walk into that Bulldog either. Everything ticking the box here.
7-2 basically in rounds after that second round. Gentlemates picked up pistol, picked up the next one, go into bonus, and Foot from that point on have won 7 of the last, I guess, 9 rounds. Full control of this, winning out the duels, closing out those clutches. A couple of really tight rounds that Gentlemates won, including the Natank with the 1 second left on the spike defuse.
No, Foot looked good here. Gentlemates again. Under the burden on them here to try and get back through a little more. Get a couple, I'd say a couple more rounds, get what they can out of this half really, but.
This is an attacker smoke, by the way. Enables Cracks to get across here. Listen for some info.
That's a nice question mark they can place. What does Foot do now, though?
They heard that door close at the start of the round. They want to go and utilize that somehow. Opening pick.
See, Eddie's looking good today. Now, if he looks back towards middle, they could be in all sorts of trouble. Fortunately, it's not where he's looking for them.
They clear him.
I mean, it's how the captain sat in the corner. Whalers had his eyes set on one, but still the trades are all perfect from Foot. They re-establish a control in market, and the captain never really getting threatened. He can get out of there as he pleases. And once again, Gentlemate's stuck almost at the door here, struggling. Take those next steps, and look at this post plant setup now. Look at the stall. Mosh goes in. The knife not even confirm it. Yeah, it's beautiful. Foot. This post plant is nearly unbreakable. Kadavra can make a go, but he's taken so much damage in just that first attempt. This is looking like a strong half close here for Foot. They want this one done. And the captain bounding in, beautiful. Foot, yeah, well-rounded here, Josh. I think that's the only thing we can say.
Doing a great job. Gentlemates didn't even have some of the worst reads ever. They had some decent reads. They had a couple of good gamble stacks. There were a few rounds that could have gone a little bit in their favor. You know, had 1 or 2 kills, trades. The thinnest, slimmest of margins could have, you know, swung in their favor. I wish their executions of some of their ideas were a little bit tighter.
Okay.
If they had timed the flash with a push better instead of just straight up dry walking into places. We've seen them get lined up on multiple occasions where, you know, people like Ada Captain was able to almost line them up, find an opening kill and stay alive for Foot instead of getting instantly traded. Gentlemates needed to tighten that up. It's not over yet. They need this pistol though if they want to have a chance in this map.
Yeah, 50% of their rounds came from the pistol at the start, really.
Yep.
They need a bit of that to go forward, close the gap towards Foot, who are poised in position with 8. Mr. Fallen's going to get the contact. He needs to back away. And actually gets it. Ooh, he's stuck here now. How much? Oh, and the tank with a great shot on Cracks. And the
Good start.
Stunning from Gentlemates. That should be the sight on a platter. You couldn't ask for a better beginning than that. Plant should be almost instantaneous. CT locked off as well. And they've got late mid presence. Oh man, it's dreamy.
My camera is destroyed.
They got it all going right here. Paranoia primed on contact. There it is, all preemptive. Didn't get out of captain, but still, the tank now with 3. Maybe on for the ace, who knows? Just that classic looking so good. That could have been 5, but it gets halted at 4. But great progress on the ult as well. He's got a lot going from there, but beautiful round. And that's enough to at least keep that scoreline within touching distance.
A couple of the things that we didn't get to see that round were 2 things. One is Natank actually put the Sage Wall deep into the defender spawn there. That's how they were able to fully focus on that A-link. And the other thing was how Whalers approached the flank through middle. He was sitting behind there, but he didn't start to progress until Foot showed their hand at A-link that they wanted to start that retake, and then Whalers was going. He was securing the round, and he played that perfectly. He didn't get a kill. But that's the hidden impact type of thing that sometimes you make the right play, you don't get rewarded for it.
And the reward for their success is a pretty beefy buy. You got Vandals coming out, you got all sorts here. Bulldog as well for Bayaz. Just Whalers sitting on a Ghost and Kadavra a little down on a Spectre, but still on the other side, just classics. And looking like they want to set a little bit of a trap towards middle. That was maybe the game plan. Whalers got to be cautious.
Stun flash.
Isolated fight, no chance to catch anything here. Whalers up to the task now.
Does he get chased here?
He does, and he gets closed down on. Yetherjay opens up a chance. Spike's only just going down on the sites. They're still trying to hunt down Kadavra. Oh, good pick on Ada Captain. Should be safe, and they are. Nice from Gentlemates, and the tank is 1 away from his ult already.
And only Whalers going down there. He had a Ghost, not a big investment into that.
Yep.
What we need to see, though, from the tank is, we didn't get to see it in the first half, was that as soon as he had that res up, it was 3 or 4 rounds before they did something where he was part of the pack, where he was able to be in a position to even use the res. We need to see it where he's with his team here, and he's able to capitalize on that res, sending someone in first, probably Takas, maybe Bayaz. But it's been Kadavra, I feel like, that's been on the opening duels for most of the game for this team.
Yeah. And I saw them toying with the idea of an operator there, but deciding against it. It's Takas, well, some pace here. Gonna try and set the tone and tempo.
That's the res up. Kadavra has that mid-control with Whalers.
This is good starts. These are really nice foundation blocks. And they've got Takas safely in this corner. He can stay here if he fancies. Slowly drifting away, looking at where Bears is off to as well. Check it on that back line. Where do they decide to finish on this? You've already got 3 players from Foot on B. Hard for them to work against. Smoke from the other side of the map going back in.
Knife's just back up now. Reclearing elbow, sees nothing.
Oh, look at the amount of movement it's caused, though. This is really good. All
getting
just
everything.
Bayaz. All just Bayaz. I think they're, pausing for a second because they're like, we've only heard KO util. That's weird, and it's only Bayaz. But they have to respond to it somewhat, right? You've still got CNED here. Yeah,
Huge read from Foot, they know.
They know. They've stuck around on this, and they're going to be rewarded now. But can they still deal with it? Mr. Fallen's going to find Kadavra. The backline threat still going on. CNED in that battle. He's won it. Now the Dizzy comes in, and Yedajay's got his. And now down a 2 to Tank and Whalers. This positioning, Whalers could have been an issue, but it gets just clocked at the last second there. Forced back to fight. Great shot time, though. 12 seconds, and they don't have a plant here. Don't have a safe way to plant either. Looking like this might be all she wrote for this round. And they call it where it is. For a bonus, still diligent, still very good. But 3 alive for Foot, they'll be happy with that. And how the hell did they just didn't over-respond? They had such a good read there, Foot.
I think the Gentlemates had a great idea. They had the control of B main, they go back, they knife, they reclear. Hey, I don't see anything here yet. I'm gonna go progress a little bit further. He ends up getting a kill, Bayaz. He keeps going in, but I think once Foot lost that player there, they realized, hey, like if we rotate now, we're not going to be able to get there in time anyways. Let's just hold our position. If they happen to cut B, if it's a fake, we have a winning chance, a fighting chance. If they go A, we're in the retake anyways.
This is the scary part, though, because as soon as I start seeing those rifles coming out for Foot, they start looking better and better. But this was the first attempt for Gentlemates, and that was a bonus. So I wait with a little more bated breath than that. But this attempt has to be on point. I want to see what they run here, what they do, what the approach is. Bayaz working towards ult as well. Still ways off. 1 off for Yedajay, 2 away for CNED. So a couple of the Foot players getting quite nearby.
Similar opening to last round for Gentlemates, but this time they are grouping together back to A.
So you still got a captain here, and you've got CNED as well. We're seeing Crack sitting kind of, I guess, back B, top mid, just kind of holding in case anyone does decide to come through, but he's a quick rotate. Smoke gonna go in. And the one-way finally goes down, but they're ahead of this. Bayaz gonna keep that pressure there. Doesn't catch CNED on the knife, but they're committing to this. They're creeping much closer now.
It's only really Bayaz that's shown himself again, so Foot might think it's the same opening as last round.
I do like it, just kind of toying with them almost, right? It's like, oh, I know that knife and flash is here. And once, again, if it's any more than just Bayaz, okay, now they've seen more. You can see CNED instantly calling that. That should cause a rotation. CNED's stunned, he needs help here. There's no way he gets to keep his life, or surely not, oh my God. And it was individual. Takas on his own here. Krax gets a follow-up, secures his other side. Kadavra floods a side, but out of captain. That should be securing the round. The spike can no longer make it towards the site. That's double digits for Foot. That's 10. That's 4 alive. The tank, no opportunity to bring that res out, really. Dead and buried. Foot looking good now. Getting things in hand. We need an answer from Gentlemates.
They need to take a timeout.
Yes.
They absolutely need to. Right now, it's not even a matter of the ideas. The ideas are there. They've been there all game. It's the execution. I'm going to bring it up again. It needs to be a little bit tighter. They needed to go and hit their timing there. They got spotted on the double peak, and they didn't instantly capitalize on CNED. They didn't instantly lock him down. He was stunned. He was paranoid. But the spacing is just not there.
Gotta work on it, gotta get themselves in this. Again, when you're playing against the higher end of the table in this league, when you're playing against these teams who are ascending internationally, you leave those faults, you leave those flaws, they will be pressured, they will be made a problem of. Peekaboo, Mr. Fallen didn't expect that at all. Massive work from Takas, gets a rifle. And keeps going, it looks like. Okay, Yedajay. A weird start from from both, really.
Scrappy.
But yeah, just messy stuff. There's still info there. Plant is in. Now remember, look at the purchase here for Gentlemates. It's sheriffs, it's bits and pieces. It's going to be hard. Whalers has got to be the big man now. All's in place. Bayaz gets cleared. Sight done for Whalers.
There you go.
Oh, that's the man you needed to see. 3 back-to-back for him. And now 1v1. Yeah, the J's got him. 11 for Foot. He's up, he's roaring. Gentlemates got dangerous there. They got close on that sort of round. A strange beginning over towards Market, but a round for Foot nonetheless.
That was a really good retake there, and I really love what YodaJ did there at the end. As he's getting Cypher scanned, he is on the spike defuse. He lets it scan him while he's defusing, instantly gets off, realizes that, hey, the peek's gonna come in now. He's able to capitalize on that. That AoE from that showstopper, and that lineup again, it's so many lineups this game. Usually it's been out of captain that's been getting them, but here, that big 3K for Whalers almost turned the tides.
Let's go. 11. Big scoreline. Gentlemates, what are you going to do now? What's the plan now? You've got to buy. You still got that Res in the tank. You've got Cadaver's TP.
It's like round 3.
Yeah, that's the sting of it all. But it feels like they're waiting for that opportune moment, which I can't blame them. But at this point, they're going to run out of opportunities to even bring it in. Bay has 2 off from his. Takas as well. Oh, CNED. Just surgical. Down middle. Takes out Takas. That's him removed from the round. I mean, Res could come out. Is this the time for it? Might be. I think
They
just
might want to get a little bit more space before they commit to that.
You
but
will not kill my
oh,
Christ,
perfect.
Christ.
Oh,
man. So ready. Mr. Fallen. Just adding insult to injury on that one. There it goes. And they look a little lost without a plan here. It looks like they don't know quite where to go now. I'm surprised we didn't see a timeout hit for potentially this. I think they only used 1 in that first half here. You can already see the setup waiting. Got that Dizzy. You got to add a captain who'll get the spot first. Paranoia ready. Dizzy goes in. CNED goes out. Just springboards forward. CNED and cracks in Unison. Whalers again trying to do what he can, but look at the odds against him. Look at the numbers against him. What are you meant to do? 12 for Foot. Feeling like the inevitable pressure is hitting, and Gentlemates running out of steam.
Foot is a step ahead every single time. They knew as soon as they got that kill, let's keep the advantage. Mr. Fallen has that, knows that the body's there. They're pinging it, probably has that aftershock already. I think if Gentlemates wants to invest that res, they need to put a little bit of pressure on the map, maybe break that market door, maybe threaten through middle a little bit to get Mr. Fallen off of that line. I think Foot is just thinking ahead of the situation, and Gentlemates is lagging behind on the decisions or the executions. We saw them in the first half. They had the right idea, poor execution. Second half, they still have the right idea, again, lagging behind in just the execution timing of things.
4 consecutive rounds here now for Foot. Do see a couple of ults for them, but on the other side, they've got some key ones to use as well. Bayaz does have the KO ult, Takas as well, and Neon has that ult to bring into play. So if you've got a plan in mind, this would be the time to really implement it, right? You're not gonna have any other chances at this. I hope they've got something kind of written down, kind of, you know, worked through that they can depend on here, because the purchase isn't great outside of that either. You're still gonna have Guardians here, light armor, there's still issues. This is still not the perfect round, but you've gotta make it work here. Held on 6, Gentlemates.
My guess is they do a pace change, Gentlemates, because of the ults that they have. Usually it means fast towards B, could sometimes mean fast towards A. I wonder if Foot's gonna get in their faces to block it, but it looks like they're not gonna go for anything quick here. Maybe a little misdirection first.
Let's see how this looks. Okay, Takas has to get out here. I like this from Foot though, right out of the timeout, instantly gonna take some space somewhere, play something a little different, take the ult orb as well.
Insult to injury.
Yeah, and it's going to force, if Gentlemates want to take this space back, they've got to invest util towards it. They've got to show their hand a little bit here. Doing this contact would be pretty brazen. At least one of those stuns now used up here. Re-smoke deeper. This is a tricky situation. Mr. Fallen playing with fire.
So much time wasted. 40 seconds gone.
Ooh, that's some damage too.
Utility gone. No molly, no paranoia. One less flash, one less slow. 50 seconds remaining, and Gentlemates, they need to make a decision. They just need to pick something and do it. They still have that KO ultimate, but the big gamble stack for Foot. They have the camera watching elbow, the trips watching mid and A-link, the full gamble stack towards B. Gentlemates, they're gonna walk into their death.
Just the fake TP there, and the burst comes in. Cena trying to maybe preempt, try and hold him back. This is good. Gentlemates pressuring the issue. Takas opening the site. Now there's more players here than maybe Gentlemates would expect. Rez being kind of toyed with as well, gonna get, what was it? Bayer's back on his feet. There's down to Cracks and Yedajay. I don't think they'll be able to make as much impact as they'd like. They don't have control towards market. They have very few safe springboards in, and already flanks on the way. Takas wants to threaten the back here too. Make sure this one's wrapped up, put a bow on. Lovely burst from Gentlemates.
Foot has nothing to lose here.
Time starting to dwindle.
Put down.
That's Takas gone. Make it costly.
Oh my.
Hell, they can get pretty close on this one.
They still have Wingman for the defuse.
Yeah, but it's running low on time. Yedajay making a damn good go of things. He's a nuisance, he's a threat, and he's almost aced him. But he's just got no time. Has to try and back away, will lose life, as does Bayaz. So, Foot stopped at 12. Gentlemates get their 7th. That took a lot to get there, though.
It was expensive in the end there.
Yeah.
That's one of those situations where Foot had the perfect read of the situation. They knew it's going to be a B hit. They were in the perfect positions for it to deal with it, but I don't think they had a plan behind it. Hey, it's going to be B, let's stack B, but they didn't talk about who was going to go where, what they're watching, how they're going to respond to certain situations, and they fell apart.
Yedajay getting a nice little read here as well. Knows that the money is in a precarious place. That light armor's going to be coming out. So he gets to have the time of his life. And a tank. They're just going right up middle. There's so many players here though already. Oh! Banger of a shot from the tank. And they fade away slightly. Foot have cleared behind this though. And now there might be a little bit of danger here. Gotta be cautious, could get overwhelmed. Gadava's gone down, the tank trying to hit some worthy shots, but these trades have brought it back to a 3v3. Now there could be some issues. A minute on the board and the ults come out.
This might be all she wrote. Yedajay with that outlaw as well against light armor, light shields.
Yep.
That's one bullet.
Oh, and he's got potentially 2 here. Forced off the angle well. A little bit of trade out. Oh, Takas! The miracle worker in these moments, leaving Mr. Fallen with nothing more to achieve. Takas, great work at the end there. I thought that one was wrapped up, but there's life in them yet. How the hell did they do that?
Hanging on by a thread.
Yeah.
By a thread.
Woof.
These mid fights, I mean, jeez, it's been actually 20 rounds of messy, sloppy, just a slugfest.
Yeah.
Even the rounds you think are just like clean and over, 2 versus 4, I'm taking you all down with me. And everyone's dead to the spike explosion.
Yep. Okay, so we're gonna see Foot's money held. They're gonna take a lighter purchase here, just that Hero Vandal on CNED. The rest, Sheriff's and a Stinger. Obviously now, no one's watching this. So they've got quite a bit of freedom here.
That's an attacker smoke.
Yep.
Is that a bait?
I mean,
to make them walk in? Wheeler spots him.
Did he see CNED?
I don't know.
It doesn't look like he did because no one else is turning around here. Bayaz, you might just get the
timing.
Surprise of your life. Yeah, gonna catch him there. This is now an issue. They've got to kind of scramble back. And look, the spike over towards Tiles as Yedajay's found a tank. And now there's problems galore everywhere. Quick TP, Cadaver's in so much trouble. 8 HP has been spotted. Needs to get towards the site here. He's just crossing, hoping for the best. He's praying that Takas has his back. Luckily he does. Plant gonna come in now. But a 3v4, difficult. Takas gonna get out of captain down.
He's going for more.
I mean, that's bold play, but I guess with the Rolling Thunder and the Showstopper, maybe they don't allow them a chance to bring it in, but the HP's so low. Look at it, 18 between the 2 of them. Takas and Kadavra barely breathing, barely alive, and above we go. Yedajay takes down 1. They know Takas was close. Stunned up, gotta hit that shot, and he can't. It's all on Whalers. And he's gonna face the music, left in pieces. Foot close out in the end. 30 15-8.
Jeez, I don't really have much more else to add to that. Just so scrappy back and forth, really high octane. You never knew exactly which way the rounds are going to play out. You think it's foot, then you think it's gentleman. What's going on? All map.
Yeah, a wild ride here. Split up next, and I feel like that tempo is going to be the same pace throughout.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through Attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. I'm feeling good, feeling great now. A hater can't play with my day now. Get that negativity out of my face now. In my city, I'm the man of my state now. Yeah, I'm living life to the fullest. Baby girl, you're talking to the realest. Energy and joy, you can't steal it. Good vibes all around. Baby, tell me, can you feel it? I woke up, so I'm blessed. Just another chapter in the test. I know I'm doing better than the rest. Got a smile on my face, showing teeth for the crest. It's no sweat, I'm a vibe in my own right. Go time in the sun, yes, I'm gon' shine. So fine, got a baddie on my phone line. Feeling good, feeling great, chasing these good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Put my soul on that beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal miracles with the lyrical. With the homies tryna pop like the cereal. Lucky Charms, got a model on my arm. Go watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks, I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes, but there's money on my mind. I see passion and pride, I despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. I'm just tasting my shots with good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing goodbye. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy.
Gentlemates, they gave us another tank on the wall, but it wasn't quite enough to go up against Foot. This is the thing, though, as I welcome back Akuka and Nash. We know what he does. We've seen, as the great Taylor Swift once said, we've seen this movie, we've seen this film before. I like the ending, but Foot, they weren't quite able to deal with that, but they still managed to come out on top.
Yeah, exactly. I think that the idea and the entire plan that Foot had, one, was very good fundamentals. I think that especially on that last round that we saw, that retake, it became very clear that they're just a very good team. But this, we saw last week, and time again, we expect that at some point, Ash, it is going to end. But it doesn't.
It doesn't. And then you also wonder, okay, in the post plant on this B site, you know you can't just be playing back into B main. You have to have some sort of backstab coming in or prioritizing being able to break that wall. But when it's thrown vertically, it makes it just so impossible in those post plant situations there on the attacking side. But otherwise, though, this was a pretty scrappy matchup. I feel like Insu, both these teams at times have looked clinical here on Sunset, but this was pretty toe-to-toe in a lot of these rounds.
Yeah, it was so many back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and so on. But it does feel like towards the end, as we take a look at, I was going to say Charles Nennington. I can't help myself. CNED in the AIM Labs warm-up, because he really was the difference maker.
He really was. I think that he was really strong with a lot of these opening duels. There were just multi-kills that he was able to find on this map here as well. His utility was great. The paint shells were perfect for zoning on his entries onto site.
Yeah, time after time. I think that CNED is just such a reliable player that is working so well in this system that they have prepared for stage 2, that they have polished more so, right? And I think that round after round, they managed to come on top. We see here the first blood and the first death percentage. But let me tell you something. During that second half, Foot only had 2 openers. And they managed to close that out in their favor. Sometimes we would see Takas maybe taking too much of a risk, and I feel like we've been in this position before, where Takas is taking too much of a risk and it doesn't pay off, not in the way that he expects. And then is when we think, okay, what is Gentlemates going to do about this problem that they had here? And it just repeats somewhere else in the map, because Foot is smart enough to always move ahead of what their opponents are going to do.
Well, this is where things get interesting, because we're going on to Split, and if Foot do not change their comp from last week, we're going to see for the first time ever that they play the same comp 4 maps in a row, and first time ever that CNED play Raze back-to-back series. He's never done that before. We've seen them play Jet like a billion times in a row, but never Raze.
I think you jinxed it. Now they're going to pick the Chamber.
You reckon?
No. But, you know, maybe. Why not? We've been talking about the performance that Gentlemates has had on this map, with that double duelist, with that Euro, and it's precisely Takas that I'm looking at. If he thinks he's able to replicate that performance, if he is able to be the surprise, to have that edge on getting the first kills with the Euro and have the same impact that he has had in the past during this stage on this map, I can see this going to a third one. But really, I freaking love that Sunset. Like, some of the rounds were so curated. Yeah, there were mistakes. There were rounds that came very, very close. But to me, just in that instance, Foot was the better team.
They really were. They were very measured in a lot of the decisions that they were making. And then when you're talking about that split comp here on the side of Gentlemates, I do think that Takas is this player that we can see just completely bounce back within a series. Go back from one map where he's not performing super well, and he's able to kind of flip that performance going into map 2. But again, it does come down to that synergy as well, right? Because you do also have a tank who can follow up as a second entry in, while Takas is playing more of that disruption. But, okay, listen, let me cook a little bit here. We're talking about the fact that there's the potential of seeing that same comp 4 times in a row, right? What if we see Cracks back on the Raze, ISO CNED.
Hey!
Well, yo, I'm liking your comms. I like it.
They
I'm
said it
the
themselves, though.
choreography.
Fallen said that it would be cracks on the ISO if
Maybe
they were
he's
to do
lying.
it. I hope he was lying because that would be great. Let's take a look at Agent Select and see if we get the same exact comp 4 maps in a row coming out of Foot and the same rays coming out of CNED as well.
It is.
And oh my goodness, I mean, this is the first time in his career that he's doing this.
Crazy, please, for next week, can they play the same maps again? Can they do Sunset Split so it's just 6 in a row? So we see every single
be
one of these
insane.
players slotting the same agent 6 maps in a row.
But you can imagine also, okay, it becomes a little bit difficult because yes, anti-stratting, maybe it does feel a little bit stale sometimes, but it's also the comfort of being able to slot into the exact same roles, the exact same agents, and the synergy that we've seen Foot build up throughout this season.
Pound for pound, the head-to-heads in this one are so important. We were talking about Natanga on the wall. Now he's going to be measured against CNED, one of the best duelists that we have had ever in EMEA. I want to see Kadavra also against Jetoj. We just saw Benchy Fishy being so impactful for Heretics on this map. And the most important one, Beas versus Mr. Falling. I think that they're going to be the most important players to look at in this head-to-head because this map means a lot for both of these teams.
I mean, Fallen has called a great map on Sunset, Ash. It was a smart plays coming out of him time and time again.
And I think that's where we do see the differences between the two IGLs in particular, right? Mr. Fallen has so much experience under his belt. His utility rarely ever misses.
Well, I smell 2 casters coming into this. Over to the very fragrant Pansy and Steel. I'm sorry, guys.
I can't even describe the lore to you guys at home behind that. A disgraceful display there, Yinza. But thank you for getting us into this one. Appreciate it. Well, yeah, that caught me off. I mean, talking about the map at hand, God, it's a while since it's been thrown. This map specifically, something we were looking at, that there is a real chance here. You look towards, let's say, Foot's record on this map. In the last 2 months, it's been 4 losses and 1 win. That's it. It's not been a good map as of late, but they were losing to the likes of Fnatic and Heretics. So contextually, you get a little bit more of an idea. And for Gentlemates, it has been sometimes a bit of a balm of, you know, some of their worse maps. It kind of rounds out their map pool a little bit better. So this could be a big opportunity for them. What do you make of the comps, though?
I think that the double duelist is definitely going to be something that Gentlemates needs to get a lot of value out on this attack side. I don't think they can come out weak at all here, and already they might be going right into this trap Mr. Fallen set up with that fault line for that B main execute. So if this is a real commit here, it could be a real catastrophe. But that mid walk up, that lurk, CNED, is he gonna know?
He just looked away. There is a gap in the timing now.
That's
Look
smoke into
how
heaven.
close they are. He is not, okay, something's gone terribly wrong. CNED has now seen all of them and he's just on red alert. There is problems everywhere. Cracks, get your gun out. You know there are people towards heaven. What are you up to? There was a real opportunity there to maybe make a mistake. Now, pause. The whole map feels a little funky here. It's all a little topsy-turvy. And it's a quick pivot from Gentlemates, actually. Not wanting to continue along that B trajectory. They're looking towards A. Nice mosh as well. Really bought some stall there. God, this util is just so suffocating through heaven. Between Cracks and Yellowjay, they're being stalled out here. 2 on the site, 1 watching the push through on CT. Kadavra has found CNED, so actually CT looking a little bit more open. Yellowjay unaffected by the stun, needs to keep his teammates safe, and he does! Cracks swings on the other side of Pillar, leaving just Kadavra really trying to control towards heaven. It's all now down to 1, the knives around Yellowjay. Up in their faces already.
That entire sequence, start to finish, as soon as CNED had that awkward timing, that weird situation in heaven, catching each other like by surprise, like what's going on here? I think Gentlemates put themselves in a trap situation as soon as they realize, hey, the jig is up, and they decide to rotate all through 5 players, 5 through vents. But they have no space on A. They don't know where they can go. They don't know if ramp's clear. I think that stalled them out so much, that mosh on top of that, and Gentlemates, they had no recourse. They were done for once they decided to rotate all of them there together. Leave someone to be heaven, maybe. You give yourself a fallback plan.
You saw how close they got, though. It feels by the fate of the gods that Foot got away with that a little bit, because the timing up towards heaven, if that went the other way, you know, knife edge sort of stuff. So
It was that last player that came up. I think it was Natank coming up.
Just got caught by it.
If he didn't come up through Mail at that exact moment, then I think Gentlemates completely sneaks by CNED. Neither of them have any idea that each other are there, and then they're able to catch cracks and spawn, and way different outcome of the round. But it's an extension of this first map. Scrappy, sloppy, never know what you're really going to expect until the last moment.
And into this, though, the only one really with utility left is Bayaz. No one else can really help out right now. Whalers, no smoke in effect yet. Don't know how long's left on that one, but still. Kadavra the only one there with the Sheriff too, and I think it's Natank who's got some. So looking to maybe slowly creep towards A, looking to see if there's any opportunities building. And Caesar's going with a paint shell somewhere, just lob that up.
That was on mid, but I don't know if they were comboing it with anything, if it was just the paint shells or if there was a...
Something else?
Something else? I don't know what.
Yeah.
Something.
I mean, I guess Krax is on that side, so maybe been like, yeah, I don't know, maybe we'll catch it on a replay. For now, Bayaz might have to just face the music, and he does. And to see a flawless here in round 2. Foot very quickly getting past this, ticking the box. And again, if you are someone like, you know, a fan of the team of Foot or even the team themselves, you can imagine they've got to go back and been looking at working through Split a little bit as well. They've had a couple of those hard games against high-end teams. Again, your Fanatics, right.
Well, there you go.
Death, cool. I mean, they've had some very hard losses on this map against some very good teams, so they should have been in the workshop again, maybe looking to fine-tune some stuff. Now I want to see what happens with the Outlaw as well, because right side of the map, and they got light armor. So Charles Neddington.
There's also a big test because Foot lost the pistols in the previous map, and if they're able to capitalize on this bonus round, which Gentlemates wasn't able to do in the last map, then Foot could have a really good start. They'll have the map lead, a huge buffer into this next map, and that momentum on their side.
See them pausing, waiting for the rotation to come back around. CNED, I think he's got a pretty good read at this, and he's got a nice line of sight to work from, and they are all so squishy to this gun. He doesn't care, he's going to disrespect this. Yeah, of course he is. Has a little bit of a peek. Going to get away with his life as well. Calling reinforcements if they need it. They do at least have the Cypher utility up towards Vent, so they should have a little bit of safety in that fact. It might just be removed in a second. That should be quite telling in itself.
I mean, the fact that they had 3 there at the opening, Takas, Natank, and Bayaz, was a pretty big signal.
Here.
This lurk up from Kadavra.
They've been almost catching a time in there through kind of Mail a couple of times now. At a captain, got to be careful. Gentlemates are on the way. Smoke's just gone in. This position from YetaJ is nasty to try and clear, though. You can see the stall coming. I thought maybe the paranoia would have been working long enough to actually help him out a little bit, but at a captain, just waiting down below. In the depths, gonna catch the tag as they one by one filter through. Foot unmoved by this, unthreatened by this. Stunned up, put down. Foot in firm control.
I think Foot, a deeper look at how they're able to stay in control there. I don't think they looked at B main at all. They realized everyone from Gentlemates is coming up from middle through that B heaven area. They didn't look towards B main because they knew, hey, Kadavra, he's the Cypher, he's the lurker, he's coming up through mid. We know that the rest of the players were all outside A at the start of the round, and they didn't really have the plan to go B until CNED basically put them down.
Yeah. A little bit unnerving here. A rough start for some of the Gentlemates players as well, not off the starting blocks yet. You want to see them building a little early, maybe keep that confidence up. They had a competitive map 1. 13-8 in the end. And now put down to Sheriffs. Now they've caught a couple of moments of chance through towards Mailroom there.
Cage triggered.
Let's see if maybe you want to explore that again. At least get towards ramp, clear the camera. They now know that Heaven is no longer safe. YetaJ got to be careful. They're on the side of caution. See the rest of Gentlemates exploring other parts of the map as well. Up towards middle. A very passive hold from Cracks over there. There's the late presence. So they've got a good idea of what's going on here. May not expect the main control, but okay, CNED on the trade. Takas did open things up. Good timing from Mr. Fallen to check back towards B main.
But there's no follow-up. They're also split from Gentlemates.
Oh, individual.
Spike down mid.
No trade possible. Yeah, the Jay's just buying time.
Left.
He's gone down now.
He got his.
Now, if we had a little bit of, I don't know, some je ne sais quoi to the round, there could be some threat to this.
15 seconds, though. It has to be a B commit, and I wouldn't be surprised if Foot just decides to run away from the spike at this point.
It's getting really late on the time, but Bayaz going down. That chance is gone. So Whalers looking maybe just to keep that Phantom in hand here and just dip away. Foot playing a very patient game there, not really falling into all that temptation the Gentlemates are trying to put out.
And when I'm looking at this, I do wonder about that whole coaching change, about how it looks like Gentlemates is playing a little bit more loose and more about defaulting and trying to find openings and try to figure out what the setup from Foot is and then try to make a plan after that fact. We're not really seeing a lot of clear-cut ideas of what they want to do and them controlling the game. And I do wonder if that change with the approach once, you know, existence is no longer here, is that biting them right now hard, where one game they get to see that freedom and how it enables them to do things, but if you don't have that freedom or you're not getting anything done with that freedom, what do you have to fall back on? Where is that foundation? Where are your set plays?
And I think we're going to find out the answer of that impact.
Jeez.
Bloody hell. That was close on either side. So Tank walks away with 33, Mr. Fall in 47. Bayer's going to be re-clearing the space. So now noting 2 players at least here towards B main. That's about all the information you're going to get from this for now. And we can already see them starting to fall right back around towards this A side. Yeah, I think the question mark about, you know, the fallback plan once they do get no clear answers early on will be interesting. There we go. Good info. Yeah, the Jay's got to be careful now.
Careful now.
Only the same player noted, but they can feel that pressure coming. Crack's is he ready? Investing it to the left and swinging on the right, but he sees nothing so far. Gentlemates do have site control. Doesn't feel quite safe for a plant, but now they're going to go for it. Smokes are up. They've got a little bit of safety, but a 5v5 post plant gets messy. Looking at the ults as well, you've got CNED there. You've got Yellow Jays. And it looks like there goes the beginning to it all. CNED want to take the space here. That might be, well, Takas gone. It is. Connection on it. Gentlemates looking to try and retake towards Heaven. Prioritize that as their next step here. Kadavra doing well to try and get that Captain down, but already the defuse is being started. They've got to try and address this one. Wingman's on the case. He's on the defuse.
I just don't know. Like, right now, CNED has 100% success rate with that showstopper, getting that opening kill. 5 versus 5 retake, and it looked like Gentlemates, they didn't really have an idea of how they wanted to do that. It seemed like, hey, it's planted for Heaven, we're going to go back, but only one player's on the site, that's Takas. And Foot, they just never misstep right now. They're playing perfect.
And there's something to be said, it can be quite hard to play clean Valorant when someone is playing hard to predict Valorant against you if they're being a little bit more, you know, fast and loose on the fly. But you're seeing the reward here. And that is a big amount of info as well off the Dizzy. Quick smoke towards CT, and it looks very simplistic, very direct, just straight on in. The attack looking to trying to clear on side, he's done just that. No one took him to actually, oh, okay, Yenajay did catch Takas at least. I thought, oh, they're getting caught here. They have the start they wanted. But the spike hasn't crossed yet, that's with Bayaz. And now there's a little bit of difficulty here. CT is open, but no one's going to be actively watching that. There's at least a chance for him to get across, but pause here. Whalers smoke just about coming back up now. Gonna pop that up towards Heaven.
They still have to deal with the crossfire from ramp and spawn screens. Mr. Fallen ready to aftershock on that spike plant and then push out with it.
And now the captain's got safety on towards ramp here. This is beautifully done. Foot again, not giving any chances, any opportunities. Gentlemates look a little lost here. I wouldn't be surprised to see a timeout. Bayaz looking to keep them in this. Bail them out, but a 1v3, which was a 1v4, a lot to ask. No plan either. Players left, right, and center. There's nowhere to go. There's got to be a timeout here. There needs to be the panic button hit, because Gentlemates are not getting what they need.
And that was the first real fast round that we saw from Gentlemates. They opened up really quick. They got that opening kill. Site was free right here, 5 versus 4. And then it just slowly falls apart. We're losing a player lurking up a ramp on the Heaven fight. We're losing another player unlucky to a spam through the cage, whatever. But if they kept that 4 versus 4, got that spike planted, kept that ramp control, maybe it's their game to, the round to win. But it's falling apart for them. And Foot, again, continue to just never make a misstep.
Well, quite like this too. Bit risky to do it in this sort of round.
Respect.
3-man mid-walk. Spots out Takas at the very least. Gonna back from this now. Shown enough. They don't want to risk too much. Again, they do have the rifles. They have a lot to lose in that, whereas Gentlemates on the other side, they have one Vandal with Whalers, the rest either Stingers or Sheriffs. A couple of ults to play with, but I don't know if this is the round that you're going to try and bank on it. Tough to use.
It is
late gathering towards A.
not the ideal situation to use it.
Spike dropped.
And Foot's happy in the setup. They have that kill trip on the middle of the site. They'll try to get that spam kill, maybe from heaven. They have that smoke up to provide cover for it as well.
Oh, that's so much info. That's going to be the rotation score, then a catch. Takas, he's not having luck here at all. He has been caught several times now, struggling with that Yoru. Sometimes it can really work. Not looking like it now. On the tank, though, opportunity. No!
Oh, God.
Man, this is going from bad to worse. Falling to pieces here. Whaler's still alive, and he's got to be the danger man. He's got to go huge. And, well, he's got a chance to. That could be two. No, not even going to get it. Bayaz finally shows his hand, but he's been swept. Foot 7 now. Quick work from them. Where is the timeout? Gentlemates need to address this. This is just going terribly wrong.
They need a timeout, not even necessarily to talk about some sort of strategy or tactic that they want to run. They need to do it just to get their emotions in order. What is going on? It's disaster. Everything is falling apart. They've got no control over anything. Right when you think that they have a chance to kind of bring themselves back into it, that Stinger, just keep ADS, get that second burst off, confirm that kill. Why are we going into ADS, then out, then in, then out? Like, just commit to something and do it with conviction.
Yeah, you're starting to see them falling by the wayside here. No timeout called. They want to keep going. They have ult, so to Foot. Quick clear, high priority towards clearing over towards A. They see nothing. It's going to be very telling. So you got to see if VCT can keep his life. Because Gentlemates have used everything towards taking this B site, and they're going to get it. They have everything they need here. Can clear out on the way. You're going to see the rest of Foot then working their way back around now. Again.
Spike planted.
They have that Rolling Thunder as well for this post plant to extend if they need to. Don't lose another one to a spam. They need to make a plan, though. How are you going to defend against this retake? Mr. Fallen, one off of his. Here comes the Thrash, re-hit.
Yeah, this is just going to be probably clearing up towards Pillar. Does at least spot two there. One Pillar side, one towards the back of site. We've got the rest coming through from Heaven. We've got a late wrap coming back around. Here comes the ult. That's going to catch at bare minimum 2, if not 3. This should be good, but it's out of Captain. He takes down the tank. Whalers now falls. What's going on here? Kadavra has to go out of his mind. Yenaje takes down Takas. There's a Kadavra. The defuse is happening.
Jeez.
This one is looking over and done with. Foot in full control, and Gentlemates threw everything into that round, and it made no difference.
It's like you think that something worse can't happen, and then the very next round, it's just like you can see it happening. It's in slow motion.
Yeah.
It's like the train. It's the what's that Austin Powers thing with the you know what I'm talking about? It's in slow motion. You're watching this the floor roller thing just steamrolling over, and it's just like the close up on the guy's face is screaming. I don't understand what's happening here, because I could clearly see the intention, the idea behind what Gentlemates wanted to do there. Hey, we have that Rolling Thunder. As soon as they start coming in for that retake, they're going to use that Thrash again. I'm going to use the Rolling Thunder. It's going to get all of them. It's going to get all of Heaven. It's going to get all of Spawn. And then we're going to do what with it? Oh, we're going to do nothing with it. Natank's going to fly out by himself. He's going to die. Nobody else is ready to fight with him. And then we're going to let Foot win the round. Why are we letting them have so much respect? Like, we need to start disrespecting them. And the fact that Gentlemates is going down 8 rounds like this, they need this. They have a double duelist comp. This should be the easy side. We haven't seen any real good executions of set plays. It's been way too much individualistic stuff, and then when they do get the opportunities, the situations they want, twice on A, once on B here, they're not able to close out.
No, this is gut-wrenching to watch to an extent. Takas really struggling to get off those starting blocks, staying on 1 kill here. I mean, the highest fragger as well for Gentlemates is on 4. So everyone just being overpowered, outgunned here. And you're right, a limited amount of a plan, it felt like at times. Maybe time for an adjustment. Hopefully this timeout gives them an idea, a concept to play with, because they're running on fumes, it feels like. could have been dangerous. Toying with it. Identifying that there was pressure here.
We're not seeing Whalers using his smoke at the beginning of the rounds. I think he's been saving it a little too much. I wonder if that's giving Foot a little bit too much space. But here comes a fake B pump. It's going to create that opening for that mid walk. Here comes the lurk. It's like this pistol round all over again, but no follow-up. Foot has a read.
Mr. Fallen wanted the information. He put his body behind it, loses it. Jay waiting patiently in the back line. Talking about the top frag here, it is this man. TP committed to. He's made it to the back of sight here. Caution being aired. Gentlemates very, very slow and meticulous all the way. And this time, a fair couple of fights, but it's Jay still thriving. The timing, it couldn't be better. Takas starting to heat up though. That's a good pick from him, but an instantaneous trade. Now 2v2. Ada Captain's got a whole lot of kit, so does Krax. They can mosh off one of these areas as well. There's that stun in. Krax spotted. Don't know if they noted Ada Captain dropping down. Both playing in the back cubby here. A little bit of a high-low.
That Dizzy could confirm both.
Only confirms one. Whalers didn't pull the trigger there. Now they know, but he still gets one. The spacing, the timing, just too good. Krax is not letting it slip. Foot looking flawless so far. Just round after round. Gentlemates looked like they had a better plan, then looked like they had a concept to work with, something they had in mind. This 3-2 split, that late pump back through main, and it still falters.
That opening kill, you're thinking Gentlemates, finally, they're going to get something going. And then Yedajay gets one through the cage, pushes through, gets a second, while they have the paint shells in their hands. And it's just, it's that situation where it's like, he can't keep getting away with this.
He absolutely can. He's set on 12-4 currently. Big game from him. I know the devs were saying, you know, can they keep up with the likes of what we saw from Benji Fishy on a map like this? Well, he's putting in a damn good performance so far. And at 9-0, you're just hoping Gentlemates get around. It feels cruel almost to see them struggling this much.
And Foot has a really good read on the situation. They're only keeping those two players towards B, just spotting for info. That Dizzy spat on 2 players. So Foot understands, hey, Gentlemate's open to up the round with like a heavier start towards A here.
Third man in attendance. Couple of question marks on the cross towards ramp. 4 players up there. Yedajay has, it feels like they can't get away from him. He's been everywhere they wanted to go, be it heaven, be it on this side of the map. Deep smoke towards CT. That's a little bit different here in a tank.
Want to wrap screens here?
It kind of feels like it. Ada Captain's in a whole lot of trouble too.
But this
unconfirmed damage.
If they go out heaven.
Ooh, that could be big. But now they've just got the plan. There's the fault line. There's the timing. They didn't clear Ada Captain. He's got sight himself, and now they're kind of pinched in. They're in a really weird position here. Yedajay on the hunt, prowling through, trying to find these boys. They're trying to scramble back up towards heaven, find their safety. Takas takes down Yedajay, but the defuse ain't stopping again. This can't keep happening. Kadavra can't do anything. He can do nothing about the outcome of the round. It's 10 Foot of somewhere else to be, and it's certainly not in a match like this. 10-0. Beautiful from them so far. They are firmly in control.
I think he should change his name from Kadabra to Kadabra because they need a magic trick to pull a win out of the hat right now. 10-0 down. This is, I mean, Gentlemate's burning their, was this their last timeout? They need a miracle, nothing short of one right now if they want to do anything. Because again, they get into the site, they get that spike planted, but there's nothing to close it out.
Yeah, they're struggling. They're struggling, you can see it. Looking a little flawed, a little frayed, and it just feels impossible. That first round just feels like it's such an uphill struggle. The tank won off his ult, but they're having words. It's not just about how to approach this next round. Again, 2 timeouts in 1 half, especially when you have that double duelist. You wanted to see them be competitive here. This was meant to be the side they could at least be a real threat on. It's gonna be hard when that half hits, and it's gonna be, you know, they have to be flawless or it's done. We're out, we're going home. Well, you got 24 more seconds to figure it out, boys. Again, Foot, they'll be happy with this performance. They'll be happy with what they've done here. Maybe correcting some expectations of this map, knowing that they've had a couple of issues in the last up against some very big opponents. So now, Able to work it back through, showing some work, showing some adjustments. We go back in. Gentlemates, you better have a damn good game plan here, boys. Oh,
I don't know.
They don't know. No, absolutely not. That captain does so much damage. I think it's unconfirmed because it was kind of through the one way a little bit. Oh.
Reset.
That's nasty. He can stay there for a little bit if he fancies. Actually opting to back away from that, you can see it. Takas, feigning presence. Yeah. Fortunately, no one was playing towards heaven. So a couple of question marks put across the map, right? We've got, okay, there was some B main presence early on. Okay, they've tried to take towards heaven, so we don't have eyes on that at the moment. So you're seeing Foot take a bit of a gamble, take a little bit of a risk. They don't quite know what's going on. And for Gentlemates, they've got a chance now.
Not only did Foot give up that B main space, they gave up B site entirely. Got that info. Knows that it's probably going to be a B split of some sort. Mr. Fallen, great position right now to assist with that middle line.
Oh, the timing.
Cena just peeks dry.
I don't know if he was trying to back away or what. The paranoia. Good for one. Didn't expect a second, Mr. Fallen. Probably not going to expect a third. There is still the tank here. Now, the tank is on 8 HP, though, so hard to ask him to be brave in moments like this. The others focused on trying to claim site. Spike down. Maybe an tank on the late presence could be so valuable.
Here comes the walk from mid.
The timing is everything here, the tank. The tank, this is it, perfect, perfect from him. But it's still Yetajay. And they are very close on Miller. Oh, he's dealt with. First round for Gentlemates. After a drought here, keeping 3 alive and a tiny amount of hope.
And great awareness by Natank there to not only do the trigger discipline, but even before that, when he's walking up middle, when he's sitting in the corner, he realizes, hey, my teammates are going to go up B. If there's no defenders on that site, guess where the defenders are going to be? They're going to be still in middle, they're going to be trying to clear me out, and they're waiting for me. So if I go too early, they're going to kill me. He waits, his teammates get the spike planted, here comes the stun from Mr. Fallen, boom. Natank goes for this flank, lines up 2 with the trigger discipline. They got their win.
Who's next?
10-1, final round of the half.
One more would be maybe salvageable.
Free site again?
Oh, wait, where did Wales just dive from?
Huh?
I don't know. Well, that's rough. They've got the site. They've got the site.
Silver linings.
Silver linings. They do have a tank with his ult. There we go. They've got to scramble out of there, or you can see him look.
Oh! Okay.
At a captain. That was a little too far. 4v4 now. Bayaz has his already. This is looking good. Maybe a second could be joining that one on the board. The tank individually. If he has to do it himself, he will. 3 in his name. The rest of Gentlemates holding down by Pillar, making sure they can't come through too easily from heaven. A little bit of a walkout already from Cena, though. They got to be aware. There we go. Spotted on the drop, Bayaz. Good heads-up work. There it is. 4 for the tank and 2 rounds overall for Gentlemates.
The tank's just like that villain, the Thanos, that's just like when you need something done, you can't rely on other people. I'm gonna do it myself. Put on that gauntlet, just go in there, get a 4K, get that second round on the board, give the team a little bit of hope, life support, anything to get them maybe a couple more rounds. But Foot, oh man, they have such a commanding lead, 10-2. They won the pistol in the first half. They lost both pistols in the previous game. Let's see if the teams can evenly split the pistol round wins here.
Yeah, they certainly could. And again, so much magnitude put to this value of the pistol round. It's either basically game over or game back potentially on, right? Gentlemates. Oh, he's gone for the DRX. Very nice, very nice. Gentlemates need this. Foot, that'd be nice. But it's not a necessity. They got to make it work with 2 duelists here. CNED making no secrets of this, but he's been caught. Between Whalers and Kadabra, they were fine. There are further players coming this way, though. Adacaptain being one of them. Oh, that's a bit of an issue. Careful.
They don't know about Adacaptain?
I don't think they know about much of this. What a topsy-turvy round! And they've cleared sight. They even caught one in CT. And Takas, I mean, timing, and that's the spike.
Down B.
What is going on? 2v2. The tank taking his time on the way. Because Takas, I mean, he's got the spike here. The captain's got a smoke back ready now if he wants to try and vest it here.
This is a good fight for Foot, though.
They're lined up. Takas draws blood again. The tanks joined him. And the necessity is claimed. They needed that for a chance. They got to keep it up now.
Another scrappy round to open up the second half. And I was thinking there, that's like one of the biggest traps when you see that spike on the floor and the defenders are sitting on top of it trying to defend it. In a 2 versus 2 like that, with Natank not in a position to instantly trade, I was worried if they go in and Foot is trying to get that spike recovered. The defender they have no like crossfire to set up. They don't have any like angles that they could really hide on. So this flank timing was so important for Natank to hit.
Just classics. On the other side, you saw those Bulldogs in the previous map. They're back out again, one Guardian. Looks kind of cut and dry affair for Foot. Right up middle. 4 players.
Portal closed.
You can see where the 5th is, waiting over towards A. You've got Kadavra sat in the back corner. Camera's gonna see everything. Lovely, right, game on. Shouldn't be a problem. Kadavra gotta be careful. He's on 10 HP. If they close down on him, he's dead. Oh, dearie me. Support's here, they're trying to come overboard. Speak about Messi, Beaz! Beautiful with his work. Saving them from what could have been a disaster. That got far too close.
Anytime we get even close to a situation like that, you just don't know what's happening. Everything seems to be going against what you would expect to happen. And I'm still surprised, 15 rounds into the second map, it's been so many rounds of this where at some point you just have to drop your expectations, be like, yeah, don't know what's gonna happen, don't know what to expect here, but still shocked and surprised every round almost.
That goes there.
10-4. First big challenge, the bonus round. They've upgraded a couple here. Got the Vandal out, Phantom as well in the tank. And a 3-man walk middle. All right, Cracks. How focused are you on this? It's 4 people, and Takas now starting to hit a little better. He had a really rocky start. So a good draw on the blood there. Looks like Foot wants to try and clear behind this.
Right there.
Shouldered, should have been seen, the tank. Gonna note that there's players coming his way. Yeta J has also crept sight.
Will that camera spot him? I don't think it will. He went underneath it, but this trip, he can't get over the silent. Oh my.
The man's got techers.
Not like this.
Man's got techers, it's so good. Just the Cypher 1v1 in that, he knows it all too well.
They might not expect though, Takas on site.
They've got to have no idea, right? Like Takas shouldn't have been here in this sort of position. It doesn't feel natural, but he does get out. He does make it, Yeta J. This is a big round from him. Oh, that's massive from Yeta J. 4 kills. This could be pretty much the first nail in the coffin. Oh my God, what are we up to, Whalers, please?
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
Yeta J.
He wants it.
On for the ace.
That's Whalers' smoke, threatening that he could walk out into elbow, into sight.
Whalers taking
But the reposition.
way around. 3 kills. Whalers has the entirety of this game. And it's going to stay on 3. Foot make it up to 11. Yeta J showing his knowledge, his capabilities, and he absolutely outclassed them that round.
That is a Cypher diff, I think is what it's colloquially known as. That kill trip on the floor to trip some people down. At least he didn't disrespect with the knife kill. But oh my God, and this lineup, kind of the spray.
Yes!
I think he single-handedly won them a handful of rounds this game, just from his positioning and timing hits and a couple of crucial impact frags,
Okay, so very early on.
He's only one.
Should see 2 here. Wait, no!
It's falling apart. Foot. About to put the foot on the gas pedal and close this one out, 11-4. They have a 5 versus 4. They're looking to get their 12th right here, right now. Nobody on the site to stop them.
Nope. Now, CNED gonna be, seen. Can't be stopped, however. And the plant should be in a second. Yeah, that's going down now.
Safe plant. They have to play in the site to protect this.
Planted.
And you've already got a captain. up towards rafters.
Judge for the retake. Only one satchel to get out and create that space and close the gap.
I don't envy him. Paint shells there. And a captain. Oh, and they've caught him. Free and had a chance.
2 flashes on Beaz still.
They still don't know about a captain. Oh, dinner. It's done. It's done. Bears and Whalers trying to drift away into the night, keep those rifles if they can, and I don't think Foot are feeling all that kind. They can chase a little here. Try and take away some of this. Oh, nice try from Beaz, but still will lose out. Gonna probably keep 3 alive here. That's 12 for Foot, and this has not been a good day at the office for Gentlemates.
They are going to be having a serious discussion after this one. I don't think any team is going to be happy, you know, walking away from a game with this result. 2 maps in a row just getting completely thrashed, outplayed, outclassed. And Foot will be happy about this, especially a result like this on Split.
Big for them. Big for them.
You do learn more from a loss than you do from a win, and I think those losses that they got prepared them for this.
Oh, I'm with you. It's Gentlemates on the receiving end here towards A. I think you're going to have to yield in that. Takas can't try and hold back all 5, so respecting it enough, saying, all right, you guys take the site.
Free site, plant for heaven, and they're able to take ramp potentially even.
I mean, you got to look at the ults coming in here. Glad we got that switch there towards Beaz. Rolling Thunder is in hand.
Thrash.
There's a Thrash going for round 2. Right up towards Heaven. And no ones towards Vents, but that's about it. All the rest looking like they want to come through CT here. Beaz.
Good one way. This is going to be so hard to break through.
Going to focus his ult towards the side, but it's the players over towards that ramp side that could be an issue here. But Attack going to try and get in ahead. Nice. Follow-up is going to be there. Takas and Tank in unison, clearing on forward. Whalers trying to hold back the flood. Diffuse coming in, though they have to be stopped, and they are. They're off it for now. They don't need to overreact. Time is against them. Body blocking the best they can. Oh, he's got him! No. He's got him! Mr. Fallen shuts them down. It's 13-4. Foot outclassing Gentlemates today, and it was a clear-cut affair.
That was not even close. Foot with full control of the game through and through. Their attack looking great, the pacing of everything, getting into those sites quickly, the lurks, Yetterjay having a tremendous impact, and just capitalizing on the fact that Gentlemates didn't look like they had the clearest of game plans. And Gentlemates, that's got to be something that they have to think about and have a serious discussion about, because they just changed coaches to be a little bit more loose, but that did not look like it worked in their favor here at all.
No, I think this is a worrying sign for them, especially on Split. Not able to bring that comp to what I'd like to have seen from it. Foot on the other side, though, I think once again solidifying their place towards the top here. They're one of the teams that have been improving substantially. They've looked fantastic, and they're looking stronger here. The map pool looking better as well. CNED looking fantastic. Stay him out of once. Yetterjay as well. Heroics from him, outdoing the opposing number of Kadabra some few times. So great for them. Tilting now towards the top of the board as well, looking to try and get in that first place position going forward, and I think they are very much nearly there. So excellent to see them look good. I think we want to see the rebuilding process with Gentlemates. You know, without existence there, it's a big question mark of what do they look like. And I think they're going to have to work through that process as quick as they can.
It's going to be not the nicest of processes to deal with, but it's one of those things that you just have to deal with, especially if you're a professional team, professional player. These are the growing pains that you have to deal with. And I think Foot, from the beginning of the season to now, step by step, they've been making progress. And one thing I do want to highlight is how good their retakes looked in today. Usually they're known for individually how skilled they are, but now everything coming together on a lot of these retakes, closing out these rounds on their attack as well. It's looking overall really nice with the teamwork that they're employing on top of the individual skill, and you know, highlighting Yetterjay's individual impact there as well on some of those timing lurks.
Yeah.
Really impactful.
Fantastic day for them. And to round it out, we do have the post-plant coming up next. That's going to be with Yinzu and Ash, I believe, and the special guest being Charles Neddington. So stick around for that. We're going over there now.
Thank you very much, Pansy. Of course, yes, it's going to be Charles Ellington. We're in a different setting for today. Welcome to Postplan here in the podcast studio. We've been here before.
Yeah.
We have. It was for more of like a hee-hee ha-ha, but this is not new.
No, it's not new. A little change of scenery as well. We've got some extra plants. We usually have like, what, two or three maybe downstairs, but I don't know, I like the change of scenery. I hope CNET doesn't get lost.
Yeah, it's called Postplan for a reason here. Let's talk about this game that we just saw because, I mean, Pansy was talking about it there, a little bit of question mark regarding Gentlemaid's now existence isn't there. I think after what we saw on Sunset, I'm a little bit shocked. It was very uncharacteristic, I feel like, that split map off of them.
Yeah, especially when you look back at the last time, not the last time, the second last time where it was that 13-1 up against Giant X that they were able to find. But Mates just looked a little bit lost on Split. Like they couldn't quite get a grasp on what they wanted to do in the mid round. When their early pressure wasn't working out for them, they really struggled to make that adaptation. But at the end of the day, even though there were mistakes from Gentlemates, I feel like Foot were just playing lights out on a completely different level.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting now because with Gentlemates losing there and Giant X as well, that middle of the pack race, that who's actually going to make playoffs at this time? Honestly, Ash, I couldn't call it. How are you feeling about it?
I think it's insane because it takes me back to Split 1 where we're at the end of the season. It all relied on the results from everybody else. And now Gentlemates are also now unfortunately in that same situation. And I think I don't know. I will say my money is on Vitality actually making it to playoffs.
I thought you were going to say KC.
Okay.
I thought you were going to say KC.
Okay. I feel like a fake fan right now. I would normally say KC. I think Vitality, though, with Safe now on the duelist, they have this revenge arc that they want to have. Like, they have a whole story behind them where they're really looking to actually prove their worth. Because on paper, that roster was supposed to be insane, and they've kind of been in that mid-off the entire time.
Well, we do have Mr. Charles Nennington with us in the studio again. I mean, honestly, no matter what setting we're in, I feel like CNED, you're one of us at this point. You're part of the team. You're part of the talent team. You do have an in-ear here right now, which I feel like I'm gonna do.
You gonna have your boaster moment?
Right, left? I think either. I think it's neutral.
Matter?
I don't think it matters. Yeah, go for it. Can you hear? As long as you can hear, is all good.
Yes.
Nice.
Okay,
Hi,
good.
Sina. Thank you so much for joining us. I know this is a bit of a trek compared to what you're usually used to.
Yes, I feel different.
Did you run up the stairs?
Yeah,
like a podcast.
I surprised when I like traveling all the way.
I will say that congratulations.
you.
I'm sure you're aware with that win, that means you are guaranteed either seed 1 or 2 going into playoffs, which means you skip the dreaded single limb part of it. So how great does that feel?
Good. Like we knew it before the game. If you win, we are secured top 2. So yeah, we are happy and we will improve. We will still work because playoffs is the most important one. Yeah, that's it.
I mean, they have a great chance now.
Yeah, they really did. Did it change the team's approach to today's match at all, knowing that securing that top 2 was on the line, with how much of a difference it makes for the stakes in playoffs?
Like it didn't feel the how do you say, aura in the team. Like it was like the same preparation. Like everything was for the same for us. And when we won, like we were happy because of the security. That's it.
I have to address the obvious elephant in the room, which is CNED, in your entire career since 2020, you have never played Raze 4 maps in a row, back-to-back series. In fact, the same comp as well with your team is kind of crazy. But what's going on? You just a Raze 1 trick now?
I hope not, because like I like to play like Jet more, of course. But yeah, when which agent need my team, I will play it.
Is this a conscious effort? Did you guys want to always play Sunset Split, so you can just play the same comp? And also, Cracks got moved off of the Raze too. I feel like I need to help you. I'm gonna do a boaster hero moment. There you go.
Thank you.
There you go.
Thank you. Yes,
yeah,
again, sorry.
Did you guys want to only play Sunset Split, same comp, back to back to back, and just, only do that?
What do you mean?
As in, did you do this on purpose?
Like,
Yeah.
I mean, we are practicing with one cop, so like we practice and we knew we are going to most likely play today. So I wouldn't like, I don't know if it was purpose, but when we try, we knew that this comms was strong for us at least, and yeah, like it's one of the purpose. I don't know if you want to say.
When are we gonna see you on the ISO?
Actually, we tried. Like we want to play for this week, but like I think it's not our style too much. So, but you never know.
I can understand that. You guys are very explosive as a team on those entries, and ISO just doesn't have that kind of movement, right? But you guys do have one more match coming up. That's going to be up against Giant X. How are you feeling about that? Because they went toe-to-toe today, earlier up against Team Heretics.
Like, yeah, we watched the match and they were playing good. It's going to be, I think, not easy match, like, but yeah, like we will prepare how we prepare, and of course it doesn't matter for us like if we even lose or not, but of course we want to win, and like we want to show ourselves to improve, you know, because I think they don't, like, Giants have no pressure right now, I think, because I think they eliminated.
Not yet.
Not yet?
Not yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think still it's a very low chance, but I think they are playing better than like last season, I would say. Like we were always seeing them in practice, like when we practiced against them, they were playing really good, but they couldn't show in the official. But I think they are in a good position right now. We will see.
Is this now time for you guys to experiment again? Because you know, you were running weird stuff on Lotus, like the Deadlock as well. You brought it out. Is next week the time? Because like you said, you're top 2 already for playoffs. Of course, you know, Split is leaving the map pool. It's not like, you know, you need to rely on that anymore for the rest of this year. So is it time to get weird?
No answer.
No secrets revealed.
Sorry.
I'm gonna have to ask Gaius. Okay, well then, if another team were in your position, if they locked in playoffs, do you think it would be a good time for, you know, other teams to try and experiment? Just as a general, you don't have to talk about you guys. Just as a general opinion, you think it would be? Is it a good time?
You
to
mean if someone locked in for playoffs?
And
do you think is a good idea to experiment?
Yeah, for them to experiment. Now they know 100% they're gonna go to playoffs, and they have a week.
I think depends on the team, because if they are not sure about their comp in some maps, it's always good to experiment and try to see new things. Like it's not a, how do you say, bad, or it's not a risk, you know. So when you don't have a risk, you can try. I think it depends on the team, but like for example, if you have a like win streak in some maps, like for example we never lost Ascent yet, so why we should change it?
That's true. You don't need to fix what's not broken. Before we take a look at the standings and so on, we have, you know how this works. Our good friend Boaster and Durka left a question for you. Take a look at this.
3, 2, 1. Who's got the biggest butt in VCT?
Who is?
I will translate that for you. Who's got the biggest butt in VCT? Can't believe we're making you answer this question.
I don't want to answer that.
You poor thing.
I'm not looking. Like how I can answer this?
I think you can say Boaster. I feel like that's the obvious one, right?
Yeah. I say Boaster, and you know, escape answer.
I think he wanted you to say him. I think he was like baiting you. Yeah.
Okay, Boaster.
There we go. What do you think, Ash? Who do you think's got the biggest butt in VCT?
I've never thought about this.
I think the objectively most right answer is Raucous, which is that's a throwback. But if you know, you know. If you know, you know, kind of question.
But I don't know, unfortunately.
It's okay. I'm not gonna.
I'm gonna copy CNED's homework and say Boaster because he be twerking on stage.
Yeah. Again, I feel like he wanted us to say him.
Yeah.
I think he set us up for that. Do you have a question? That's a little bit less weird than that.
Yeah. Who am I asking it?
Who's playing tomorrow? My brain is like is Liquid versus KC. Damn, I'm so proud of myself. Be the winner of Liquid versus KC. Big game, you know. Playoffs on the line. We have a lot to fight for. I mean, now we've had that question from Boaster. Like, nothing you ask is ever going to be a bad question, ever.
Yeah, I know.
Make it interesting.
Yeah, I'm thinking.
He's going to be like, who's got the smallest butt?
Like, I can't do interesting than the last question. So, who is the... this camera. Sorry. Who you want to face it in playoffs most?
Oh, that's a spicy one.
I don't think anyone's gonna say you. Yeah, I feel like that's a Heretics foot is too big.
Yeah. No one's gonna say Heretics foot.
I agree. Yeah.
I think he's kind of baiting and hoping that someone's gonna say foot.
Maybe it will be some trash talk or maybe some drama.
Unless
you stir the pot right now.
Big Don Daddy are like, yeah, I'll take foot. Why not? Yeah, why not? But yeah, let's take a look at the standing because there's a reason why we wouldn't want to face foot right off the bat because they're the only team that's currently sitting a 7-2. I mean, this just whole year in general, CNET has been great for you guys. Very consistent. Are you happy with how things are going?
Yes. Like when we lost in kickoff, we think we are playing bad and we need to fix a lot of things, but when we realize Heretics and Karmine Corp actually contender in the year, like we realize we are not that bad actually, we need to just fix some small things, so like Karmine Corp and Heretics was in our group, so like it was that group of that, so but now after stage 1 and stage 2 we are happy, we are still improving, we need to of course like fix some things, but yeah, I'm happy right now, but we are achieved right now. So yeah.
We're happy that you're happy, CNET. Any more questions for CNET before we wrap this up?
Any more questions? I guess I got one. Based on what you just said right now, you said that some improvements can still be made, of course. But do you guys feel like you're playing close to your best, or do you think you still have much higher that you can get?
No, we can still improve because even like 2 or 3 days ago, we realized we can just play the game different as we usual. Like I will say, I don't want to give some information inside.
That's okay.
But we were just struggling, and we said, okay, let's do this, and everything just fixed. So after that, for example, we play like better in the split and better in the most of the maps after we realized something. So yeah, but I think after the playoffs or like we will have a lot of time to practice new things, so I think we will, I hope we will going to be close our best.
Okay. I can't
I'm
wait
thinking
to see.
too much.
That's terrifying to think of, though. It's
I can't wait to see you on Abyss. I think that's going to be so fun. But thank you very much, CNET, for joining us. Congratulations again for today. I will see you back here next week. Thank you very much, Ash, as well, for joining me. And of course, you guys at home for tuning in and watching. We're going to be back with more action tomorrow and more chances for our team to lock in playoffs or sadly be eliminated. So make sure you guys have a lovely rest and join us here. And we'll see you then.
Bye-bye.
He's gone right behind him! Oh! A chaotic conclusion to map number 1, but Heretics will take their map pick. But that is all they can do. 15 found at last by GX, and a third map locked in.
let's go. Hey, step back, look at the wrist. Let go, let it go, switch. Hey, turn the heads, can't miss this. Run it up, it's my fitness. Windows limousine tinted, stay up out of my business. Hey, you can never break me down. Need more to take me out. They was all cool back then, now they wanna hate me now. Funny how it goes. Can I get a countdown and drum roll? No time ain't an option, no. Sit back, watch this unfold. Hey, but it ain't nothing, let me tell you something. Hey, yeah, one shot, one chance. Look, top spot, been a plan. Talking drive top, 100 bands. Yeah, we pull up, got the blind high, been a man. Hey, yeah, one shot, one chance. Look, top spot, been a plan. Talking drive top, 100 bands. Yeah, we pull up, got the blind high, been a man. I got nothing but gas in the tank. If the wrong guy really wanna contest me, cause he envy everything that I got. What I am and he not. Coldest one on the block. You know these boys don't got nothing but excuses. My whole squad been doing their thing, dropping nothing but exclusives. Ooh, I know you see me step back, flossing. Please don't get too close unless you proceeding with caution. Yeah, I broke the moves,